Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this fifth Veterinary Big Data Stakeholder Forum, hosted by the European Medicines Agency. Whether you're joining us from academia, industry, regulatory bodies, or veterinary practice, thank you for being part of this vibrant and forward-looking group. This year's forum marks a significant milestone in our journey from vision to action. Since the endorsement of the EU Veterinary Big Data Strategy in 2022, and the subsequent work plan to 2025, we've made good progress in transforming how data is used to support veterinary regulatory science. And I think today's agenda reflects that momentum, with sessions exploring real-world applications of big data and artificial intelligence in areas ranging from antimicrobial use to the use of AI tools to enable process acceleration. And we could not have imagined 5 years ago when we started on this journey how that would really accelerate thanks to artificial intelligence. And we can't yet predict where it will end. So that's what this day is about. And on our endeavor to be truly inclusive, we are especially proud to share that over half of our speakers today are women. And we're also giving a platform to early career researchers who bring fresh perspective and cutting-edge insights. And their contributions are not only shaping the future of veterinary data science, but also helping us build a more inclusive and dynamic veterinary data ecosystem. This forum is supposed to be a cornerstone of our stakeholder engagement efforts, and your participation is vital. Discussions today will touch on progress in our veterinary data strategy and the next iteration of our work plan to 2028, improving on data discoverability and quality, enhancing the governance and literacy, fostering collaboration across the sectors. And from the launch of the EU Vet Data Hub to the development of training curricula and the implementation of the UPD data quality framework, we have laid the foundation and continue to build a data-driven culture in veterinary regulation, both for industry as regulators alike. Across the 5 sessions and the panel discussions, we'll hear about innovative use of cases from AI-powered tools like EMA's SPC Reader to data-driven frameworks for improving clinical care and monitoring antimicrobial use. These examples underscore the power of big data to inform regulatory decisions, anticipate health threats, and ultimately improve animal and public health. So as we move through today's session, I encourage you to engage actively, ask questions, share your experiences, and connect with colleagues. Together, we're building a future where veterinary data is not just collected, but also connected, understood, and used to make a meaningful change. A quote from the author William Gibson is appropriate for today's event. And thank you, Paul, for bringing this in. The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. And the presenters you'll hear today will be making the steps towards that even distribution of both knowledge and the transformative potential of big data and AI. So thank you once again for being here, and let's make this forum a catalyst for ongoing collaboration, innovation, and progress. And for those of you that have been participating in the past 4 forums, this is the 5th one, they will have seen that evolution over the years, starting with, a blank page almost, where we had to borrow a lot of the cases and examples from the human side, gradually moving into where we are now, where we can actually fill a program with very interesting veterinary use cases and still developing. I would like to introduce today's chairs. The morning session will be chaired by Jana Shalansky. Jana holds a BA in Business Administration and Psychology, and she joined the European Medicines Agency as an assistant in the Veterinary Medicines Division in 2003, subsequently working in various roles in the division. As of 2016, she held the program manager position, preparing for and implementing the VMP regulation. And in 2021, she was appointed head of the newly created Veterinary Strategic Support Office in the Veterinary Medicines Division, providing strategic advice to all levels of the division's management, currently with a special focus on raising awareness about the work of the division and driving towards the implementation of both the Veterinary Big Data Strategy and veterinary research initiatives. And in the afternoon, the sessions will be chaired by Paul Lin, sitting next to Jana. Paul holds multiple degrees, I would say, in psychology, developmental psychology, and business administration. And following his graduation in 2008, he worked in product development and data sciences in London, Copenhagen, and Amsterdam. He joined the agency in 2022, and since March 2023 is the lead data scientist in the veterinary division. And his focus is on the implementation of data-driven technologies and utilizing new technology capabilities across the full life cycle of the veterinary division's regulatory portfolio. So I'll leave you in the hands of those two capable chairs for today. I hope you will enjoy the day ahead. I look forward to the presentations and discussions, and I would like to encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussions today, whether online or here in the room. And with that, I would like to hand over to Jana Shalansky to start chairing the first session of the morning.
Thank you very much, Ivo. And from me also, welcome everybody to our opening session then, where we will start by setting the stage for today's event on the veterinary big data and AI. We will begin with Paul Lin, the lead data scientist in the veterinary division at EMA. Paul, of course, has already been introduced just now by Ivo, and he'll update us on the veterinary big data strategy and the work plan and how that is moving from a vision to actual action. So over to you, Paul.
Good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Ivo and Jana, for the kind introductions. So I'm delighted and privileged to be leading the day with the first presentation. And what I'm going to talk about is the work we have done, are doing, and will do in the veterinary big data space to implement our strategy and work plan. So how are we going to structure today's talk? I'm going to give an introduction to the data science, data analytics team in the veterinary division, talk about our governance, very much drill down on what we're doing in the strategy and work plan, look to the future for some emerging tech themes, and discuss the next steps. So as you can see, we do a lot in the veterinary big data team. We really have a holistic, full life cycle vision. We absolutely recognize you can't just go and buy the API of a latest tool and job is done. You must have a fundamental understanding of the business problem to be solved, the context you're working in, the business needs, and only then could you move to the solution, which may be a big data or AI solution. But the core is always asking why. There were 2 points that Ivo mentioned in his introduction that really guide us in this team. The move to action. We want to deliver working products that benefit our colleagues and stakeholders. And secondly, that really good quote about the future is here, but not evenly distributed. We want to make sure that all stakeholders are informed of the capabilities and the potential of these tools. One of the core governance bodies is the Veterinary Big Data Hub. And these are experts in the data and AI space across the European Medicines Regulatory Network. The countries highlighted in green are where there is active participation. We meet regularly and we consult widely. We're looking to see what are new developments, new technologies, and evaluate those. What are the core business problems that could come up in the future? How we could address those? How we can structure POCs, proof of concepts, and actually move from the theoretical to the tangible. And we also provide guidance on data-driven topics. One point I really want to emphasize is we don't work in isolation. We are tightly integrated with all the other data fora. So for example, the Network Data Steering Group, which I'll talk a bit more later, we are actively participating in that body. Interinstitutionally, we're absolutely integrated in One Health and other connections with other regulators. We have our own research coordination group that's looking to horizon scanning over the next few years. And absolutely, we're deeply engaged with the veterinary stakeholders. And I'm very pleased to see representatives from those stakeholders here today. When it comes to the strategy and the work to get to the strategy, I think this quote really sums up the value. Answering those fundamental questions of why, what, how, and when we're creating the strategy really forces us to consider what we want to achieve, who are we doing it for, why are we doing it, and in that work, new capabilities, new possibilities arise. And that's where we see in the strategy. We base it on 5 key principles, and this work started in 2022. And even though there has been a revolution in the capabilities, our strategy was published 6 months before ChatGPT went alive to the public, these core principles are still applicable. The strategy was distilled down to a work plan that ran from 2022 to 2025. And I'm very pleased to say, over the last 3 years, we've achieved over a 95% delivery on the goals that were set out across the streams of analytics, discoverability, governance and literacy, and stakeholder engagement. The next iteration of the work plan is now going to start the consultation phase, and I'd like to share with you all now the items that we're going to be looking at. So firstly, on the analytics discoverability workstream, we've already started. This year, we've already delivered a step change in data quality on the Union product database for veterinary medicinal product information, and I'll speak to that in more detail in a few slides. We're looking forward in the next quarters to look at the capabilities of process automation and running some pilots there. And then building out our vision over the data landscape for veterinary sources. I'll also speak in detail to this in a few slides. And then looking forward to the next year's analysis of the technical capabilities that we could have, Vedra data matching, and metadata analysis research project. Moving on to the governance and literacy workstream. This is very stream of work where we act as an advisory body. We provide support. We help analyze and prioritize use cases. Our team owns the data literacy training on the EU NTC, so we're constantly updating that to reflect the latest developments. And we assess data usability. And all these tasks are longitudinal, they're ongoing. And then finally, in stakeholder engagement, communication is absolutely key, and that deep, transparent, bilateral communication is a critical metric of success. So ongoing, we're updating our website quarterly. We have our updates via the Veterinary Medicines newsletter annually. Well, we're all here today for the Veterinary Big Data Forum. And we're looking forward to see, can we organize more opportunities for engagement? One of the suggestions is a hackathon or an innovation challenge. I mentioned on the deep veterinary involvement in other groups, such as the NDSG. Their work plan to 2028 was recently published, and within that work plan, there are 25 items that are shared and have active involvement from veterinary stakeholders. I'll not go line by line because there are many, but I'll just call out some highlights. So under strategy and data governance, we have the data standardization strategy, very much speaking to the need to make data exchangeable, understandable, and useful, and the data analytics strategy. Under data analytics, some very interesting topics that personally I find really engaging. Evaluating synthetic data, the potential for digital twins, the potential for enhancing pharmacovigilance signal detection as well. Data interoperability, really to understand the problems that we're addressing when it comes to making data shareable, interchangeable. And that's everything from the data formatting all the way through to, say, data ownership. And then finally, on stakeholder engagement and change management. And this very much parallels the stream of stakeholder engagement in the veterinary work plan. I mentioned I'll speak in detail on two topics. So one is the data landscape analysis. And I think this quote really summarizes what we're trying to achieve here. We need to have a full life cycle vision. Every piece has to work for the full product to be useful. So if we have lots of data, but it's not searchable or accessible, we're not obtaining the full value. So one of the projects we're engaged with is the veterinary data sources landscape with Vergenningen. Eva, who's running the project, is in the room. What Vergenningen are doing is casting a very wide net to find veterinary data sources. That could be from many different types of data, many different sources. But what we'd like to do, after reviewing the quality of the data source, is put it onto the data catalog. So we have a central place for data accessibility, really reducing the time taken to find a data source of interest. As the number of data sources grow, we're looking to a virtuous cycle where more use means more information added, and then this becomes a self-sustaining catalogue. And there's one call to action I'd like to ask for everyone in the room and online. If you have a data source that you're aware of, please do let us know. You can use the QR code. We have a poster over in the corner in the room and some information leaflets as well. Or you can speak with Eva or Eduardo to understand more about how you can engage with this very important project. The other topic it said to drill down is data quality. And once again, a quote is always good for summarizing. Data quality is the foundation. If the foundation is suspect, all the other products built in that potentially are also suspect. So data quality is absolutely key. And to that end, we have built the UPD data quality framework. And this was the first data quality framework live in production at the EMA. It launched in April 2023, but in the spirit of iterative working and constant improvement, we released the second phase in September. And it's not simply just the next version, it really is a step change. We can ingest data in FAR format, so we're future-proofing that. We've built a configurable rules engine. It's business case agnostic, so if you have any data quality needs, you can reuse the core code that was developed here. If you attended last year's conference, you would have noticed that we were the 6th most popular dashboard. Now we're up to the 3rd most popular dashboard. And we have over 109 data quality checks running weekly. And where the value is for the data owners in this particular use case, which is the NCAs, we're specifically locating where the data quality issue could be. So really bringing that signal out of the noise, reducing the time the NCAs need to identify any issues, and really building that confidence that we have control over data quality. So what themes are emerging? Last year, we had AI data spaces and self-service capabilities. This year, we have use of AI tools and process automation. I'm not going to go into detail on AI because we have so many great sessions later, but I thought for a talk, it's always nice to have a bit of humor. So I asked a popular LLM, tell me a veterinary joke. And I actually found this very funny when I worked out the guy was Pavlov. But then I asked the LLM, did you create this? And the LLM said no. And it was actually from an internet forum in February 2023. And even though this is a small, humorous example, I think it really highlights how you have to be critical. And when it comes to evaluating these things, like the scientific method is always applicable, even with the advances in technology. On process automation, we really do see some strong potential here about automating in technology. We could automate an ingest pipeline. We're already automating the data quality process and data standardization. And there's potential maybe we could help our colleagues with automating some data entry. One thought to keep in mind is automating a good process brings multiplicative efficiencies. Automating a bad process might be suboptimal. And that always brings us back to the point I made at the start. We always need to have a clear understanding of the business need. Over the next 12 months, we're going to address what we've discussed, always with that stakeholder engagement, keeping that open two-way communication. We need to understand what we want to deliver. And equally, stakeholders need to be able to communicate. Does it work for them or not? We always adopt an approach of monitoring, tracking KPIs. You can't manage what you can't measure, and looking to see what new topics or capabilities are arising. Then for my last slide, two diary events coming quite soon. Later this month, there's the workshop on artificial intelligence. And then in early December, there's the EMA HMA Annual Forum. And all the information is available on the EMA events website. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Paul. Let me introduce our next speaker, Raffaele Bruno from Zoetis, Belgium. And he will explore with us the use of real-world data in regulatory applications. Raffaele is a veterinarian with advanced training in drug innovation, and he brings insights on the potential of real-world data in reshaping product development and approval. So thank you very much for being here, and over to you, Bruno.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you for the EMEA for hosting this symposium. Very interesting. We heard that regulatory affairs is interesting in this, that real-world data may have very different contexts of use, important for the regulators and also for the industry. And my presentation will focus specifically on the industry and more specifically how real-world data, real-world evidence could become pivotal evidence in the dossiers supporting new marketing authorizations, new claims for existing products. The reflections I'm going to share with you were included also in a publication that went out this year. And quoting initial notes from Ivo, yes, it is logical to expect that some developments in the use of real-world data could be similar to what we see already or we hear about from human medicine. But what I want to bring to you today is that maybe today we can already identify some veterinary-specific needs and some veterinary-specific opportunities to use real-world data in our domain, which is the domain of innovation of therapies in animals. But I'm gonna do that before a couple of preliminary notes about definitions and about challenges. So the first is about the definition. The big data definition is public, and EMEA facilitated sharing this definition, which refers to extremely large data set that then possess other characteristics like being unstructured, complex, that requires computational analysis, and so on. I don't go through the entire definition. Real-world data is about data obtained from sources outside of traditional clinical trials. I like to compare these two definitions because you might realize from this that real-world data very often are going to be a subtype of big data. However, it's not always the case. It is possible also to have real-world data that can be used in veterinary medicines that are not necessarily big data because they might come from smaller data, being more structured and so on. And the next is about the challenges. The challenges, I want to say, they're fully acknowledged, recognized, and even if I'm not gonna discuss them, I'm not a data analyst, it's not because I don't recognize the challenges in using this data and getting them approved by the regulators. And maybe we can also argue that in some instances, the challenges for the veterinary domain might be even greater than in human. So we acknowledge the challenges. So how real-world data could become pivotal evidence supporting innovation, supporting new registration, supporting new claims, beyond what has been already done for years. And why I'm saying that? Because if you think pharmacovigilance is real-world data, that is pivotal evidence. But going beyond that, looking at the future, which context of use? So the one potential use, it is proposed that real-world data could be in the long-term evaluation of safety and efficacy of veterinary medicinal product. Now, why is this an area to explore for veterinary medicine? Because there are some veterinary-specific needs. In veterinary medicine, we are observing an increased medicalization of animals, in particular companion animals, and in particular for chronic conditions. And these are conditions that require extended period of time to properly assess the effect of therapies. Many years, because these therapies are not just going to treat the symptoms, but some therapies are also delaying the progression of diseases. And you can imagine this requires a lot of years to assess the effect. And doing that through traditional clinical trials is not only long, but it's going to be very expensive and therefore prohibitive. How to collect real-world data? Collection of real-world data is already difficult for human medicine. And there are additional considerations for the veterinary domain, because the typical source of real-world data source the electronic health records in veterinary medicine. And I saw there is an interesting poster from an article here, are not always available or not consistently available across all the geographical location. How to overcome that? Sharing ideas. In human, we hear about patient-reported outcomes, and this can become owner-reported outcome. Is the patient or the owner reporting outcomes, and this is, of course, only suitable for certain indication, for certain studies, not all of them. When, for example, there is no need for a regular check by a clinician. In what context? This could be used in post-authorization studies. In analogy with the human phase 4 trials, this will be studies that are less controlled than traditional trials, with less frequent visit to the clinician. Then going specifically on the context of veterinary medicine and European regulation, in the European regulation of veterinary medicine, there are some there are some regulatory pathways in which it's possible already now to provide an initial data set, get the registration, and then complement the registration post-authorization with additional, I'm using the exact wording from the Annex 2, post-authorization measures or studies. Now, it is intended that this can be traditional clinical studies, but it is proposed that some of them can also be studies conducted by using real-world data. Of course, this depends again, and I want to stress that, by the suitability of the indication and the parameters under evaluation. It is probably, we can foresee that they are going to be easier to be conducted studies that are assessing dichotomous variables. For example, live, dead animal in a study checking survival rates. Combining to that, the use of digital technologies like mobile device, and there is a guideline from the EMEA for human use, could help enrollment, could help long-term compliance in this kind of studies. Another potential application of real-world data in veterinary medicine is that with the use of external controls as an alternative of internal controls. Question: why might external controls could be needed and why they should be accepted by the regulatory authorities? I have two answers to that. The first is for the same reasons they are used and accepted for human medicine. So, for example, when use of internal control pose ethical or feasibility challenges. Ethical, withhold a therapy to animals when there is nothing else, it poses ethical issues. Feasibility, investigating a disease which is very, very rare might be very difficult, take a lot of time, and we are seeing this in some very rare disease in human, for example, in oncology. But the drivers to use it are the same as human. Also, the challenges could be the same as in human, and therefore, the reflection paper that has been discussed by the EMA even last Monday, that is going to be out in 2027, maybe will provide some regulatory guidance for human, but also some guidance for veterinary medicine. However, we can also identify needs and opportunities that are specific to veterinary. And the example I'm providing here is not fictional. We have encountered this kind of challenges, we and also other peer companies, when using internal controls in the context of preventative efficacy of therapies for prevention of parasitic infection, prevention of vector-borne diseases. The use of internal control is, what can I say, not always optimal. And we can be on the earlier slide, yes. And why is that? Because if you have a negative control, then you have a group of animals that is not protected from the therapy, and not always you have an adequate rescue control to save the animals that are getting infected. And this raises ethical issues. But if you use the negative control for preventative products, you might end up having very low infection rates in the negative group. And the data that I have here in the slides are taken from the public domain. And while there is better than nothing, these numbers raise some questions about the value of this negative control. What is the alternative? The positive control. But a positive control for a preventative therapies often result in 100% prevention in the investigational group and in the control group. And if you have 100% versus 100%, it's difficult to determine that 100% in your therapy is because the product works very well and not just because the infection pressure was absent in that group. External controls may be an alternative in this case, and it will be a combination of multiple data sources. Data from the clinics, if there are electronic health records, from diagnostic labs, from epidemiology, and so on. There is another area in which real-world data could be used, and I think this probably presents a higher level of complexity for both the industry to develop and the regulators to accept, but I think it's worth exploring, which is the use of real-world data from wearable devices. Today, we can see examples of data that are coming from wearable devices that are within clinical trials, and therefore they are acceptable, that have been accepted, or they are acceptable for regulatory authorities. A small note, if they are within clinical trials, they don't really fit the definition of real-world data that I included at the beginning. But still, in human clinical trials in 2023, the EMA qualified a primary endpoint, which is the stride velocity 95th percentile, to assess efficacy against the Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And this is data collected through a wearable device. It is an alternative of the standard method, which is the 6-minute walking. The definition is self-explanatory. The patient has to walk for 6 minutes in the clinic. Now, these are often children, and it is subject to the energy and the situation on that given day, while the wearable device allows continuous passive monitoring over 24 hours in the home setting. And therefore, this is a way more objective way of measuring. And I want to underline the objectivity and the less influence of the circumstances of the day, because these are relevant to veterinary as well. Within clinical trials, we have seen used that data have been obtained from activity monitors on neck collars for the assessment of analgesic efficacy, or also for the alleviation of situational anxiety and fear in dogs, again, from activity collars. The difference between these two examples that are in the public domain in the EPARS is that the first case generated data to support the primary variable. And this was a time in which we were not talking about real-world data, we were not talking about big data, and yet this became pivotal information. There are also devices commercially available that can track a lot of activities. And I don't go through the details. They can really track many things. And today, these devices are not collecting real-world data for registration purposes. But maybe this is possible in the future with a broader adoption, broader accessibility, and additional regulatory guidance. The question is, however, why specifically for veterinary medicine using wearable device to collect real-world data can be beneficial? And firstly, this device will allow collection of data from effects of therapies in areas that are important in veterinary medicine or emerging in veterinary medicine, like impact on the ambulatory function. You have ear pain, inflammation, cardiac issues, dermatology. We know that some activity tracker can detect itching, scratching, licking that are connected with the dermatological issues, and also parameters related to health-related quality of life that for the treatment of chronic conditions, I think are going to become important, always more important secondary parameters that we need to check. Another point is veterinary specific, and it is to enhance the objectivity of measurement. Objectivity is important also in human medicine, right? But I believe that it's going to become, it is even more critical in veterinary medicine because there are many primary endpoints in veterinary medicine that are linked to the subjective assessment of the veterinarian or the subjective assessment of the owner. And continuous measurement via device can reduce reliance on such subjective assessment, minimizing the variability induced by human interpretation. Also, assessment conducted in clinical studies, and this is the example of the human wearable device become relevant. The assessment of animals in a clinical setting can induce stress in animals, which might bias the results, while a device assessment happening during 24 hours in a home setting could reduce the influence of stress of the results. And then, you know that. It's important to remind ourselves that unlike human patient, the veterinary patient cannot explain how they feel. And this sometimes we forget. And this is more important for parameters like evaluation of quality of life, where an objective assessment could really help. Last point, which is, again, I believe is very veterinary specific, yes, you can go to the next, is to measure effects of products beyond the individual animal. Again, this is a difference with human medicine because the impact of veterinary medicine goes beyond the individual animal to broader societal impact like human food safety, antimicrobial use, resistance, environmental implications. Obviously, assessment on these aspects is going to be more likely on products that are already authorized rather than supporting existing product. And this is logical. You need the product to be authorized, being on the market in order to collect the data. But it's doable from data sources that exist or start to become available. And for example, I know there is a session about antimicrobial use, but connecting different data sources like electronic prescription, national database, and so on, could help for example, identifying the use of antimicrobials in a given farm after products like vaccine or immunomodulators are used. And like this, you can reveal new performance of a product. And this will mean having data to support a new claim for that product. So you see, they can be used for products already authorized or to improve these products that are already authorized. In conclusion, today we can already recognize that real-world data holds the potential to generate pivotal real-world evidence that could certainly complement a traditional data set, but also in some circumstances also replace a traditional data set in marketing authorization dossiers for veterinary medicine. In the short to the medium term, the most likely and feasible contexts of use are going to be post-authorization monitoring of existing products, or also supporting new label wordings, new label claims for existing products. Very importantly, the use of real-world data bring several benefits to innovation. Some of these benefits are shared with human medicine, and some others are unique to the veterinary sector. Looking forward, the key drivers for acceleration are going to be resolving the challenges for data quality. I think everybody's aware of it, but also accessibility, interpretation, the broader application of digital technologies, which is happening, and also importantly, having regulatory guidance and regulatory acceptance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Raffaele. And may I just compliment the first two speakers on their timekeeping? That was excellent as well. So in this session, our final speaker is Professor Alistair Cook. Very pleased to have you here. Alistair is the chair of the AVC Big Data and AI Working Group, AVC being the Association of Veterinary Consultants. With a career spanning farm practice, One Health projects, and academic industry collaboration, Alistair will discuss how digital technologies and real-world evidence are transforming medicine evaluation. So over to you, Alistair.
Thank you very much, Jana, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to everybody today. I hope what I'm going to talk about for the next 15 minutes is very much going to complement and not duplicate some important points that both Paul and Raffaella have made previously. So I'm very much in agreement in emphasizing the things they said, and particularly with respect to how these data may be important at the post-authorization stage. We're really faced today with a kind of a tsunami of new data available to us, and one of the challenges we have is, are we going to somehow surf this amazing opportunity, or are we going to drown within it? And it challenges us to think about how we break down silos and how we utilize those data across a lot of different domains that may previously have been quite effectively siloed. So we really can think about how these digital data may enable us to determine the need for medicines, evaluate their impact, and importantly, detect any aberration within populations that may, for example, indicate adverse reactions. From the point of view of AVC, we're an independent group. We aim to have a cross-sector view, including many points of that landscape. And as a stakeholder group, we're very pleased to be engaged and have the opportunity to discuss these implications with everybody present today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the, if you like, the principles, why we want to do these things, give a few snapshots from my own experience, the kind of data that may be utilizable, and then to think about what those future implications for us may be. So we really start from the point of view of thinking, where do these data come from? What are these signals? And as Raffaella pointed out, we now have a diversity of devices, wearables, tags, boluses, videos, electronic health records, social media. All of these different things provide us with potential streams of data from which we may be able to derive evidence as we move along this pipeline from a measurement through to interpretation and reaching a decision. So these data only become evidence provided we have context, curation and governance, meeting those points that Paul described earlier and which I know EMA and the Veterinary Big Data Group are heavily involved with. But I think it's important just to ask the primary question, where does this value come from? Why do people do these things? And where we're talking about these as devices that are already in use, as opposed to those that might be introduced as part of a clinical trial or a research study, we must appreciate that their primary value lies in deriving on-animal insights for farmers and pet owners. They want to put these things on their herds, in their animals, in order to gain evidence that they may not otherwise have to improve their health and productivity or their well-being. So that's the primary purpose. That's the first circle that we need to complete if these things are going to be efficacious. However, we know there's also aggregated value in terms of looking at population health, in terms of stewardship, and in terms of pharmacovigilance. So very much what we're looking at is how we can use that opportunity to, if you like, bridge that operational data and deliver evidence that may be useful from a regulatory or medicines point of view. However, there are obviously barriers as well as incentives to sharing these data. And these are really quite significant. Firstly, there's the issue of ownership and IP. Am I allowed to share these data anyway? There's an important issue with privacy. We see this a lot with human medical data, of course, but it applies in our veterinary field as well. What are you going to do with these data if I give them to you? And a large part of this, and the one I think is most important really, is that issue of trust. We all have all of these data available to us. We all share huge quantities of personal data because it helps us in our personal lives through our mobile phones and other devices. But then we sit on something else about our animals, about ourselves. And this has a kind of emotive value that exceeds that. And we're not quite sure what the value will become if we put it somewhere else. So trust is a massive part of that. And of course, governance underpins trust. Then there's a technical issue of interoperability and costs. On the one hand, these data are potentially available. Their reuse doesn't cost anything more because the data are already there. But nonetheless, wrangling those data and utilizing them also does bring costs. And the question lies, where should those costs lie? Who should meet them? An important part of this, I think, is a cultural norm. And frequently, whether one's talking to an individual person, whether one's talking to a group, whether one's talking to an institution or a company, there's that kind of feeling, this is our data. We got this stuff, and we may not be able to do everything that's possible with it, but for sure, we're not going to give it to anybody else and allow them to do it either. So how do we break that silo? How do we encourage that sharing across these different domains? What are the incentives for doing that? Well, some of it may be benchmarking. If we're looking inside an industry, then availability of these data to enable benchmarking, for example, on quality or welfare standards may be important. If we're looking at in terms of efficacy, in terms of a large-scale clinical veterinary organization, for example, what does that tell us about the way that we're performing internally? It's innovation. If we can use these data, we can do new things. We can come up with new ideas, new products, new services. We can use these data to reduce risk because we've got a better understanding of what's happening within these populations. And finally, and very importantly, we can think of it in terms of a public good, if you like, almost a social responsibility to share some of these data where they can bring societal benefits as well as commercial or private benefits. So if we're going to do that, we need to think about aligned standards, incentives, and governance frameworks along the lines that are being discussed elsewhere today. So I wanted to give you just 4 quick snapshots of some kind of information and data that I've been involved with personally. The first of these is looking at camera systems, video systems that simultaneously manage body condition score and lameness in dairy cattle. This was a study done on some thousands of animals. Unsurprisingly, we found that animals that are lame and have a reduced body condition score have a lower probability of pregnancy. But really what we were interested in here was the value of that automated monitoring, that it's objective, that it's repeatable, and once you've met the capital cost of installing those cameras, it's dynamic and continuous. So it provides you with a cost-effective early warning. These systems can be deployed across multiple farms, and therefore there is the opportunity to aggregate those data and to understand both the efficacy of new interventions and the opportunity for using those, and to demonstrate the benefits and impact that those can have. Another example in the pig industry, this was importantly a project that involved both academic, commercial, and SME startup members in the project. And what we did was we took finishing pig pens, we put cameras over them, we put monitoring devices within them, and we also looked at the levels of volatile organic compounds within the air in those areas. We took those different data streams, put them into basically an AI engine, and we used those to demonstrate that we could reduce rapidly the time that took to demonstrate changes of behavior within those pens of pigs that could be indicative of an early warning, an early change in terms of health. Obviously, the important part of that is you must give a timely and efficacious signal back to the farm, and it must be something that they can therefore act upon. So the value depends on that actionability afterwards. Another study that we looked at, this used data from two sources, from devices attached to dogs' collars called whistles, and also from clinical record data. And we developed a data set with over 6,000 animals within it. We used the signals from these devices in order to detect changes of behavior, such as increased itching that were signs of pruritus. And then we looked to see how many of these animals actually turned up in the veterinary clinics and were presented for treatment. And we discovered that there were around 40% of dogs that did have an issue with pruritus that did not appear in the clinics. And so the next stage of this was to understand how we could use those devices to send an alert to owners in order that they would increase their attendance at clinics. And indeed, when that second phase was done, we did see an increase in the number of animals brought to clinics in order for treatment. So basically there we're using data, we're delivering impact, and we're also developing a large data set that enables us to make other inferences across this important area of clinical concern that can inform both vets and owners, but also inform industry in terms of medicines and usability and response. The final one I wanted to throw in is perhaps a bit of a curveball, as they say, and that's looking at social media listening. I mean, these data are incredibly messy, incredibly biased. You're kind of listening at the door of a noisy party to see what you can pick up from what people are saying inside of it. And you may say, well, in terms of quality, is there anything there that's worth looking at? What I would say is by doing this, we're looking at a potential source of information that we may not otherwise realize. A lot of the time we go out and ask questions, so we hear what we want people to tell us. Listening at the door enables us to hear what people are saying to each other. And so by doing this, by looking at large quantities of data and then distilling from within that a group that are actually useful, we can understand things about what owners perceive to be associated with this issue. So yes, of course, they're reporting the issues of licking and scratching, of alopecia and scabs, but the quality of life impact of that, and indeed the quality of life impact upon the owners themselves, what it is having a distressed cat in your household that's miserable and yowls all night, etc., these may not be picked up. And also, the owner's concern about there is a poor response to veterinary prescribed treatment, and consequently a lot of interest in the use of alternative therapies and medicines, and loads of grumbling about, well, my vet did this or my vet didn't do that. These aren't the kind of things you necessarily pick up elsewhere. So as a complementary source of data to understand that human perception, which drives the way that they associate with ourselves as clinicians and also in terms of the medicines that we use, this can be an important complement to other areas of data too. Despite the fact that we have all this bias and we have all this noise, and we very much need to use that human in the loop component in terms of interpretation. So if we think about this overall, we're talking about how we can get real world evidence from real world data. We're looking at all those different potential sources. We're thinking about how we can undertake this as a collaboration between academia and industry, understanding that once that technology has been adopted, it's both cost effective and dynamic, that its primary function is to deliver value to owners. And therefore, we have to understand that as the foundation for developing this information. But that subject to due diligence, it does have potential for wider applicability, particularly in that post-authorization area. And of course, standard data sets and the kind of work that Paul and colleagues are doing here will very much utilize that opportunity. So one area to think about this in terms of data sharing and open opportunity is this kind of pipeline moving along from research through development and into commercialization, and understanding how governance and the incentives for contributors to engage in this process varies as you go along this pathway. The idea that we've got open data which can be reusable once we looked at issues to do with attribution, it can very much accelerate innovation and support public good, needing this de-identification, curation and quality assessment. So very much we can see here that different actors can have a role in different parts of this pathway, from very much the blue sky area right the way down to once we're actually creating some data, not only how this can be used in current and existing commercial organizations, but also how this can respond into technology and spin-offs. Very much the opportunity for small companies, small new initiatives and innovative groups to have a chance and look into a space in an area in a way that may be difficult for a much larger organization to utilize. So we can think about how different groups can share roles and responsibilities across this kind of digital ecosystem that's being created. In the academic area, very much thinking about methodology, validation, do these devices do what they say they will do, exploring the area of ethics and thinking about the training, and very much training from the student level right up to postgraduate and into application and operational areas. In the area of industry, we're looking at the devices themselves, the opportunity to develop platforms, scalability and commercialization. And amongst our regulators, I suggest that the areas of standards guidance and the sufficiency of evidence for purpose become very important. So we have a shared responsibility, therefore, to align these incentives and to unlock population value. It's very much about being cross-disciplinary. It's very much about being interinstitutional. And I'm glad that Paul made this point about early career researchers earlier. It's very important to think about this as being intergenerational. I come from a time pre-fax machine. My kids are in a totally digital world, and we should be very much aware that we can learn across those generations, and we should not have some sort of rigid age-driven hierarchy imposed upon it. So one of the things to think about here, I think, is not only quality per se, but quality in terms of what is fit for purpose. Depending on the decision that we're trying to make, the relevance and the traceability and the bias management involved should be transparent, we should understand them, but we're not necessarily seeking perfection. Bearing in mind that these systems are changing so very rapidly, if we insist on having a gold standard across everything we look at, perhaps we're always going to be some period of time behind that curve. So we have to ask ourselves the question, is this data sufficient rather than is it excellent for the purpose that I wish to employ it for? And this may also have an issue in terms of the proportionality of the ethics. What level of consent, what level of privacy, what level of transparency are appropriate? And people, individuals, institutions may, if you like, vary rather than having an absolute value in terms of when they think these data can be shared. Absolutely, human in the loop is essential. As was Paul pointed out with Pavlov's famous dog conditioner, we need somebody to impose some common sense on what's derived from these often blind engines, particularly bearing in mind that the information they give us is often presented in a very, if you like, seductive way, and that it's inclined to encourage us to accept it rather than to have a healthy skepticism about looking at those outputs. At the end, we want pragmatic thresholds. We want something that's credible, explainable and actionable if we're all going to take advantage of these opportunities. So I think we're looking at building hybrid evidence. I think it's important we look at pre-specified outcomes in terms of linkages and bias control. And it's important that we find mechanisms to share these anonymized aggregates for public good. And one of the ways that we can do this, as is again being exemplified here in EMA, is to think about feasible pilots. Think about scale by template, thinking about proof of principle, because that way we can gain confidence, we can gain experience, and importantly, we can generate trust. So with that, I'd like to thank you. And as I say, the world changes rapidly. AI meant something quite different when I set out on my veterinary career, but it's very exciting to see that we're in a whole new world now. So thank you very much for your time and for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alistair. And I'd like to thank again all three speakers in this session actually for their very insightful and different viewpoints. We have time for questions, I think at least 10 minutes, possibly 15. So are there any questions in the room? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. It was most fascinating, and I don't know what I'm going to say as being the fifth panelist or of the day later on. But I have a question maybe for Paul Damien. You mentioned the data catalog that you're building at EMA. I don't know if, I mean, I'm sure you know that at EU level, they have identified a few data spaces for different sectors, amongst which there's one on health and one on agriculture. And as usual, I would say the veterinary sector is kind of in a limbo, or, you know, half foot in agriculture, half foot in health. And we're still reflecting at Animal Health Europe whether we should be calling for a data space specific to animal health and welfare. And I was wondering whether, as a maybe first set of data that we could call for to populate this maybe to be created data space, could stem from your data catalog that you're building in EMA. I don't know if I was clear in my question.
No, thank you very much for the question. I think it's very important to call out the difference between a data space and a data catalog. So data space is a federated platform for data exchange, analytics. It's a data space is a great deal larger in complexity and size than a data catalog. I think one of the inputs to a data space is data. And then if you work your way backwards, then a data catalog could be a benefit to populating a data space to find the data sources if necessary. But I'd see them as two separate, potentially linked, but definitely separate concepts. Our goal of building the data catalog is to build out that visibility. We heard some great presentations on the potential real-world data, maybe that might transition to real-world evidence. But the very first step of that is you have to start. It's maybe at the end of the project, we'll look back and say, oh, that was obvious, but until we do it, it isn't. So to circle back to your original question, these are totally different initiatives for different purposes. When it comes to the discussion about data spaces, I've not seen that happening in the veterinary side yet, but I think there's around 11 data spaces being put forward by the Commission at the moment, across transport, agriculture, and other topics.
Thank you very much. And just a little reminder for all the participants online, you can post your questions via the Slido link, and the QR code should be on your screen now as well. Any other questions in the room? No. Well, considering this is a stakeholder forum, I think I have one for Paul as well, which is, I mean, yes, we did the first big data strategy for veterinary. Then we are now moving it on to the next phase. But how are you incorporating stakeholder feedback in general into the ongoing strategy development and also execution afterwards?
I think it's a very good question. And I have to say that because you're my manager. But it's key. A strategy doesn't exist in isolation. A strategy is like a guiding North Star light on where we want to achieve. When we start off with a strategy, we know that we don't know everything, but we know a general direction, and it gives us a point of reference to refer back to. So for the point of stakeholder engagement, I'd say we have different groups of stakeholders. We have the regulatory network, we have internal EMA colleagues, industry, academia, professional bodies. We have to build that strategy in the context of the goals of the EMA. And so there's various opportunities. We consult through different fora at different levels in different populations. So I think this is a good example for the advertising, but maybe because of the size of the event, it's not so good for getting the low-level information that helps out in the strategy. To fill that gap, we have more focus groups, sort of smaller participation sides, to go over the ideas. And this is from whiteboarding, like what could we do, the art of the possible, and narrowing down that funnel into what should we do, and then a further requirement into the sequencing, the prioritization of what we should do. And one final point I'll call out is we don't follow once the strategy and the work plan's down, that isn't carved in marble. We'll not follow that and ignore new developments or new requirements or new sources of information. As I mentioned, when we start on the journey, that's the day we know least. We will learn as we go, and that feedback is actively incorporated into the development. Because of the change, that's one of the reasons why our strategy is principle-based. If we went into the detailed strategy level, I think we'd get into a circle where we're constantly updating the strategy and maybe not having less time to actually do things. Because we align with the principles of the strategy and then have our different artifacts at the objective and tactical delivery level, that gives us opportunity to consult and react, but still align on that North Star delivery.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have one question online. Let's start with that one. The question comes from Amandine, I think. The epidemiological data are spread across EU members on their own websites. Why don't we start harmonizing and sharing that critical data? The WAR data are underestimated as compared to these available data on the individual websites. Who wants it? Paul?
I can start. Yeah. Thank you for the question again. Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think conceptually, this is a situation that we see across every single domain, not just epidemiological data, but other data in other areas. Everyone has their own piece of the picture. And one of the reasons I see for that is projects are spun up at a low level to address, say, specific problems or issues, and they gather data, and that's sort of compartmentalized. But then that evolves over time and the data grows. But because that's happening in multiple different institutions and countries, we see that sort of bifurcation. So how do you address that? Why not start to harmonize it? I absolutely agree. But we shouldn't underestimate the time, resources, and energy needed to harmonize. There are multiple data standards out there. Personally, we have to align on what would be the most efficient standard. In my experience, if we have 4 data standards in existence, and then we get together to describe a universal data standard to replace that, we don't have a universal data standard. We now have 5 data standards. So it's working in that context of what we can achieve, understanding the current landscape and how we can actually harmonize. I think both Alistair and Raffaella made very good points about phasing and prioritization. We can't do everything at once. So let's look at priority items. And that's one way that we can definitely move forward in a complex and ambiguous space. I realize I've sort of answered my own question rather than this particular question, but I have to say that I totally agree with the concepts you're putting forward. We should start this journey. We know it will be challenging, but there is a lot of value in doing this harmonization.
Ivo?
Yeah, maybe before I start asking the question, first getting back to Roxanne, her question, and you refer to European health data space. There's more data spaces, obviously. If anywhere, you could also see the veterinary data connected to the agricultural data space, certainly for livestock management. And but there's no intent to do that. There's no funding for it, which is obviously a big issue, as was pointed out by speakers. Who's going to pay? Who's going to pick up the bill to do that? And that last question, interesting question, because epidemiological data are not necessarily connected to the use of veterinary medicinal products. It's a different competent authority dealing with that. It's the chief veterinary officers that are largely in charge of that. And the connection between the different member states is there because they see it as a threat. So there's a disconnect between different data sets by the way that we have a governance in place to control animal health in Europe. And it's specifically that disconnect that should be, I think, addressed, because if you're really talking big data, it's about connecting data sets that are, from a scientific point of view, really connected, where you could then come to conclusions on real efficacy of vaccination programs, the impact indeed on the reduction of antimicrobial use. The solution for it, obviously, I think you can see it in the veterinary regulation, based on the success of SVAC, collection of sales data of veterinary antimicrobials. it's now being embedded in a regulation whereby you do have an integrated approach with not only the collection of sales and in the future use data for veterinary antimicrobials, but also in the regulation a connection to the JIACRA report, which tries to integrate those data sets with data sets from ECDC and the European Food and Safety Authority, and potentially in the future of the Environmental Agency, in trying to connect the dots when it comes to communication in reservoirs for antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistance. And I think that's an important thing, and hope, Rosita, you will enlighten us on that in your presentation later today. How many time do we have for questions and answering those questions, Madam Chair?
Let's do one more.
One more. Well, I mean, thanks to all the speakers this morning, because I think they were very complimentary in their approaches. But I've got one question that particularly I would like to ask to Rafael and others there, because you both refer to it. And the question would be, what digital technologies are currently most impactful in generating real-world evidence for veterinary products? And what are the things you think will be most relevant in the future? So, and Rafael is very eager to always jump in, so give the floor to him first.
So the question is about what the digital technologies are relevant today. Today. Well, today I think we have to be less ambitious and look at the UPD and the information we can gather from the UPD. And therefore, I will say a step before generating pivotal evidence, but for competitive intelligence. For example, the information that we can gather from analyzing different labels or different authorization by competitors, and having everything in the UPD is probably the area that we are actually using today. In the future, if we look at the concept of real-world data, probably I believe that, well, you saw in the presentation, digital technology have been already used. So we could say that we should not look at the future. They have been used already. These collars, they were back in time. I'm not sure that at that time we were talking about real world data or big data, yet this was already used. I'm not sure that with all this discussion we are having now about data quality, the same approach will be acceptable as it was 5-7 years ago, because we have increased expectation. So to me, if we want to look at the most realistic use in the near future, we should not look at the digital technologies, is where big hopes are, but rather are things like using epidemiological data, external controls, or data from other clinical trials repurposed for a new trial, using them as external control. So to me, digital technologies is not the very first step, probably is the second step in terms of feasibility.
Thank you. Well, I very much agree with what Rafael has just said. I think there's another way to look at it, and that is to ask, what are the priorities for the potential users of these technologies? So I think we can take two separate circumstances. We can think in the livestock area, and we can ask the question in terms of assuring the productivity, health and welfare of any particular livestock enterprise, where are there opportunities for those digital innovations to be introduced to help the farmers achieve their goals? I certainly think that the areas of smart tags, of video monitoring, etc., offer huge potential there. And indeed, we can see that adoption is going on. It's still very much a minority. So we're looking at the cutting edge of adopters, but it's something that is definitely happening. So it's not about where do we, what's the technology? It's about what is the problem and how do people utilize that in order to address their issue. So in the companion animal space, again, the opportunity to use not just collar wearables, but things like smart drinking systems, smart cat flaps, etc., can again inform about the well-being of animals and the circumstances that owners, for example, the anxiety separation that's been spoken of, occur. So they'll be driven by delivering value to those primary users. The second part of that then becomes, how do you then deliver value at the aggregate level for other people? How do you get into those data spaces, and how do you fund the transfer in order to overcome those barriers? One area where we can see that kind of thing happening, certainly in a UK context, is where farmers have adopted electronic medicine recording. So that's something they have to do anyway by putting that onto a platform that was created, largely speaking, by lobby groups that supported parts of that industry. They've made their own lives easier by making that recording easier, and they provided a data set that can directly inform things like medicine use at least a national, if not beyond that level. So I think it's the driving of adoption by who does it deliver value for that will see how these things are created and where those sweet spots, where there's that opportunity to achieve virtuous circles delivering value for multiple stakeholders would occur.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think I'll bring this first session of this morning to an end. Oh, there's still a question. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry, I'll try to be fast. I know it should be the last one, but I'm very interested in this last discussion because I think it brings back to what we're discussing exactly at the European Parliament level and at the Commission level, because the European Commission is now revising the legislation on animal welfare on farm. And one of the things that they are betting hard is on indicators on animal welfare, which includes, of course, animal health. And they're also betting a lot on simplification and on digitalization to achieve this. And on the other hand, we always have this question about who pays for all these great things, right? And turning back to what Ivo was commenting on, who should pay for this data spaces and if the other data spaces should include animal health or not. We had the same question. Basically, the answer that we have is that no, they won't include it. Like why whether we are speaking about the data space on human health or the data space on agriculture, the answer that we have is really there is no data on animal health whatsoever, and there is no intention to put it there. But then this is really the question that we have, and we are trying to figure out in the European Parliament level, because we have this intergroup session on sustainable livestock. And the title is What Can Be Done to Reduce the Impacts of Animal Disease in Europe, and who should pay for it? So I would like to start the conversation here already, because this is in 2 weeks. But how do you think that we could make this case for financing of animal health through these data sets?
It's an excellent question. If I look around at my presenters and Ivo, maybe.
I think it's the $1 million question. I think the only way you can generate in the end funding for it is that we make it into an attractive case, that it adds value. Whether it's, I mean, people will look at economic value for sure, but also value for European citizens, and you can imagine different approaches there. I haven't seen that case being made in a very attractive way. So I think I'd like to invite people to say, okay, let's develop that case and see whether you can get indeed the support for that, the political support. I think is extremely important to get. Temporary funding, you will always be able to find. You know, DGRTD could be interested in temporary funding, the setting up of these databases. What you're really interested in is how are you going to achieve a sustainable result? And let's not idealize it, because when I look at the European health data space and the whole idea behind it, the conceptual idea is perfect, trying to make these data available to basically anyone that is willing to use it. But in order to get access to the data, you have to jump through a lot of hoops, and the data owners will have to guarantee that the data in the European health data space are sufficiently anonymized, are not containing any commercially confidential information. So that's where the cost goes, and that's where the burden goes. So the advantages are there. How are we going to manage? And I think, Alistair, you pointed it out as well. In how are you going to manage the actual data sharing where it makes a difference, and how are you going to spread out the burden of that over the actual users without having an impact on privacy issues, et cetera, et cetera. So it's complicated, but make a good case, show that there's value in there.
And I think Alistair wants to compliment.
Just a quick response. It's very much, as Eva, I think, was alluding to what you might call a wicked problem. Everybody's kind of there saying, well, surely there must be a way. And yet there isn't, because of the complexity of the issues surrounding it. But I think there's one voice and one value that we haven't mentioned, particularly in the livestock space, and that at the end of the day, what we're generating is food. And that value chain down to retail, and looking at the engagement of commercial actors in the retail chain too is quite important. If you look at the consumer end, what people are often looking for is the quality, the provenance and the safety of what they're putting on their plate. And those organizations that are responsible for putting it there are investing money into audit that often goes beyond regulatory requirement in order to deliver that evidence. So I think there is a question mark there. How can we utilize that opportunity as well, where there is value being accrued because of addressing some of these issues, including the sustainability one, that do not arise if you look at it purely through a regulatory lens, if you like. And certainly on the sustainability piece, which is, I would suggest, very much at the moment about social responsibility. Because if I'm an individual producer, and I was speaking to some producer associations internationally recently, they will say to you, well, sustainability, that's great, but don't ask me to take on costs in order to deliver a societal benefit for which I get no benefit at all. So we need to break some of those models and understand how we can get into that space too, in order to achieve what you're talking about, in order to achieve that widespread integration.
Thank you very much. I think that sums up the discussion quite nicely, actually, on that last question. Thank you very much for that. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We will restart with the second session here. I hope you enjoyed the little break. So session 2 is about AI and data in antimicrobial domain. The session dives a little bit into how AI and big data are being used to address one of the key strategic goals of the agency, and that is enabling responsible use of antimicrobials by tracking their use. So the presentations that follow are real examples of the possibilities offered by new technologies translated into action, which we always like. So we will begin with Professor Dr. Roswitha Merle, a veterinary epidemiologist from Freie Universität Berlin. Her research on antimicrobial use on animals and resistance in environmental sectors offers a view on how data-driven projects can support greater insights into this critical topic. So over to you, Roswitha.
Yeah, hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. And yes, I will continue a bit my 4 speakers, and will give you an example about real life data, how we use it, maybe the next slide. And yeah, I don't need to introduce the topic. We are talking about the regulation 2019-6. And Germany, of course, had the plan to be a bit ahead of the European Union and in reporting not only its data, but also data on the use of antimicrobials. And so far we didn't start, but the idea was to start earlier. Could you continue? Thank you. And therefore, we were asked to find out how we could collect data on antimicrobial use in dogs and cats and horses, to develop a concept and also an assessment strategy. And my institute, and together with the partners in the Institute of Pharmacology and Toxicology and the Institute of Microbiology and Epizootics, we were asked by the German Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Regional Identity to work on that topic. What I will show you is the results of a data set from a software company called DB-Vet. They gave us their real life data from all their practices that use this software. And I show you only a part of this data, the part from 2018 to 2023. From 133 practices, we selected those practices that had at least 100 consultations from dogs and cats in this time frame. And when I talk about a consultation in the following, I mean every contact, so every time a dog or a cat sees the doctor, no matter if the doctor comes to the vet or if the dog comes to the vet or if the vet visits the dog and maybe at home. And we had more than 700,000 consultations from 134,000 animals, but in total our data set had more than 4 million records, so that was really a bit of a challenge to deal with this huge data set. And 2/3 of the visits were from dogs and 1/3 around from cats. We published the results of this study at the beginning of this year in MDPI Antibiotics. If you want to look it up, you can follow the QR code here. And all the figures I will show you are also from this publication. 115,000 of these consultations resulted in an antibiotic treatment of the animals, and this was 16% of the overall data set, a bit less in dogs and a bit more in cats, which is quite natural because if a dog suffers, he will let you know or she will let you know. And if a cat suffers, it will not let you know. They don't show clinical signs. So the moment the cat owner realizes that the cat should see the vet, it is more severely ill than a dog, and therefore we more often need antibiotic treatment. One thing we wanted to find out if we can distinguish between follow-up visitations and new cases, and we made a rule. We said if the one visit is longer ago than 30 days after the first visit, we would define it as a new case, and visits that revisitations within 30 days we would define as a follow-up visit, but we could not know. And you can see that if antibiotic treatment has been in place, then the percentage of animals that have a follow-up visitation is higher than if no treatment was necessary. And you can see these typical peaks after 1 and 2 and 3 weeks, which is also a sign for a follow-up visit. But actually, this was not very sufficient for us. We would like to be able to distinguish better between these two events, and we would in future we will use artificial intelligence approaches, maybe that we can better distinguish between follow-up and new cases, for example, according to the medication or according to the diagnosis that are recorded, and we would also like to be able to recognize chronic diseases or long-term medication. So for our analysis, we didn't use artificial intelligence at all because the study was just 1 year too early to have good access to these large language model approaches. And so I will also always show you a bit what we did and what we maybe would like to do in the future. Just to give you a short overview about the results, for example, we looked up the substance groups that were used, and you can see, or you can maybe not see, that the most frequently used substance group is aminoglycosides. This is aminopenicillin, namely amoxicillin, because this is the first line treatment ever in Germany at the moment, and you can see that more than half of the treatments have used amoxicillins, and the percentage of the high priority critically important antimicrobials, cephalosporins, fluoroquinolones, macrolides, and polymyxins, they sum up to about 10% of the treatments. Actually, even the recording of the antimicrobial or the allocation of the antimicrobial was a challenge, because this is recorded as free text, and they use abbreviations and stuff like that. And so we were not able to identify the medicinal product. Could you go on? But for example, this is the list of all products that start with amox. And so very often the vets only record amox or amoxicillin, and then we could not know which of these products was used, but we could at least allocate the active substance. That was quite clear in this example. So for most of the cases, we could allocate the substance group or the substance, but not always the specific product. And if you look here, for example, we faced another problem. Synolox is a product where we have different types of products, but they have all the same name, Synolox. And this is in form of tablets, where maybe they dispensed one tablet or one package, and we could not differ between it. If they only record one, could also be like milliliters or bottles. And then we had a problem to know how much of the product has really been used. And one fun fact that we realized is that the treatment duration was not recorded in one of the data sets, because for the veterinarian, it's not important to know the treatment duration. They need to know the total amount of product they want to sell, because this makes up this needs to be in the invoice. And the treatment duration, so give the pills for 3 days or 5 days to inform the animal owner. They note it on the package or on the envelope directly, but they don't record it in the data set. And we were a bit surprised that we don't have this information. And so for us, that is really a lesson learned, that we needed to, we need to make the veterinarian select the medicinal product really from a list of all products available, and also make him record the treatment duration. Thank you. And the more problematic field was to find out the diagnosis in this software system. There are two fields, one called anamnesis and the other diagnosis, and in other software programs, they have different fields, but the diagnosis is always recorded as a free text. And as I said before, we did not use AI to allocate the free text somehow into a diagnosis. We used Python and account vectorizer, and we had a list with over 25,000 terms and abbreviations. And we went through the free text entries, and if we found some of these terms in our list, we allocated it to 1 out of 20 categories, and then we had a longer list of different categories, and we selected the most often mentioned categories as the indication of this record. Could you go on? I have some examples. For example, this one, the free text is ophthalmos on the right, purulent nasal discharge on the left, suspected retrobulbar process from the nose. And the keywords that were extracted are ophthalmos, nasal discharge, and nose. So we had 1 time the category ophthalmology and 2 times respiratory system. So this case was allocated to the respiratory system. And if we look at the free text, we would rather allocate it to ophthalmology, because this was obviously the origin of the problem. Next. And another example, you can see is that many different keywords might be extracted. So it was a fracture of the right femur, and the dog had also pulmonary contusion, HCM, which is an abbreviation for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, and anemia. So we have really many different diagnosis or suspected diagnosis, and the keywords, we had very different keywords and very many different categories, and only the term orthopedics was popped up 2 times, and therefore this animal was allocated to orthopedics, which might be right, but maybe not. And we also found misclassifications. For example, a damaged claw was classified as a respiratory disease, and dental scaling was also classified as oncology. And so we needed to be very careful. We found a lot of mistakes. We couldn't correct them to 700,000 entries. And what we also saw is that there's a large variation between practices. Some vets really, they record like 1 or 2 words. They write down, this is a basal tumor or whatever. And others, they really write long texts with a lot of side information, like the animal owner doesn't understand the word or stuff like that. And therefore, this is makes it much harder for any tool to allocate the diagnosis correctly. And I want to show you some results. So we could only allocate and diagnosis to 43% of the consultations. And then we had for sure like 10% wrong allocations. And even with these 43%, we had some rather generic groups such as diagnostics therapy. And this is the large column that you see is diagnostics therapy. So in the end, it was like more like 25 or 30% where we could allocate a diagnosis in really a proper diagnosis. You can skip that maybe. And so in future, we would like to, or we are preparing, or we have already started to use AI approaches because we want to have a better recording of the diagnosis. We want to use AI to better recognize and also classify the diagnosis from the free text. And we also want to have like several levels or layers, not only an indication category of respiratory disease. This is really not sufficient for me, for my research. I want to know it a bit more in detail. We are working on that. And what we are also working on is that we want to use voice recordings that are then transferred, where the content is transferred into the practice management software by use of AI tools. We want to have an automatic assignment of the context to the related fields so that we have really the treatment is in one column and the diagnosis is in the other and so on. And then this tool should also remind the vet if he or she has missed some information, for example, the treatment duration, that this tool reminds the vet, okay, you need to give the duration of treatment. And with this, we could assist the veterinarians to prepare the reporting of data to, for example, a national monitoring system, an antimicrobial monitoring system or whatever, because then the data are organized in the way that it's really easy to have automatic transfer. Yeah. Thank you very much. And happy to receive your questions later on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Merle, for this nice intro into this session. Our next speaker is online, is Ines Almeida, who is the head of the Veterinary Medicine Products Unit at the National Competent Authority in Portugal, and will present on interoperable big data systems for veterinary and antimicrobial data. Ines led the implementation of Portugal's national e-prescription system and brings a regulatory perspective on how to implement innovation. So over to you, please, Ines.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. And with this presentation, please just check that everything is okay. You can now see the presentation.
Yes, we can.
Yes, so thank you so much. So good morning again to everyone. Today I will be sharing the insights from our national platform for electronic prescription, that is the PEMV. and focusing on how interoperable big data from veterinarian prescriptions and antimicrobial use can empower all stakeholders, from prescribers to regulators, and ultimately the public health. So the electronic veterinary prescription platform was established in 2022 as a national digital infrastructure to collect, harmonize, and analyze veterinary prescription data. The platform enables big data analysis and interoperability with regulatory and other systems, providing a comprehensive overview of all medicines that are consumed in the national territory. Since its launch, the engagement with our electronic prescription system has grown steadily. Over the past 3 years, we have seen a significant increase in the number of electronic prescriptions, reflecting both that the platform's adoption and the growing trust from veterinarians and stakeholders across Portugal. In fact, while manual prescriptions are decreasing, electronic prescriptions are projected to reach 500,000 in 2025 alone. So this shift from manual to electronic prescription is not just a technical upgrade, it's also the transformation on how we ensure traceability, data quality, and timely access to information. The more comprehensive and up-to-date our data is, the more valuable insights we can generate for everyone in the chain. The system covers all administered and dispensed medicines, including manual prescriptions that are digitalized at point of sale. Prescribers complete data ensuring that national level visibility across species, production stages, indications, and regions. And this allows us to aggregate and to analyze medicinal products used in animals across multiple dimensions, as I will illustrate further in this presentation with 2024 data. So the electronic prescription is designed as a true one-stop shop for veterinarians. This means that in a single act of prescription, the platform can also capture other scenarios. For example, medicines that are dispensed by the veterinarian, administration of medicines that or directly by the veterinarian, and also the use of leftovers from medicines from previous treatments. So a key feature of this electronic prescription is that data collection from each type of prescription is clearly identified and categorized, and this level of detail is crucial for data integrity. For example, by distinguishing between antimicrobials prescribed from leftovers and those prescribed for sale or direct administration, we avoid double counting of the same packages. This means that if a medicine is prescribed from a leftover stock, it's not also counted as a new sale, preventing duplication of our consumption data. Here we have a list of all available prescription in the platform. As you can see, the platform accommodates both electronic and manual prescription and cover both companion animals and production animals. This also includes, for example, medicated feed prescription. Manual prescriptions are still supported for scenarios where digital entry is not possible, such as fields of work with remote areas, and this ensures that no treatment escapes in the data net, even if the connected environments are really in a worst-case scenario. Another important feature of the electronic prescription is how it manages the entire prescription workflow, from issuing to dispensing, ensuring both accuracy and traceability. For electronic prescriptions, the process is straightforward. Sales of medicines are registered directly from the portal, and this allows, for example, a phased supply, also just-in-time dispensing for chronic conditions, and it helps to promote prudent medicine use and also reduce unnecessary stock and waste. A critical step for this process is also the system availability or ability to validate each prescription. Before a medicine can be dispensed, the system checks whether the prescription is still valid, meaning it hasn't been expired or has already been dispensed. This validation step is essential for preventing errors and also ensuring that compliance with the regulations. Manual prescriptions are fully integrated in the system when a manual prescription is issued, and it is converted to electronic records at point of sale. So all relevant information is captured, the medicines prescribed, the quantity, the animal, the owner, the batch numbers of the veterinary medicinal products, and more. And this electronic records is sent back to the prescriber, who completes all remaining fields. So to summarize what has been seen so far, our electronic prescription design supports veterinarians and animal owners in meeting all the legal obligations for recording medicines, whether administered, dispensed, or even used in telemedicine scenarios. This ensures that every act of medicine is captured regardless of the context. The system is built around several core strengths. Veterinaries can easily duplicate prescriptions for recurring needs, for example, vaccinations, protocols. The system can automatically pre-populate withdrawal periods and standardized workflows, saving time and also reduce errors for users. And, for example, veterinaries can access all the information from SPCs of the veterinary medicinal products available in a structured way, so that the prescriber have never to leave the system to find the product that they need. This also includes an integration of the status of each prescription, whether it has already been sold, the date, and other details. And this is always available to and visible to the prescriber, enabling him to better monitoring and follow up the treatments. So this brings to us, why is this all important? A centralized and interoperable data space like electronic prescriptions empower everyone in the chain. So they have impacts in the clinical decisions improvements, stewardship, and also regulatory oversight is very strengthened. Regulators have access to real-time, high-quality data, enabling more effective surveillance, risk assessment, and policy making. For each prescription that is recorded in the system, we capture up to 40 structured data items, covering everything from animal species, indication, production stage, batch number, prescriber details, and more. Now, when we multiply this level of detail by the scale of our data over, for example, 1.2 million prescribed packages, or 17.1 million treated animals in case of food-producing animals in 2024, we can see how this electronic prescription can truly operate in the scale of big data. This structured, comprehensive data set enables advanced analytics, benchmarking, and also integration with other data systems. This same approach can also apply to companion animals. In 2024, we had more than 324,000 packages prescribed, more than 235,000 animals treated, each one with detail and ready for analysis. This combination of high quality and high data volume transforms the electronic prescription in the simple system for registration into a powerful big data platform. Let's now look how this data actually is used in practice, especially the first part from a perspective of veterinarians or animal owners for food-producing animals, and later on in this presentation, the data that regulators can use. With the electronic prescription, every prescription becomes a part of an accessible digital repository. This means that veterinarians can quickly review the full treatment history of any animal or farm right from the platform. This immediate access to historical records supports better day-to-day decisions. For example, a vet can check what treatments have already been tried, monitor withdrawal periods, spot recurring health issues or risk factors. For animal owners, it means also greater transparency and ability to demonstrate compliance with animal health and food safety requirements. For example, one of the most practical features for veterinarians is that they have to clearly classify the intent of use of each VMP at time of prescription. This is not only a regulatory formality, it's also a powerful tool for transparency and clinical accountability. Prescribers must specify if medicine is used under cascade mechanism, prophylactic or metaphylactic purposes, or for treating a specific condition. This means that for every prescription, the system captures not only what was prescribed, but also the clinical reason behind it. By extracting data from the electronic prescription, vets can build dashboards like this one, just to say that this is data from a dummy herd, and using business intelligence tools. This enables each veterinarian to create a comprehensive, customized view of their own herd's historical data, treatment patterns, and the medicines that they were used. With these tools, vets can monitor trends, support evidence-based decision, and improve herd health management in the way that is tailored to the specific needs. For this example, a vet can break down the number of treated animals not only by month and year, but also by production phase, such as piglets, sows, or finishing animals, and by specific treatments administered. The dashboard can also show the categorization of AMEG categorization of medicines use by type of treatment, or if it's metaphylactic or prophylactic use, and under the cascade. With this level of detail, the veterinarian can quickly identify patterns. In this dashboard, for example, we demonstrate how veterinarians can use this specific data for a specific production phase. Here we see the case of piglets, the number of animals treated, the AMEG categorization of the medicines that were used, and the type of treatments for each was used. This is especially useful to see at a glance the main health challenges that are being addressed in this herd. For example, in this case, enteritis or respiratory infections. And then they can put preventive strategies in place. They can also use these dashboards to see the specific veterinary medicinal product that is being used for treating a specific disease. From the regulatory point of view, the real power of this electronic prescription lies in the ability to aggregate and analyze data from a national scale. Regulators can move to base decision to a comprehensive real-world data. This slide shows, for example, by looking at the global patterns of antimicrobial use, we can immediately see the proportion of metaphylactic treatments, cascade prescription, and prophylactic use across the entire country. Stratificating data by production stage, we can encounter patterns of metaphylactic use predomination, while cascade, for example, is low, and this level of detail supports target intervention and more precise stewardship strategies at national level. For example, we can see the aggregate data also for disease clusters. And for example, in 2024, 77.5% of treated swine were managed for digestive and respiratory conditions. So this kind of clustering helps also regulators and policymakers to focus disease prevention programs and to refine biosecurity measures when they are needed the most. I'm now going to show you some of the dashboards that are currently being used from the regulatory point of view, and how we use to monitor antimicrobial use at national scale. Here, for example, it's possible to break down the number of treated animals by active substance, production phase, AMEC categorization, and this enables us to track which substances are most used, assess risk profiles, and also ensure alignment with stewardship goals. Regulators can also visualize the disease clusters and treatment patterns across the country by identifying which health challenges are most prevalent, for example, respiratory diseases, and how antimicrobials are being used, metaphylactic, prophylactic, or cascade, so policy makers can target intervention and refine disease prevention strategies. Here, for example, we have an example of what active substances are being used to treat digestive cluster diseases throughout the swine treatment. We can also use this information to analyze antimicrobial and disease patterns by region. With just a few clicks, authorities can compare the most common used active substances across different regions on the country. For example, here we see in the Alentejo, the disease patterns are different from the ones that we see in the central region here in Portugal. So our electronic prescription system has big capabilities that go far beyond tracking antimicrobial use also. For example, by integrating this prescription data across the entire animal health system, we can, for example, verify voluntary vaccination coverage, monitoring the uptake of voluntary vaccination programs. For example, we have the Blue Tongue. Support also risk analysis for the National Residue Control Plan. So using the prescription and the use data, we can inform and refine the risk-based sampling controls and measures. We can also manage veterinary medicine shortages, gain real-time visibility to see what medicines are being used and coordinate rapid responses to supply issues. And also enhance batch recall traceability, as batch are being the information of the batch are being recorded in through pharmacies. This data can also be used to support incentive programs. For example, animal owners who successfully reduce antimicrobial use in their herd while managing animal health, they can be identified and reward with target payments or support. And this creates a positive feedback loop, encouraging best practices and continuous improvement across the sector. So to conclude, our electronic prescription system strength lies in interoperability and advanced analytics. We have real-time data flows integrated with business intelligence tools and a powerful visualization and extraction capabilities. In practice, this means that the data from the e-prescription systems informs clinical protocols, supports regulators' compliance, guides targeted farm support programs, and streamlines with reporting. Prescribers gain access to detailed historical records, enabling more tailored antimicrobial strategies, for example. And ultimately, the electronic prescription ensures that the right information is available to the right people, whether for evidence-based treatment, oversight, or even cross-border collaboration. So in conclusion, our system illustrates how interoperable veterinary data ecosystems foster better clinical decision, more transparent supply chain, and a stronger public health outcome. This infrastructure transforms prescriptions records into actionable knowledge at the farms, at the veterinary sector, policy level, delivering value to everyone in the chain. And we truly believe that this kind of high-level aggregated information is essential to monitor the impact of regulation, identifying trends, and ensuring responsibility or responsible antimicrobial use while preserving clinical flexibility. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ines. Our last speaker then in this session is Benjamin Koppe, a senior computer science student at Cornell, who will share how large language models are being used to monitor antimicrobial use in dairy farming in the US. His work bridges AI research and One Health applications, offering a glimpse into the future and smart surveillance. So we're very happy to have you here, Benjamin. It's like 5 o'clock where you are, right? So well done. And thank you so much again for joining us. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm Ben Cope. I'm a student here at Cornell. And today I'm going to be talking about our work in harnessing large language models to improve antimicrobial use monitoring in dairy farming. So just for some background, given the topic, I'll spend very little time on this slide, but antimicrobials and antibiotics under that, their usage and their resistance in animals is very related to their usage and resistance in humans. And that's very important to us. And so we're very interested in better tracking, better measuring this data as they're used in animals. And so specifically in the dairy farm domain, this software audio was created by Dr. Catherine Cable, to sort of take in a bunch of a specific usage data around antimicrobials and produce a lot of very valuable insights and indicators that can be super easily looked at. But the software then produces the issue of where does it actually get that data? And so it goes through sort of a conversion process. And we start off with this raw data that is essentially downloaded directly from the farm. Most farms, especially at least in this area, all use this software called DairyComp. And they all use it very differently and use it all in their own specific way. But it does at least provide some general structure for us to take in. And then essentially by hand, they would go through every single row in this data, where each row represents a cow event or really just something happening to that cow, whether it be a foot trim, actual antibiotic administration, anything like that. They would go through, identify all of the rows that they actually care about, strike away, get rid of all of the ones that don't have to do with antibiotic administration. That would end up, of course, getting rid of a significant, and that would land us on this clean data here. And then from there, we need some additional information. We need to know what drug was actually used, how much of it was given, what are the units, how many days, everything like that, in order to derive our actual insights. So there's another step in which more context essentially is given to the clean data. And we essentially assign these drugs here and more data around it. And this step really needs expert knowledge. But essentially, we have this totally by hand process that requires two pretty large steps. And we have a lot of different challenges here. We have sparse input data. A lot of times the input data is just straight up missing what we need to clean it and bring it to the clean data, and especially to assign it this drug information in the final step. A lot of times you really need expert knowledge or at least field knowledge to understand these columns here and their meaning. As you can see from the remark column, for example, it might be a little small, but it's really just a bunch of random looking abbreviated letters combined. And so that can be a lot of times difficult to understand. And essentially, the bottom line on all this is you need to infer a lot of information. And for LLM applications, and that definitely makes it a difficult task. On the human side of things, a lot of manual effort is needed. And so we're going to have to keep that in mind as we look at what was done so far, which is we have 5 New York farms. All of them were cleaned by hand and sort of gone over manually. And we can see that they can differ pretty dramatically in size. So, for example, we have Farm 5, which is many times the amount of cow events, Farm 1, for example, but they all in general have about the same proportion of rows left off in their cleaned set of data, which you can see in yellow. So no matter the size of the input farm, we're striking down about a little, we're keeping a little less than half of the rows for every single farm. And so this is a good indicator that this process likely generalizes across the different farms. So looking at our problem here, we have these 2 steps here. We take our raw data, we first bring it to the clean data by striking out rows, determining which ones we care about keeping, and then we take it to the cleaned protocol data. This was all done by hand, and for our project, we really want to focus on applying LLMs to this process, seeing how much of it we can automate, take out the tedious and time-consuming nature of this task, and hopefully scale it to many new farms than just the 5 that were done by hand. And for now, we're really focusing on this first step of the process, and that's why I sort of have it boxed here, because first of all, this is probably the most tedious part, even though it requires less of a leap for all of that drug information. Like the next step, it requires going through every single row, essentially, in that raw starter data. And secondly, because this next step is very difficult with that drug data, focusing on this first step is a lot easier for our LLM. And it's important here to always prioritize usability for our non-computer science veterinary researchers here, and that will become very important in a future step. So from this problem here, we want to do our best to build up an agentic pipeline where we can best utilize an LLM. And so it's important to look at kind of our process here. And we know that we have our past raw data, and that's all of the input, unmodified input data for those 5 farms. We have the result of that hand cleaning process. So we have this past clean data, and we have the cleaning rules. At this point, it's essentially kind of abstract and kept in our head. Is really the rules followed when this process was done by hand. But we do have those, and we can do our best to articulate them and kind of turn that into a prompt or a task description. And I'll show an example of that in a second. But that's really all we need. We don't even need our raw or clean data for the very first step of the pipeline. which is to generate code. So we can essentially take our description of the problem and pass it to a large language model and ask it to generate code that might solve this task. And very importantly, this step doesn't actually need the raw or the clean data. And that'll be really helpful in a second, because now we want to take these code generations, each of these generated Python scripts, we want to make sure that they actually work. And so this does take the data as an input. It takes the code as well, of course. So we take the generated code, we pass the raw data through, and we see how well it matches up with essentially our answer key here, or our past clean data, which we call that the ground truth. So we can take all of that and essentially do an evaluation step where we take all of our generated Python code and we can see which of that code actually performs well. We can compare them to one another, and we can save just the best generations into a cleaning code library here, where we sort of hold on to all of our most performant code. And we can take the best performing code, we can take a combination of multiple if we'd like, whatever we want from this library. But either way, we can finally start passing in new raw data. And it can just go through this new code that's been stored in the library, and that'll produce us brand new clean data from new farms. And ideally, the goal with a pipeline like this is it generalizes well, and this new data is ends up being very similar to our old farm data. And in the best case, we'd be able to just plug it right back into our clean data and add this to our original data, and hopefully use that to evaluate future, potentially better generations. And so if we can do something like that, it becomes sort of like a feedback loop, and very cyclic. And there are, of course, other ways to bring in feedback like that and make it more of a loop that I'll talk about in a second. So our first hurdle with a structure like this is confidential data. And actually, all of this data coming from farms is confidential and can't be sent up to a mainstream AI provider like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Claude, anything like that. Our solution here is to utilize open source models where we can host it ourselves. The focus here for our work so far has been Meta's Llama 3.3 70 billion, because that's just able to fit onto one GPU. But it still has the issue that we can't utilize a cloud provider. It'd be very convenient to just use something like AWS or Google's cloud platform and utilize some of their GPU resources, but we don't actually have the guarantee that confidential data is being protected, even though it's a lot less likely than sending it directly to something like ChatGPT. So we looked in this software called Ollama, where we can just go onto any computer, whether it's very crappy desktop or a very powerful server, and run Ollama on it and super easily switch over where our self-hosted model is running. And this is where our design of the code generation step, not taking in data, becomes very useful, because we can essentially split up where what steps use which LLMs, and utilize one of those massive, very performant cloud LLMs for the code generation step. And then once that step generates code that itself utilizes an LLM, those LLM utilizations can be sent over to Ollama because they involve the actual data as an input. And so this allows us to protect confidentiality while still using a model strong enough for a task like this to generate performant code. Now we have another hurdle, which is usability, because when we have a pipeline like this, we have a lot of different moving parts. We have to orchestrate multiple LLMs, and we have many different files that we're generating and have to associate with evaluation data, everything like that. And we have to remember here that not only do we want it to be used by veterinary researchers, but in the ideal case, you could just arrive at a farm and use this pipeline for your data cleaning process and just have your output right there. So our solution to this was to extend our pipeline into a web interface and benefit of the Python ecosystem. With this package Streamlit, we could build up something with just simple buttons, simple drag and drops. As you can kind of see in the screenshot here, if you were on a farm, you would just open this page up, drop your file in, and it would be able to do all of the LLM usage, orchestrate all of the different codes, do everything from a remote server. And this makes it just a lot more intuitive and practical. And I'll be bringing in some more screenshots from the website form of this pipeline as I go. So on the next slide, you can kind of see the flow here where you can use the website to generate your code. You can drop in just like on the right here where you have your file drop for the farm. For your code generation, you can drop in your both your raw and your clean files. You can sort of watch the LLM spit out valid code on the bottom, and then it'll automatically test it and store it if it performs well. And that automatic testing and storing will end up being pretty useful in a second as well. And then you can take that code and you can super easily run it on a new farm once you arrive by just opening this URL. So now to make this pipeline actually work, we need a couple more inputs. We need an actual prompt, that task description I was talking about earlier, and we need the actual LLM and the code it's writing. So as you can see on the right here, we pretty much just have a big comment that outlines the problem. It says you are a Python developer, you're building your own AI-powered data cleaning code. We give it a couple examples here, as you can see in the middle. In this case, they're pretty much just chosen randomly, but future work could be looking into automating the choice of these specific examples. And then we essentially give the LLM a stub file of code here that it builds off of, where it understands really well its input and expected outputs. And as a case study here, we can look into the generated code and really see how this LLM is working and what it's doing. And we can see in just one example generation here that just like a coder, a computer science student might have approached this problem, it's writing pre-processing code to make sure it fully expects everything, all of the details of the input and what the input looks like. We can see it wrote its own prompt for an LLM where it instructs the LLM all sorts of things like you are an expert in veterinary medicine and pharmacology. It writes out its own task. It's even utilizing the examples that we gave it earlier. And then it finally does its own post-processing. It filters out the data based on the LLM results that it queries. It does all of the post-processing to turn the data into what we expect for the output, and it gives it back to us. And so we can see that this is we could observe from running this code that it's a performant generation, performs its task well, and it gives us the proper output. And we can see generally from doing generations like that last slide many times, relatively good performance. We can also see, a lot of variation in the best generations versus the worst, and in how well they do. But that just emphasizes really the unpredictability of LLMs, of AI output, the importance of testing it first, of running that eval step, and of doing many different generations and really giving it a chance to perform well at the task. So in our preliminary results that were run here by Singyu, we can see in the top 3 generations very good outputs that also ran very quickly and didn't really get hung up with the LLM. And then in bottom results, we could see scripts that were poorly written, didn't work very well, took very long to run, and also produced poor output. So that's really important of this eval step. And we can see in the web UI website implementation that slightly change how we generate the code if we always generate in small groups of candidates. So for example, the default here is set to 3, and then just test those against each other when we generate the files and only save the best generations. That does a great job of simply eliminating those long-running, very poor performing codes and making it such that we're left with only good generations that we're interested in storing. And just doing a small change like that to our generation phase, which happens before you arrive at the farm, gives us a much better set of codes to run. And you can see an example here of 2 different attempts being stricken out compared to the first attempt at a generation. And this will keep going until it has 3 candidates. So for some conclusions here, we can see from this whole setup and orchestration that LLM-based pipelines can be very successful at standardizing farm treatment data. We have already seen it saving significant human effort and producing results that are nevertheless very similar to the result of a very manual and very slow process. We can see that this performance could be achieved without cloud-based LLMs, without exposing our confidential data, and it could even be extended into an actually usable web interface because it really doesn't matter how good our pipeline is if it can't actually be used by our researchers, of course. And you can see here just an example output where we were super easily able to extend this UI in the way we wanted to and start coloring rows red and green to indicate to our researchers what was kept and what was stricken from the final data. And for some next steps, there's a lot more we could do here. We could start having agents write the prompt. We can start looking into a lot more opportunities for feedback, such as making the agent aware of past failed generations, or maybe the best performing past generations from that library. And the best part about this whole setup is we can keep trying out things like this, iterating without making any changes to the website, without requiring the veterinary researchers to wait on development to learn any new tool. And we can already start looking into deploying that simple website as we keep working on improving this pipeline. And of course, we're super interested in scaling to new farms. So thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. So we are moving into Q&A. Any questions in the room? We have a couple on Slido, but...
There's a question. I have one.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. I was wondering about the Portuguese electronic vet prescription system. Is it created through a European funded project? And if I was wondering if there are other similar systems for other European countries, and if yes, are they planning to connect this system with each other to have a global vision of European vet prescription?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your question. So no, the system was not created by a European fund. It was, we started to envision the system in 2019 when the regulation 2019/6 was published. So it's under national funds to create this prescription, but based already in the regulatory requirements that were published in the regulation. We from what we know that there are other countries already. I think from the last survey that we have in the groups that we are in, we have about 6 or 7 countries already with electronic prescription. But I believe that this whole way to see the prescription, from not only the prescription but also administered medication from vets, use of leftovers, and then the validation of the prescription at point of sale, I don't know if there are other systems in place like the one that I have shown you. We have been talking with other colleagues in order to see if there is an EU fund in order to establish such a system throughout the European countries.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
So I do have a question also for Ines Almeida. I was wondering, are the current veterinary education and CPD sufficient enough to support for veterinary to support informed prescribing under the EU prescription? I was wondering if there were a gap in regulatory literacy in the current curriculum, because there is an expectation in that system that they will be making assumption on the use, cascade use, and so that was my question.
I don't know. Thank you for your question. I don't know if I have understand correctly, but we have also been working with universities in order to give the information on how to prescribe and how to be in line with the regulation 2019/6. So the use under the cascade, so use out of the authorization. And so it has a lot of effort has been done on that here in Portugal. We have a lot of webinars also to veterinarian students and also to prescribers in order to allow and to align the clinics. We know that there have been some struggles, namely on the companion animal clinics, but this is so the regulation is in place, so they have to fulfill. This data is also used to make our risk analysis in order to go and check the way that veterinarians are prescribing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have a couple of questions. And yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Roxanne Feller again from Animal Health Europe. I would have also a question to Benjamin. I am clearly a layperson, Benjamin, so excuse my question if it seems very basic to you. But I'm just looking at so the objective of your project is to improve antimicrobial use monitoring. But at the same time, we know that the use normally of antimicrobials, like any other veterinary medicine, is prescribed by a vet and based on the SPC of the medication. So what data are you putting in there? If somebody's overprescribing, then you see a problem, because at the end of the day, normally if you respect the use and the modalities of use of a vet med, normally you respect the withdrawal periods and the residues in milk that could have an impact are not on human health, are not there anymore, because the risk is so low that there is less transmission of antimicrobial resistant bacteria. So just concretely, I'm a farmer. What does this bring to me to make my life better or easier and making sure I'm doing the right thing? Thank you.
Yeah, so I definitely as a computer science student was more on just the side of like seeing the input data and their process by hand. And this is more of a question around the like audio software and everything that I'm really looking at improving the process of generating input for. But as far as my understanding goes, I think they're looking at like pretty much more overall tracking of antimicrobials for like the entire farm as a whole, and trying to like look at more general trends than maybe what can be tracked easily as a veterinarian. And I think that's why they're looking at, for example, taking in so many farms as input and kind of aggregating, I believe, over the insights of multiple of them. I think a big general goal here is to just take the antibiotics that were already administered. So all of the past data in these events that have already been recorded into DairyComp data, and sort of looking through all of that in aggregate for overall insights and knowledge about their administration as a whole.
Thank you.
And then just to add to Ben's answer, the Cornell University website, artificial intelligence section, has very good information on their use cases. I'll send around the link.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. We are running a little bit out of time, but we are going to try and address the questions that have been posed in Slido. And I suppose we're going by the highlights. So the next one is for Professor Dr. Melle, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Of course, this would be possible. And this is also stuff that we are discussing about implementing. But actually, practitioners don't like so much being told about what they could do better or not do better, and they prefer to take their own decisions. So we must be very careful in bringing in such advices in order to not reduce the compliance of the system. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, then we had an interesting question on global product dictionary or use of VETRA terms globally, so that we could use that and in a way also to advocate for data consistency and quality and better comparability between geographical regions. And I think it's definitely an interesting point. Ivo, do you want to maybe respond to that? Thank you.
No, I don't want to, but I have to, I'm afraid. I think already VETRA terms are being adopted by in VICH guidance documents. So for me, that element of trying to make it applicable to different regions is already in there. So unless I misunderstand the question completely, I think it's already been done. The VETRA terms are developed under the ownership of the CVMP, and I think that's maybe what's being referred to. But obviously, there can be little excuse about whether they're not regionally applicable in other regions. Over.
Thank you very much. So we're going back to Ben, actually. So please take it away.
Yeah, I can sort of answer this question. So this far we have only really used it for cows. That's been our focus in all of the evaluation that we've run so far. But definitely as computer scientists, we're super interested in generalizing not only across animal species, but really just across all sorts of data standardization problems in general. And so we'd be super interested in testing this sort of thing out. The fact that it doesn't really need any input data, just a problem description to perform as well as we've seen it does, is a good indicator. I would say that it would perform really well on species other than cows. And yeah, if we had access to data like that, we'd be super interested in just trying it out. We based this pipeline off of a very similar one that worked out for a different domain, video, as well. So the hope is it works for a lot of different standardized data.
Thank you very much. And I think we're staying with you with the next question as well.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, and this has definitely been my biggest focus lately. Now that we have good results, actually packaging it into something that is usable. I haven't had too much feedback yet. We're just entering like the stages of really getting it deployed and used. But one big thing is that it matches the structure of audio really well, because audio is also hosted as a website, and really just the fact that LLMs and AIs are in the Python ecosystem is super helpful for this sort of thing, because we can use libraries like the ones that I used and super easily apply it. I think it really wouldn't take too many changes to kind of do what I was talking about with the website, like with our general goal for the pipeline, and extend it to similar data standardization problems without many changes.
Okay, and very popular today. Another question for you, so please just keep going.
Sure, yeah. So for commercial tools for ChatGPT and Gemini, we never actually send the data sets to those tools to maintain confidentiality, sorry. And the farthest we ever go is cutting it down massively just for those examples where we provide just a very minimal description. We cut down just a couple of the rows to just a couple of the columns as well, just to give a general idea. And we list off the columns that are going to appear in the final structured data. But that's actually as much as we need to show to these external large models for very performant code generations.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we're going back to Ines, please.
Thank you. Just taking us time to read the question. So if the MP sales are from drugs, no, okay. Thank you so much for the question. So they capture all the medicines that are prescribed and dispensed. Even, for example, in Portugal, wholesale distributors can sell directly to farms vaccines. And even this type of it's not a prescription because it's not for retail, but this type of dispensing is also covered by the electronic system. So yes, and then we have another, okay.
Yes, the next one's also for you, but I think it's more of a statement, so we can move on to the next question.
Yes, just a small notice that also this information is also being used in some groups in order to see what is the theoretical gaps that exists in the country, and also to share with the industry. And the other question is if this accessible to other veterinarians within the EU, in the EU. No, so it's not. It's only available in Portugal yet, but the system is scalable to also to be used in other countries if wanted.
Okay, and another one for you.
Yeah, no problem. So it was outsourced. So we had the electronic prescription was in. It was the project that was thought by the competent authority, and it was outsourced to an IT company. But there are basic requirements for these outsources activities, like open sourced development, and so it was done by another company, but it's the DGAV, so the competent authority owns the system. And the main obstacles in the beginning in 2022 was the problem that was we changed from a purely manual or very manual system that was only capturing 3 or 4 items to a very strict and a very electronic system, purely electronic system with more than 40 items to be placed and to be records. What we tried is to minimize at most the bureaucracy beyond that. So we have been developing the system and also listening to prescribers through surveys in order to develop more the system to their needs. Okay.
Thank you very much. We have now officially run out of time, so I won't be taking any more questions. I would like to thank all the 3 speakers in this session as well. Thank you so very much for joining us and sharing your insights into this very, very interesting topic. And I think we got 3 very interesting perspectives. We are now breaking for lunch, and we'll see you in the afternoon.
Welcome, everyone. We're going to start session 3, so if you could all take your places. I'm definitely energized and invigorated after a wonderful morning of really interesting talks, and this continues. So very happy to take over as session host for session 3, where we're now going to start looking at the AI topic in detail. And I'm absolutely delighted to have 2 experts speaking. Dr. Ruth Gross, DVM, she's the AI director at Fibro Animal Health. I understand, Ruth, this is a brand new position that didn't exist even last year.
Yeah.
Exactly. And she's responsible for enterprise AI strategy and innovation. Her career spans global pharma, academic, and biotech innovation, and the application of AI to drug discovery and organizational transformation, all topics that are really core and central of interest to this group. So I'd like to hand over to Ruth for her presentation.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Imer for facilitating this very important day, very important meeting. I want to thank Animal Health Europe for giving me the opportunity to share some of my thoughts and ramblings. And I want to thank everyone here in the room and online for participating in this very important conversation, as I believe. My name is Ruth, and don't worry, I will tell you a little bit more about myself. So this is me. Many, many years ago, those of you that can see the date on the photo, I know, shocking, I haven't changed at all. But this is very deep into my last clinical year of veterinary school. When this picture was taken, obviously, I could not have imagined I would be an AI director or an AI anything. I don't think I even knew what AI was at that time. And to the side of me is a picture of the Miss Hassabis and John Jumper. To those of you who are not familiar, they were the Nobel Chemistry Prize laureates from 2024, last year. And they are also executives, the Miss Hassabis being the CEO and founder of a company called DeepMind, a company owned by Google, an AI company, and they were recognized for an AI model, AlphaFold, which predicts 3D structure of proteins. And I think that this global recognition is a real showcase how far AI has come, and a real recognition that this technology can bring about breakthrough science. It's the first time that happened when it shifted from academic corridors and biotech companies that are more classic to an AI company. So the shift that happened on a macro level in the world from science to tech is a little bit of the shift that I have done, not taking any credit, but it resonates with me. So this was my journey. And I started off in very much a clinical, medical, scientific roles. First of all, obviously, as a clinical veterinarian. And then I moved to pharma, to human health for many years in medical roles. And then even when I left global pharma and moved to more marketing and business development roles, they were always very much ingrained and grounded in science. That was my passion. Until my most recent role before I came onto Phibro, which was for a company that did AI platforms for drug discovery. Now, I always used AI for personal use. I'm very much an early adopter of technology, but it was during that role that I learned the language, what's happening under the hood, and when I got really passionate about it. And I decided that moving forward, any role that I would take would be tech-oriented. I did not think it would be in the title. And I will say that I always dreamt big, but with practicing of AI, I was able to dream much bigger. So the amount of reskilling that I needed to do from role to role was always substantial. But the most recent roles, I've integrated AI into my onboarding, into the process, into my performance. And I can 100% say I could not have achieved that path without getting support from AI platforms. So what does an AI director do? I get that, asked that a lot. And it's actually a really good question because as Paul mentioned, this is a new role to the company, but it's also a new role to the world, and it's a new role for me. And I think that we're all writing the playbook a little bit. I will say that telling people that I'm an AI director is really cool. It always sparks a conversation. There's a lot of feelings involved, right? There's always like either excitement or, positive feelings or negative feelings, but it's a great conversation starter. But yeah, it was the first few days having those introductions in the hallways were quite exciting and quite confusing. And part of the reason is because the term AI is used in a way that we call AI washing. It's sometimes misused, a lot of times misunderstood. And there's a lot of reasons for it. But part of the reason is that what AI was, and I don't mean artificial insemination, is not what it is today, and it's not what it's going to be in the future. Now, AI was actually coined back in 1955. So this is a very old terminology. But I cut a few years here in the image, and you can imagine this image like, AI hiking up the hill. So if it started in more like rule-based platforms, so when AI first beat, the world chess champion, it was a rule-based AI. So give it respect. It was very complex, but the AI that we're discussing today usually is more machine learning. It's data-driven, deep learning, generative AI. It plays a little bit of a different game. And the higher it goes up the mountain, the more I think it challenges a little bit of the core human values that we believe in. So it is currently creative. It can show some empathy. It's not really creative and it's not really empathy, but it's kind of a simulation of it. And we have set our objective as humans. The big companies have set their objectives to reach AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. And that's where AI will be as good as, if not better than us, at every single domain. Now, what's going to happen then? Maybe all our problems will be solved, and maybe it will think that we're the problem. So I think we need to be very cautious at what we dream about, and do it in a safe way, because we do tend, as humanity, to reach the goals that we set to ourselves. But that's it for me for Doomsday slide. I am an optimist, and humans have been through a lot of tech evolutions in the past, and we've always thrived on them at the end. And I don't think this evolution is going to be any different. I put the AI revolution here at 2022 because that's when ChatGPT was launched, the first LLM chat. And I think that was the first time that AI moved as a term from academia and high-tech companies into the hands of the people. And we could say, so this is AI. And I think that's kind of what got the ball rolling and the big investments that we see that are happening today. But I want to take it to the present and maybe just for a minute address the elephant in the room. This is a conversation that I've been having a lot lately. Will AI take our jobs? So I'm the director of AI, so it's not mine. But I will say that I truly believe, and when you research deep into it, the situation is not as severe as the headlines will let us believe. The actual percentage is much smaller. There are some roles that can be fully automated. They usually require very little human intelligence. And we do need to take into consideration that some sectors are more at risk. For example, coders or content writers, and maybe juniors, because there is upskilling with AI that's happening to the more senior positions. But when I talk about it, I always say we need to do what we're passionate about, what we're good at, and just be agile, because a lot of new jobs are also being created and our current roles are being changed. So we need more agile thinking and less actual planning. What should my kids study in college, for instance? So how is it really happening in my eyes, and what's like the most impact that we see within our current roles? So first of all, I hope you appreciate the Superman analogy. It's mine, but you can use it. So it can change the way your role in three ways. And on one side, we have Clark Kent holding Wally's hand. So I like calling it taking the robot out of you. So taking those mundane tasks, repetitive tasks, and automating them. Now, I will say that from my experience, though this is sometimes the first thing that you think of, it's not as simple as it sounds. Those platforms require a lot of validations and a lot of human oversight, and it doesn't happen as often as you would think it is, but it is an important pillar that will get better as we move forward, as the technology matures more. The second pillar is Superman. So it's doing everything that we already do, but better. Okay, so for me, for instance, I write every single email with AI, and it sounds like me. It's styled like me. It's not a perfect version of an email. And anyone that wants to know how to do this, just catch me during the break and I'll explain it to you. But it saves me incredible amount of time. So I could have written that email myself, but I do it better with AI. And when we look at the market, we could see it in a lot of elements that are more language-based. So things like market analysis and dossier writing, those can be used, augmented with AI capabilities. And then the third pillar, which is my favorite, of course, is amplifying. So that's Brainiac. So that's giving us the capability to do things as individuals, as well as in humanity, that we couldn't have done without AI. So just as an example, I'm not a creative person, but AI kind of democratized creativity. And I can now produce creative elements without assistance of someone that has a good eye, as they say. As humanity, we can see it, for instance, in drug discovery. So we can today create completely new molecules that are outside the chemical world that we've known before, that we couldn't have done before using AI platforms. And every role and everything that we do is a combination of those three elements. Everyone should balance it different according to the objective that they need to reach. Okay. Now, if you've noticed in the previous slide, all were humanoid. So this is something that I strongly believe in. Having a human in the loop when you use AI is for safety, of course, for a lot of reasons, which I'll touch on also later on. Obviously, when we work in such a highly regulated industry like animal health, we need human critique, human oversight in all the AI output. Because like I said, this is data-driven AI mostly and not rule-based, and it can make mistakes. But I think that human in the loop approach is also very positive for two reasons. One, we make the AI better. We give it a positive feedback loop when we use it correctly. And two, the outcome is actually better when we work together than if the AI gets an objective and does the whole way by itself. So I want to pause here for 1 minute and remember this image in mind. And I want to give you a very small example of how that works in my everyday life. So a pause for a prompt. So what did I do in the image that you saw in the last slide is a great example of a personal use of human in the loop interaction with AI. So I found that AI does a much better job when I take it through my thought process and not just go all the way to the end. So I wanted an image for the slide. So first of all, I brainstormed with the AI on ideas. What could this image portray? That was amplifying of my capabilities. I then took the idea that I like the best, put it back into the prompt and asked it to write a prompt. So I know we need to learn how to write correct prompts, but a lot of times the platform can write it for you. So I asked it to write a prompt to describe the image. Then I took that, put it back into the image creation platform and asked it to create the image that I wanted. And that way I could both see that it's not going the wrong direction. If I just asked it to create an image for the slide, I would have looked at it and I would have been like, that's not what I wanted. And I could make sure it's going the right direction and I got a better output at the end. And I have to say that this kind of approach makes the output better also on much more complex projects. This is just a very small example about how to do it in something very small. Back on track. Okay, so if you see in the image here, a few months ago, MIT published a research paper about how 95% of all Gen AI initiatives fail in the industry, fail to reach ROI. Now, as you can imagine, that made a lot of buzz, a lot of noise. And there's a lot to learn from what they've done. There's also critique on the way the study was built, but I'm not going to deep dive into it. I do think we can learn a lot from the 5% that did succeed. So there were 3 elements in the 5% that succeeded. One, it was very narrow business cases with very clear objectives. 2, the AI teams were in very close communication with the end users. And number 3, data, of course, was consolidated, cleaned, and organized before the deployment of the platform. So that's something to be learned from. However, I will say that personal use of AI, for sure, in incremental value, brings a lot of efficiency to the companies. And this is actually a very accessible technology. So even the free models are very powerful. And I think that most of the big companies now give access to premium models that are also safe to be used within the work environment. So maybe unlike previous revolutions, we don't need here something very expensive that's out of our reach, but every one of us can benefit from this new technology. So why don't we? Paul, this is for you because I saw that you like quotes. I got it. So, so it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. This is not actually Charles Darwin. It reflects Charles Darwin's teachings. But if you want something more current and maybe more direct, Jack Welch said, change before you have to. And what do I have to say about it? So it's also right up there. Using Copilot, with the assistance of Copilot. With AI, change is no longer a challenge, it's a choice. So I don't know about challenge because it's hard for us to change. And I am very empathetic to the challenge that starting to use AI is to people. I see it. But I do think it's a choice. And being a choice, it's a privilege that we should all engage in. To be very assertive. Okay. And that's really interesting, following the previous slide. So who are the big users? And I have to say that I have visibility to this information in my company. So I can see the top AI adopters. And you'd be surprised that it's not a specific profile or not the profile that you would have thought of. So it's not just the younger generation or the most tech-oriented roles, it's not a specific gender or department, but the top leaderboard is actually very heterogeneous. And when I talk to those people, because I think I can learn a lot about them, how they made that shift, I think it's a lot more about agility of the mind and adoption. And I think we can learn a lot about it. Now, that's not to say that if I took a much bigger numbers, we won't see a trend for a more specific profile. But from what I've seen, it is a possibility, even if you don't come from what you would think would be a profile to make it easier for you. And that's something that we should keep in mind. So how do I try to get people there? By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but every single image is AI generated, except the first one of the photos. So that's an AI generated image of me. So I uploaded the profile picture and I generated this image. I put it down because the first days in the role, I seriously felt like the company psychologist. Like every room I walked into, I just heard about challenges and problems, either in the business where AI can magically make them disappear, or with AI. So, and I thought, and I've learned in all those conversations to kind of pause the people for a second and have them talk about what they do. Because I think that getting real impact, we have to meet in the middle. The AI, more experts and the business experts. And every role in the company is very different. So I need to learn more about what they do. And they need to learn more about AI, what it can and cannot do, so that we make more impactful solutions for the business. Okay, there are still a lot of challenges. And as the technology evolves and matures, there will be new challenges. So the technology is moving very fast. From regulatory aspects, we have to be very much attuned to the fact that what the technology is today is not necessarily what will be in the future. But there are some challenges that keep repeating themselves, and we have to kind of study and deep dive into. So first of all, data is something that's very heavily discussed. This is not an AI challenge, but the fact that AI has come into the world really shined the line on the scattered and unconsolidated data that exists in the world. But a lot of issues around accountability. We discussed this before. Who is in charge of the output? Who can I sue when something goes wrong? But you know how they say also garbage in, garbage out, bias in, bias out. So for instance, if I use an AI model to recruit someone, if I don't take care of the bias, I would get for some roles more males and not female. So we need to correct the bias in the data if we don't want the output to reflect it. And of course, that's also relevant for things like clinical studies or things like that. And validation. I mean, the models shift, the world changes, and we need to make sure that we keep validating. And last but not least, hallucinations. When AI makes mistakes with a lot of confidence. And it's funny that I said on this slide, because if you look, there is a hallucination in this image. I don't know if you've noticed it, but one of the people has 3 hands. So that's a type of hallucination. It's not on purpose. So that's an error they made, because obviously there's no people with 3 hands. And that's one type of hallucination that you can find. So there is general key rules and fields that can help us with those challenges. Obviously, governance, you will hear more about it in the next lecture from Petra. But training, of course, literacy, culture is something that is really important. And I think that even if we talk about not just personal use, but projects will have a much better outcome if deployed with a team of people that are using AI for their personal use. Open communication, I think, is critical at every intersection. having experts on both sides, like myself, but as well as having experts from the business and from the technology talking together, because that's the only way I think that we can really understand what will work. Human in the loop, I've said it before, I think this is non-negotiable at this time and has to be kept in mind. And the bigger the risk, the more the human intervention needs to be. And so we're still not out of a job as humanity. And if you really want to go wild, then create sandboxes where we can play around with AI in a safe environment. So the big question, what's my next role? Well, hopefully, even in this role, I will have a digital twin that will do my emails when I take vacation. I don't know if you see the little image of myself on the iPad in the picture. But actually, that's a really good question, and not just my role, but what are the next roles that we're going to have in the world? So I think that even though AI might clear up some of what we're doing today, it will be replaced by a lot of new capabilities that we'll have to adopt. So capabilities around data consolidation, around cloud computing, things that we didn't need to understand previously will be integrated in every role moving forward. I know for a fact there's a lot of companies that in every interview process today ask the candidates if they use AI, if they know AI. So that's another element that we have to keep in mind and upskill. And that's it from me.
Thank you so much for that, Ruth. I found it really interesting. We'll not take questions now, but some points I took away from that. On the MIT, well, they do question that statistics and the methodology, but I remember
Thank you for the
I just checked. Could you turn off your mic? In 2016, Oxford Business School did a similar statistics where 75% of large-scale change management initiatives fail. And it was interesting because just a quick reconciliation, they named the same concepts, and it was, if you separate that out from the technology, there are some core things to focus on. And definitely the other point you made about sort of translating AI to understandable work items, depending on people's roles. If you say to people, oh, we've deployed a new AI, they might say yes, and what does that mean for me? But if you translate it to something that's a benefit of, now you'll do 4 hours less a week on a repetitive task, that really helps sell. So thank you for that. Moving on now to our second speaker in session 3, I'd like to introduce Dr. Petra Harms from VetMighty. This is a consultancy dedicated to responsible AI use in veterinary medicine. Petra holds certifications from Stanford and Harvard in AI and healthcare, and is also a member of professional governance bodies. Petra's based on the west coast of Canada, so recognizing the time difference, we have a recorded presentation. However, Petra will be here in person to take questions at the end of the session. I'll hand over for the video now.
And the opportunity to speak today. We're going to talk about AI governance in veterinary big data. This topic is timely and very relevant to all of you, whether you're a user of AI technology, a creator of the technology, or both. To start out, let's all get on the same page and define what exactly we mean by AI governance. AI governance is a system of principles, policies, processes, and oversight mechanisms that guides the responsible development, deployment, and use of artificial intelligence within an organization or society. It encompasses how decisions about AI are made, who's accountable for them, and how compliance, ethics, risk management, and transparency are ensured across the AI lifecycle. Effective AI governance aligns technical, legal, ethical, and organizational frameworks to promote trust, fairness, safety, and societal benefit while minimizing harm or misuse. Each of these features of AI governance is essential, and each merits its own separate talk, but for the sake of efficiency today, we'll simplify it to this. It's a system that guides the responsible use of artificial intelligence, aligns with your organizational frameworks, and promotes benefits while minimizing harms. Whether you're an AI tech developer or user, I'm here to show you two things. First, I'll prove to you that creating an AI governance framework within your organization right now can measurably benefit your business by creating a trust connection between you, your regulators, and your clients. Second, I'll show you how to create that AI governance framework for yourself or your organization, first from the point of view of a user of artificial intelligence technology, and then from the point of view of a developer of that technology. In other words, our session today will focus on the why and how of AI governance in our industry. Let's start with the why. Imagine for a second that there's a new medication on the market. Like any medication, this drug carries the potential for causing harm through overdose and side effects, and it's still in the very early stages of having been released. And these side effects have been both predictable and unpredictable. Let's further imagine that a patient gets this medication, tragically dies, and an investigation ensues. The investigation reveals that the vet who prescribed the drug didn't communicate the risks to the owner. The vet doesn't fully understand how to manage those risks on a professional level. The hospital doesn't have a policy on providing its staff with the tools to evaluate the safety of the medication, and the drug manufacturer hasn't performed safety testing or even labeled the drug properly in the first place. Not only do you have serious consequences, all the way from the patient fatality and likely penalties for the parties involved, but the loss of trust between all parties now needs to be remediated. On the other hand, imagine if this investigation showed that the veterinarian had discussed the drug's risks with the client and obtained informed consent, that the veterinarian had a clear understanding of the drug's risks and weighed them against the benefits, that the hospital had a clear policy of providing information resources to their staff on the drug's safety and efficacy, and that information, along with a proper drug label, was readily available from the drug manufacturer. In this scenario, even if the outcome for the patient was tragically the same, the fact that the parties had all done their due diligence would completely change the fallout in terms of trust and penalties. What we're talking about is medication governance as a method to prevent harm. By establishing medication governance, you not only decrease the likelihood of that harm happening, but you create a trust currency. Your medication governance structure provides evidence of your work to prevent that harm. If your version of how not to cause harm matches the client's or regulator's version of how not to cause harm, you've created a trust relationship. Let's apply this to AI governance and explore what that trust relationship looks like. We'll start by discussing governance as a source of trust between an organization and its regulators. A quick review of EU's policy development and enforcement hierarchy, starting with the policy developers at the apex, policy interpreters and enforcers in the middle, and the policy implementers on the ground level. The influence of regulation moves from a top-down direction, and enforcement of those regulations lies in the relationship between competent authorities and statutory bodies and the organizations and practitioners subject to their mandates. In a system where AI governance is in place and functioning, there's a two-way trust relationship between these entities. First, top-down trust, which boils down to this: if something doesn't go as expected with your AI technology, but your AI governance protocols are sound and effective, the regulators above you can trust that you're doing your due diligence. There's also a bottom-up trust where organizations and practitioners can feel secure that provided they've done their due diligence with AI governance to the best of their abilities, they will not be penalized unfairly by actions from their supervisory bodies. So, as users or developers of AI technologies, the AI governance frameworks that we put in place can not only protect our patients and our clients, but they provide a measure of protective trust between ourselves and our regulatory agencies. Now, let's talk about the other half of the equation, AI governance as a generator of trust between businesses and their clients. This has been the subject of a number of recent reports with some very interesting insights coming out of the data. It boils down to this: as AI tech is in its infancy, it's very difficult to provide a performance guarantee. Much like certain medications that are early in development, maybe released on an emergency basis, there's a certain element of risk in using it. As users or developers of AI technology, it's difficult to sell a client on a product based on a guarantee of reliability that just isn't there yet, in spite of all of our efforts on control. What we do have control over, though, as developers and users of the technology, is our ethics around AI safety. An AI governance framework is how we put our ethics to work and also showcase our commitment to that safety. And report after report shows that investments in AI governance, ethics, and trust are revenue drivers. A 2021 publication in the Journal of Business Research shows that a high prior trust in a firm helps it better recover from the effects of failures, as long as those failures are not ethical in nature. McKinsey & Company this year reported a 34% increase in trust in companies that invest significantly in formalized AI governance, as well as cost reductions of 42%. 22% fewer AI incidents, and 29% increase in brand reputation. The IBM Institute for Business Value last month reported that AI ethics investments developed a 61% increase in trust, a 57% increase in strength of brand reputation, and a 54% mitigation in reputational risk, all translating to performance gains to the tune of a 30% increase in operating profit attributable to AI. Last year's California Management Review Insights broke down how this ROI happens. AI governance helps prevent losses through ensuring regulatory compliance, brand protection, and stakeholder trust and retention. And it creates brand value through brand differentiation, talent attraction, market advantage, and strategic flexibility. So if you're not already determined to develop your own AI governance framework, why is that? You might be thinking something like this. Let's go over each of these problems in turn. For an individual user, the cost of creating an AI governance framework is limited to the amount of time you spend putting it together. If you're a larger company, there is no doubt that investing in AI governance will carry costs as you hire governance professionals to perform risk assessment and mitigation, develop sound practices, and ensure that your legal, IT, product development, and operations departments are fully integrated and pulling in the same direction. On the other hand, we presented a strong argument for the ROI of AI governance, making this a wise investment. Now, the EMA will eventually come out with guidance about the safe and responsible use of AI technology. Unfortunately, the evolution of AI tech is pretty much guaranteed to outpace the rules that regulatory bodies or governance organizations may come up with. As soon as new rules are created, the technology seems to evolve to present a whole new set of risks and benefits. So if you continue to wait for higher level regulators to tell you what to do, you will not be able to stay on top of the responsible use of this technology. So what's a tech user or developer to do? Rather than wait to be given specific rules, dig deeper and come up with rules that make sense to you using the same principles that the EMA would refer to, ethics. Ethics and ethical principles have existed for millennia. As technology and its implications have evolved over time, the ethics that underpin their responsible use, though, those have stayed consistent. In fact, ethical principles and trust form the bedrock on which a very large number of countries have based their AI laws. UNESCO's recommendations on the ethics of AI and OECD's principles of trustworthy AI describe ethical principles that should be used to evaluate whether AI technology is safe and fair to users. So if you base your AI governance framework on the principles covered by one or both of these international bodies, there's a very good chance that you'll find your AI governance is in sync with future policy recommendations by governing organizations. Another question that you get is, well, what if my AI governance framework is premature and I get it wrong? This question applies more to the AI developers in the room. If you're a user, the time to development an AI governance framework is as soon as you consider using the technology. But if you're a developer, you're going to want to bake AI governance into every stage of your product development cycle. This year, the World Economic Forum described the idea of safety by design, which encourages companies to switch from moving fast and breaking things to moving thoughtfully, investing in risk mitigation, and embedding user protections from the get-go. If you're a developer, you're going to want to bake AI governance into every stage of your product development cycle in order for it to be effective. You'll need to identify and manage risks at every stage of that cycle. Trying to manage risks just at the end with the end product is not as effective as building in risk management during product development. Integrating a process of AI governance from the very beginning of your product development and then modifying it to fit emerging policies is much easier to do than trying to completely reverse engineer a product to match policies that come out at a later date. This brings us to our final stumbling block, how to create a basic AI governance framework. This is what we'll spend the next 15 minutes discussing. We'll start with AI governance from the user, then move on to the developer suggestions, as users recognize that no matter how smart a tool is, it's the vet using it that holds full responsibility if something goes wrong. The AI does not have a license to defend, but you do. So managing the risk that AI poses to your patients and your clients is your responsibility. We'll start illustrating the current regulations around AI and show how they apply to you, and then we'll use what we've learned to build an AI governance framework that fits your priorities. As veterinarians, you're at the intersection of all of these three groups of regulations, and you need to keep them all in mind. These are existing non-AI laws, veterinary industry guidelines, and AI-specific laws. Existing non-AI laws that may apply to your situation include data privacy, consumer protection, and copyright laws. These laws are significant because artificial intelligence are all about using and generating information. Let's talk about each of these. AI technology is trained on data sets, and the programs that you use may retain your patient and client data in order to improve the performance of the AI model down the line. Private data may be sent off-site from your clinic, depending on how your AI tool operates. Data privacy laws hold you responsible should the private data of your client be released outside of the clinic without that client's informed consent. Consumer protection law may hold you liable if one of your clients is harmed by your use of the technology, even if you were not the creator of that technology. And finally, copyright law may apply if you use an AI tool that creates material that is too similar to copyrighted material that it was trained on. You might run into this risk when using a program that creates information handouts about diseases, for example, or a program that generates a new logo for your clinic. When you use this technology, you need to keep a close eye on the information that the technology uses, like your clinic and client data, and make sure that you've covered all your legal bases with informed consent. You also need to consider whether the information that the tool creates can harm your clients or a member of the public. Next are veterinary industry regulations through national competent authorities or veterinary statutory bodies, which will continue to be updated over time. When you review existing white papers and veterinary association policies, you'll notice terms like client privacy, informed consent, scientific rigor, and safety, accuracy, ethical implications, transparency, and oversight. All of these statements are related in that they're focused on ensuring that the user deploys AI in a way that is safe for the vet, the patient, and the client. Finally, there's a large umbrella of federal and EU legislation which deals with specifically AI technology and law. Keep in mind that these laws may vary between countries and may also change over time. Your best bet is to consult a legal professional who's familiar with the laws that apply to your area specifically to make sure your information is complete and up to date. So how do you take these various guidelines and make sense of all of them? Actually, all of this boils down to really one simple rule, which is risk management. All of the regulations that we talked about are there to show you ways that AI can harm you, your clients, and your patients. When we take a look at AI governance from the point of view of risk management, though, the idea becomes much more straightforward. AI risks will change. A hard and fast set of rules will become outdated very quickly. But an AI governance framework, which is a series of steps to assess and respond to each risk as it shows up, is a much more dynamic and responsive tool. First, use some of the resources we just talked about to define what responsible and trustworthy AI looks like to you. Check which laws and guidelines in your area apply to you. Everyone needs to follow the law, but ethics are a much more personal topic. So read up on the UNESCO and or OECD frameworks and weigh their priorities against your own personal ethics and degree of risk tolerance. The principles that rise to the top will give you a better sense of the kind of AI that feels most trustworthy to you. Second, write down all of the AI tools that are being used by anyone in your organization. Make sure that you communicate with your entire team here, because some members may be using tools that you forget about because they don't cross your screen. These can be practice-specific or even general-purpose tools like ChatGPT. For each tool, consider the risks that it can pose to you, your patients, your clients, your organization, your profession, and your society. Is there any risk of running afoul of local law or your licensing body? Who's harmed if the tool makes a mistake? Look back to your personal definition of ethical AI and ask yourself if anyone is harmed, even if the tool works exactly the way it's supposed to. When you identify a risk for a specific tool, write it down along with the individuals, groups, or entities that can be harmed. Step 4 is a bit more intensive, so buckle up. For each risk that you identify, decide how likely it is to cause harm and how severe the harm will be. Use a number from 1 to 3 to rate the probability of that harm happening. Use a number again for 1 to 3 to rate the severity of the harm that happens. When you multiply the severity with the probability number, you get a value between 1 and 9. You can call that the risk score. The higher the risk score, the more likely it'll be that you'll end up with severe consequences from AI causing a problem. Risk scores can be mapped out on a probability and severity matrix to make it easier to visualize. The calculated risk score is shown in each square. And once you've identified the risk score, you can decide how aggressively you'll mitigate the risk of the harm. Tools with a high risk score may not even be worth the risk of using. With moderate risk tools, you'll want to put in place steps that lower the risk. These are mitigation strategies. With low risk tools, it's often enough just to talk to your team, let them know about the potential risk, and have them communicate with you if any problems or issues crop up. To decrease the risk score of a particular tool, you can decrease the probability of the harm, decrease the severity of the harm, or both. Strategies can include training your staff and creating clear protocols, making sure a human signs off on all the decisions that the AI makes, or obtaining proper informed consent from a client when using an AI technology that involves them or their patient. Keep records of mitigation failures and schedule policy reviews of the effectiveness of how well your big governance framework is preventing harms, and then repeat. Why? Because AI risk changes. The way we use the technology changes. The performance can change. The laws that apply to it change. So the final step in creating your AI governance framework is to schedule a refresh every 6 months or so, or whenever you start using a new AI tool. To recap, so far we've introduced you to AI governance, its importance and benefits, and we've broken down how to approach creating an AI governance framework for tool users. Now let's reset and speak to those of you who are developing AI technologies. Now, for those of you who are not tool developers, this is not a good time to take a coffee break, because at the end of this discussion, you're going to understand that as AI users, you're empowered by understanding the principles of veterinary AI governance that apply to those tech developers. We'll discuss the risks of creating AI technology from a developer's perspective. Then we'll adapt our roadmap to creating an AI governance framework for those of you who build the technology. As a developer, you also want to identify where your AI may put you, your clients, or your society at risk. But the scope of the risk assessment is wider. This includes legal risk, data risk, reliability, or societal risk. Let's dive into each of these, starting with legal risk. Legal risk can include not following the law, resulting in fines, legal action, or being barred from markets. Infringing on intellectual property, where AI-generated outputs or training data may infringe on copyrighted content. AI misuse, so things like surveillance or biased decisions, may violate human rights, such as privacy, equality, and freedom of expression. For example, surveillance and biased decisions as a result of AI can put you or your tool at the wrong end of a human rights complaint. When AI systems cause damage, physically, financially, or reputationally, organizations may be held accountable, even if that harm wasn't intentional. While we're talking about legal risks, we'll take a little detour and talk about third-party risks and third-country risks. You're part of a supply chain where your suppliers provide you with components and you provide your AI tool user with an AI product. The tool user then provides a veterinary service of some sort to a client. The idea of third-party risk is that if you do or fail to do something when you're making your product that causes harm to the clients of your clients, then you can be held responsible for those harms. The same thing applies to your suppliers. If your supplier neglects something while making your components, which then harms your consumer, then your supplier can be held liable for the damage caused to your consumer. This is super important for two reasons. The first is obvious: screen your suppliers closely for any third-party risk they may introduce. The second is that managing third-party risk actually creates an environment that promotes product safety. If your AI tool user understands the idea of responsible and AI and risk, they can help catch problems with your AI in a way that helps you manage your third-party liability. You and your AI user work together to manage the risks to the AI user's clients. So it's important for you to empower them and help them understand and communicate with you about the risks of your AI. Now, let's talk a little bit about third country liability. This is a part of the EU AI Act, but may crop up in AI law in other countries as well. Third country liability means that no matter where you're located in the world, if your product is used by a consumer within the EU, you may have obligations to comply with EU law on AI. So keep an eye on that as you assess your legal risk. Moving to the data stewardship risks of AI products, you'll want to assess your data hygiene and make sure that you have enough unbiased, good quality data to create an accurate product. Data privacy includes keeping both the model training data and the data collected by the AI tool anonymized and protected from privacy violations. The third thing to think about is data management. This deals with the ethical handling of the data itself and the rights of people to maintain control of their own data. Responsible data management makes sure that the data used or collected by an AI is limited to only what is needed to do the job. The data isn't kept longer than necessary, it isn't used for purposes beyond the original goal, and ideally, the data subject should have the option of having that data removed from the system. Some examples of causes of poor product reliability include inadequate validation, data drift, and hallucinations, as well as user interface problems. We're going to focus on education, however, because all AI products should come with clear instructions for appropriate use. When AI users aren't educated about the risks and potential flaws in the product, it increases the chance that an unexpected glitch will cause harm. Model cards are a very good idea. They describe a tool's structure, intended uses and limitations, installation requirements, and performance evaluation results. These are one of the simplest ways of communicating a tool's risks and benefits to a client and should be on your to-do list if you don't already have one for your client's use. Finally, it's important to zoom out and screen for possible societal harms from your AI. Over-reliance on AI may make users less capable of noticing mistakes in the future. Bias in the training data may cause the AI tool to discriminate against certain classes of patients or clients. If AI is embedded in a process and can't be bypassed, AI users might be harmed when they can't get around that obstacle. AI may contribute to job losses, and its data gathering ability may open users up to unwanted surveillance. Implementing an AI tool may cause access to care issues to some socioeconomic groups. Poor transparency may make it hard for users to contest AI-based mistakes. And finally, AI does come at a steep environmental cost, consuming significant energy and resources, increasing carbon emissions, and accelerating environmental degradation, which we, as human beings on this planet, can't afford to ignore. Now that we've gone over some AI risks from the developer's point of view, let's create a responsible governance framework. As a developer, remember that you're not just evaluating a finished product. You'll want to evaluate and deal with the risks that you find at every stage of the AI's development cycle, from the data gathering all the way to the post-release stage. The structure of your roadmap to AI governance will be pretty familiar by now. At each stage in the tool's development, identify your risks. A thorough risk analysis may require you to involve your legal department, data security, and IT, in addition to performing ethics and performance reviews. Use a probability and severity harms matrix, which we just talked about, to assess your total risk, likelihood, and severity. And then based on risk severity, decide how you will minimize those risks. Establish strategies to review and assess the effectiveness of your mitigation efforts. Establish, maintain, and be responsive to robust communication channels, including education for your developers and stakeholders, model cards, and feedback pipelines. And again, rinse and repeat the process on a regular basis or whenever the tool gets changed. Remember that as an AI developer, you can use your responsible governance framework to build trust in your product and in you. Share the task of risk management with your clients, minimize harms, and pre-position your product to be compliant when regulations do come down the pipeline. As we bring this talk to a close, remember that AI governance isn't just a compliance exercise. It's our profession's promise to use our ethical intelligence to augment the benefits of artificial intelligence. Each of us here today has the power to shape how AI serves our patients, our clients, our profession, and our society. You do not need to wait for outside regulation to define your responsible use of AI technology. You have the tools to lead the way. Build governance frameworks that reflect your values, demonstrate your integrity, and earn the trust that is emblematic of our profession. Responsible AI governance is the handshake that allows us to move forward and explore the technology responsibly. And today, that handshake is within your reach.
Thank you so much, Petra. That was such an interesting and in-depth talk on quite a large and complex topic. So thank you for doing that for us. Definitely some points I took away on safety by design or security by design. That's definitely a principle we're working with as well. That holistic end-to-end view that it isn't just an add-on, it's embedded. So thank you again for that. I'd like to ask if there's any questions for Ruth or Petra in the audience. Diana?
Yes, thank you so much, Petra. It was a really in-depth dive in this governance structure. And for me, it was very useful because we are working with our legal and compliance network on helping our companies and our national associations to build their own use policies for AI. So this, I can tell it's really, really helpful. But I did miss something that is also very important for me. And I'm sorry if I'm stepping in too much in my public affairs role in advance, but we miss clarity on the AI Act R&D exemption. And this is really a big deal for us because if we want to use AI while we are working on the medicine's life cycle, we need to have clarity on this. And I do agree with you when you say that we don't need to wait until we have to adapt the rules. But in this case, the rules are here and we need to adapt and we don't know what to adapt to. So what I would like to ask you is if you have any interpretation of this Article 2, and what do you think that applies indeed in terms of commercial use? Because one thing is put into service, that is what is mentioned in the Act, but another thing is placing in the market. So that's where our doubts lie.
So in terms of the AI Act, one of the things that I have noticed, and I'm sure you're aware, is that veterinary medicine isn't really mentioned. Now, I do know that that an update on the Act or series of exemptions have been released just very, very recently, and I have not gone through those to see if veterinary medicine counts towards that. My suggestion would be that whether or not veterinary medicine is considered exempt from, let's say, a high risk category, because at this point, having spoken with a few companies in the EU, we are actually considered low risk. Whether or not we are considered high or low risk, putting together a framework that that integrates the ideas of regulation is the more proactive and I would say responsible thing to do, because given that that there is, as we talked about earlier, that the technology and its response to it legally is evolving, just because we're not considered high risk currently, we may be considered high risk in the future, and the products that are going to be available in the future will be based on what's being essentially developed and researched and implemented right now. So if we don't encourage a responsible framework and an ethical framework at the moment, we're going to have a lot of catching up to do if anything changes. So looking at this from a holistic perspective, rather than just saying, what is the letter of the law and do we have to check off those boxes and shall we do only what is needed to check off those boxes, I think is a very narrow approach. I would advocate for saying, should we get to a point where we are considered important enough to not be exempt, then we need to act that way right now, because we are physicians, we are a medical industry, and for us to treat our industry as not up to medical standards just because the EU AI Act has not yet decided to pay attention to us as an industry, maybe shooting ourselves in the foot 5-10 years down the line.
Thank you, Petra. Over to Alistair.
Yeah, thank you very much for such a clear and comprehensive overview. I wanted to ask you one question with respect to repurposing of data, because we are all aware that we can collect vast amounts of data for a particular purpose, and some new purpose may occur later. So does an over-rigorous definition of repurposing actually prevent us from making the full benefit that we might from these data in the future?
You've kicked a hornet's nest there. I think that's an excellent question. So yes, that is a problem. And when you look at UNESCO's guidelines for the ethical use of AI, one of the things that that they touch on is the ability to be forgotten, and the ability to have your data removed from an AI system. And when you talk about repurposing data, the challenge then becomes, if you are going to repurpose data for the future, how do you get retroactive permission to use that data? This is a very current topic, and I don't know if it has a clear solution, but I would definitely pay attention to what's happening in sometimes even in the courts, because if you think about how, for example, LLMs are trained at the moment, they are trained on a lot of data that has been gathered without the permission of the people who have shared that data, and that data has now created essentially a program that is, as an entity and as a whole, has that data in its DNA. And I don't think there is a way to remove an individual's data for that from that program, from that DNA. So it's a very, very thorny issue, and I think it will come down to, as this technology evolves and as its use in society evolves, it will come down to how the ability to be forgotten is how strictly it's adhered to, how much countries pay attention to the idea of to that idea inherent in UNESCO's ethical principles. So I don't have a current answer for you. The repurposing of data, I would suggest, be treated in a very careful way, with the acknowledgement that that down the line, if this does become a complaint, whether it be in the EU or less likely in the US, that we may have to revisit that data, and so perhaps the best thing to do would be to keep clear records of where the original data has come from, and make sure that that we can build in ways to potentially address reaching out to especially larger entities, so larger corporations, things like that, and make sure that they can account for where that data came from. And work from there. I don't have a clean answer from you. This is a very thorny current issue in the kind of ethics circles right now.
Thank you also, Petra. Any other questions in the room? Over to Ivo.
No, thank you very much. And thank you very much to the speakers for two excellent presentations. Petra, direct question. Was the presentation generated by AI?
It was not, Ivo. Thank you for asking. It was truly a green screen presentation, and I had a lot of learning to do to make it happen. But better for you to watch that than to listen to me ramble on at 3:30 in the morning.
No, that's fine. But the second question that comes immediately to mind: would it have been generated by AI? Because for me, I mean, and it was a really good and comprehensive presentation. I loved it. I think it should be mandatory training for AI literacy programs in a way, because it was so rich, and I really enjoyed listening to it, because it really shows the richness of the discussions we're having. During your presentation, Ruth, I was asking myself, given the huge investments that we're doing in AI, what is the return on investment? And you made some very compelling cases for that in your presentation. Was that somehow biased, or because that's almost too good to be true when I looked at that, Petra? So where does these data come from?
So I'm very, very happy to share the sources of the data. I've got the links to all of the reports. So if you are perhaps Paul, we can have people reach out to you, or you can reach out to me directly. I'm very, very happy to follow up with you and send you links to all of the market reports and the journal articles. They are all very recent. The data is really starting to come out in 2025 about the ROI of AI governance. Now, on the flip side, you'll notice that the ROI of investing in AI is still up in the air. So it's an interesting dichotomy where actually the investment in the technology itself is still before the jury in terms of the value. I think that will change as the technology improves and our ideas of how to use it will improve. And then and yes, absolutely. Please reach out to me. You have my email. If you don't, then you can reach out through vetmate.com, and I will happily share those resources and chat further. And you ask an interesting question when it comes to, could this have been put together by AI? Gen AI, I think, has absolutely the ability to create a talking head. It has the ability to create a talking head that looks like you. What it does not have is the ability to synthesize and do in a well substantiated and logically argued way that is defensible, to synthesize the information from multiple resources to create the final product. So the content itself, I think, is still struggling to catch up. But yes, if you ever wanted to speak to a group of people and not actually speak to a group of people, you can absolutely find Gen AI programs that will do that for you.
And then last question, because a lot of it is about ethics, ethical use of data. There's regulatory compliance in there quite a bit. I mean, how difficult would it be to have that inbuilt into AI programs? Because when you look at, a sort of safety by design, that's what you should look at. So Asimov's principles about robotics, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with those. Can that be built in artificial intelligence programs? And could that be enforced in one way or the other? Or are we already too late for that?
Great question. Just thinking out loud right now, I mean, I think at this stage we are still trying to keep AI from lying or hallucinating confidently. So the technology, I think, is still at a stage where it's not mature enough to program things like ethics into the kind of the post-training phase. There is certainly scope for being able to, I suppose, use some RAG to narrow down the answers of a LLM trained program, for example, and then have it only answer in a specific way. The challenge that we have, though, is that even though the parameters have been set within some ethical framework that's being used to train the RAG, the LLM itself still struggles with making those mistakes, and those are the hallucinations. So until we solve I think the accuracy answer, any attempt we make to integrate an ethical framework into an AI will be, I think, a very, very good start, but I would not count on it exclusively to hold the line and trust it to be the only thing that makes sure it's behaving in the right way.
Thank you very much for that. I actually have a question for Ruth. One thing I found very interesting in your presentation was the upskilling. And I took that to mean we're not looking to hire new people. There's a finite amount of people with AI knowledge and they can't work at every company. So it's best to train the colleagues we already have. So what's your view on how can organizations best prepare their workforce to manage AI and AI-driven change?
Just to understand the question.
Yep.
You're talking about the upskilling in the personal AI use for...
Yes, I think that would be part of it, is sort of how can we best prepare, as with the adoption of any new technology or any paradigm shift, how can we best get ahead of the curve and help people understand what it means to them and how to use it effectively?
Okay, so that's a really good question, because I do think that AI platforms are not like other technology tools that we need to train people and have them start using it. And in some ways, in some organizations, they are just being enforced, like a CRM use or things like that. I think that in order to get the maximum benefit, we need to have people change the way they work inherently. It's a shift of almost a cultural change, like I always compare it to using a cell phone. So the way I use a cell phone is not the same way as the person next to me uses a cell phone. I think that's where the technology is going on a personal level. Now, in order to get there, of course, you also need training. But I think we also need to teach people the language behind AI, to have them more literate in this new. For example, I think this was said before that sometimes you say prompting. I think that you said it right. So I walk sometimes into trainings and I have to make sure that people know what prompting is, what hallucination is. And also, like a company might use one platform and then change to another platform, or the person might change the job to a different company, which uses a different technology. So it's more of a state of mind. I can tell you that in the last few months, I gathered a lot of elements that could drive this forward more efficiently. Some of it is having more an approach of micro-learning. So not teaching all the new features and all the new toys together, but really tailoring to the group that's undergoing training, 2-3 new elements that they can start using. And only when they get positive feedback, then coming back to them and teaching them more. And I think that there is a bottom-up approach and a top-down approach that's important. So in the beginning, I was very much for bottom-up. I want to teach people that want to learn. I don't want to enforce it. But at the end of the day, I think the top-down is important. Management needs to set an example by using it and by giving positive feedback to it. So I do know a lot of managers, for example, get those perfect emails and they frown on them. No, they should go to the employee and tell them, amazing, you use AI, I like it. And then teach them, how to do it better. But I think there's just two things.
Good, thank you. Sorry, over Jennifer.
A similar question on the future of work. Listening to conversation about the future of work, and one of conversation I heard is the fact that you have different profile of worker. A senior profile, maybe having the experience you need to have the human in loop to kind of monitor what come out of the AI, when younger people are expecting to be just, early user. I was wondering if there is still this requirement at company level that all type of employee must have the same agility when it comes to AI, or is there already a shift on expectation depending on the profile they have? I don't know if you...
So I'll talk more in a general kind of insight. I don't think right now there is a lot of expectation for different profiles to have a different level of proficiency in AI use, even though obviously profiles that use more the computer would be, of course, expected maybe to have higher proficiency than someone that's more in the field or in manufacturing facility. So that's one element, but that's also because that's where it would bring the most value. So right now, again, I'm talking about personal use, not AI tool that were integrated into a specific department or specific use. So it makes sense that everywhere, for example, where there's office applications, people that use office applications would be expected, or we would want them to develop in AI tools that are integrated within Office. But if you don't use those applications, then there is no expectations. But there isn't something that's like kind of a groundwork or framework. From my angle, it's not something that needs to be enforced. It needs to be motivated.
And I notice, Petra, you've got your hand up, if you'd like to comment.
Thank you very much for that, Ruth. I think those are all very important points. In answer to your, or not answer, but addition to your question, one thing that I am seeing in the industry at kind of the leading edge is I'd say a growing realization that that these programs, these AI programs and LLMs have real limitations, and one of those limitations is the ability to understand context and to synthesize across different fields of experience and put everything into a understandable or a usable framework. And my suspicion, and I'm certainly not a futurist, but my suspicion is that as time goes by, the larger companies are going to realize that that AI technology is a fantastic tool, but it cannot do the thinking for you. And if this bears out, then you'll see actually a increase in potential emphasis and value of senior level employees who have that lived experience and can put problems into context and solutions into context. Whereas I think there's going to be a big challenge for younger employees to catch up with the lived experience if and when that happens. Now that works both at a corporate level, but also at a practitioner level. If you have, there's a very, very deep value in an experienced practitioner making decisions based on what they know and understand, compared to a younger practitioner who may have become, or in the future may become much more dependent on answers provided by AI. So as an industry, I think it's very important for us to champion the importance and the significance of that lived experience and ability to contextualize. And it's also equally important for us as an industry to really push for not substituting the learning and the thinking processes that come from that can be I think, superficially replaced by AI tech and LLMs, but cannot replace them in depth. And if we advocate for a younger population to use those and only do so exclusively, then without advocating that they actually learn and put their brains to work, we risk de-skilling the profession at multiple levels.
Cool. Thank you. This is an incredibly important discussion, and as expected, we're overrunning, but I think it's been very worthwhile to do so. We've got one last question on the Slido, and if I could ask Ruth to maybe try and answer in 2 minutes. Yes, please.
Okay. This is interesting because we just had this discussion over lunch. And I do not believe that AI technology is currently not a green technology. Those server farms are a big challenge to green concept. I remember something about Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, saying that don't tell those models please and thank you, because it's just working the server farm a lot more. It's a challenge. I do not know that there is a solution in place or in discussion how to overcome this challenge. Right now, the way AI advancement is approached is in brute force, meaning more power will get better results. But I do believe that if you look on a more global level, there's already solutions out there that have used much smaller scale models to reach very similar results. So hopefully soon it's going to be a kind of a change maybe in direction in trying to achieve and continuing with the innovation, because there is a big race for innovation, but still using less power and not more power.
I would definitely agree, and that's a thing where we're seeing like SLMs, small language models, or even as in Ben's presentation, where you're using like a small local laptop runnable model. And I think it also very much aligns with what Raphael said. Not all data has to be big to be useful. So with that, I'd like to thank the speakers of session 3. Found it thoroughly engaging. I've got lots of homework to do to catch up on such a level of detail we went to. It was genuinely exhilarating. Thank you. So apologies to the presenters from session 4, but you won't lose any time. It just means we'll have a shorter coffee break. So in session 4, we're talking about AI-supported use cases. And the first presentation will be from an EMA colleague, Laura Romero. Laura holds multiple advanced degrees in biology and clinical research, and she joined EMA's Veterinary Strategic Support Office in 2022. She supports data analytics and digital innovation for the European Veterinary Big Data Strategy, and she also leads the UPD Data Quality Framework project. Over to you, Laura.
Thank you both for a very nice introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. So yes, today I will be presenting this project that we are currently working and developing here in-house at DMA, more especially in the veterinary division, which is the SPC Reader. And I will start giving a little bit of background, and this might seem a bit familiar for the ones that were following the forum last year, because this project started as a part of an already existing project that started 2 or 3 years ago already, the UPD Data Quality Framework. And with this original project, what we were aiming to achieve is to create a set of tools that could allow us to check the quality and the reliability of the data that is available in UPD, which is the Union Product Database, a database that stores all the information about the veterinary medicinal products authorized in the EU. And this database serves as the single source of information for this type of data. So we really needed to make sure that the data in there was accurate. So we started creating these checks, and we were applying checks like, is data missing? Is the type of data that is being used aligned to what we were expecting? And then we realized that we actually needed an extra layer of quality checks, and to actually check whether the data that was in UPD was aligned to what is stated in the SPCs, which is the summary of product characteristics, which for the ones that maybe are not very familiar is the document that holds all the relevant information about the authorized medicinal products. So we started working on this side project that we call the SPC Reader, because we really wanted to extract the information that was in these documents, that they are in a PDF format. So we wanted to be able to actually transform this data into an electronic format, and also to translate it into English, because the information in UPD it's in English. So we started working on this, and we started extracting all this information. But as we were working on this project, and we realized that, well, now we have these documents transformed into an electronic format. Now we also translated it into English. Why not to actually make it accessible and searchable for colleagues in case they want to know something that is in these documents? Because every now and then we receive, and I say we because we are the vet analytics team, so they come to us and ask questions like, for example, how many products mention a specific word in a specific field in the SPCs? Or can we know if this specific term is mentioned at all in any SPC document, in any of the authorized products in the EU? Or even more like detailed questions like how many products have a specific substance in the excipients mentioned in their SPCs. So we realized that now that we were working on this project, we were actually able to answer these type of questions that maybe before we couldn't, or maybe it would take a lot of time and maybe it was not worth it to do that. So some of the added values of this tool that we've been seeing so far is that, first of all, as I've already mentioned, we were able to unlock the data that was in these PDFs and make it searchable for colleagues to fulfill any type of business requirement or questions that they might have. But also we made it language agnostic. As I mentioned, we translated these documents into English, and it's important to know that these PDFs, they can be found in any official EU language. So by translating into English, we make it even more accessible to everyone to go and read this data. Also, additionally, we are making information that is more detailed accessible to colleagues compared to the data sources that we have at the moment and the information that they hold. Because, for example, by using this tool, we can actually go and look at each and every word that is in these documents, each and every row, and that's a level of detailed information that at the moment we cannot access by the normal data sources that we have. And of course, we make this data accessible, as I said, just by the simple fact of making this information machine readable, so in an electronic format that we can use to feed any type of software application or any other type of, for example, as I mentioned before, already existing data source. So that was what the tool was providing as added values, but what I think it's, and I think we all believe it's more important, what are the actual business values that we take from these, and how it actually helps us in our daily tasks. So first of all, the fact that we can access that data in a very fast way. So we have reduced the time spent in going file by file, trying to look for a specific type of information. Now that manual work, it's really reduced, and we can even do it in a couple of seconds. Another business value is that we really wanted this tool to be a self-service kind of tool, because we also realized that it's not just about making data accessible, but also making it accessible for the ones that are going to use it. And sometimes these users, they are not very they don't have a big knowledge on technical things, and maybe they don't even know what the tool actually does in the back end, but they need to be able to use it and to get the information that they're interested in from it. So that's why we really wanted to invest also on having a user-friendly kind of interface that colleagues can use and can just in a very inductive way extract the information that they need. Also, as I was slightly mentioning before, the fact that we now have this access to this data that we didn't have before, it opened the doors to many different possibilities of data integration with other systems that are already in place. And just to give an example, it could be, for example, for UBD to extend the amount of fields and the type of data that is included in this data source. And lastly, but of course not less important, I think very important, is the fact that this type of tool really supports the data-driven decisions that maybe before it was a bit more difficult and people were not really investing time on looking into this. But now the fact that we reduced the time spent in these type of searches really support these type of decisions, not just for daily core activities, but also for important ad hoc requirements. So going now a little bit more on how the tool works itself, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail also to try to stick into the time, and also because that's quite boring, I say. But just maybe I will give a visual representation that I think that's always helpful of how it actually works. Very simple. So what you see now on the screen is a screenshot of an SPC. And as you can see, it holds information about the product name, the substance, the excipient, and other more clinical information like the target species that this product is authorized for. And by running these documents in these LLMs, large language models that we've been hearing a lot today, we're able to actually extract this information in a format that machines can read and we can use. And what I want to show here is just that the information is the same. You can see that the product name is the same in both sides. The substance is the same, the excipients, the target species, everything is the same. The information that holds is the same, but just in a way that machines can read it and we can now use it for our requirements that before this was locked in a PDF. So by doing this with all the SPCs that we have available and by storing this now electronic format somewhere, we are able to actually look for the information that we are interested in. And now what I'm showing on the screen, this is, as I said at the beginning, we are working on this. So this is under development at the moment, but we are testing this interface that we think it's, quite straightforward. You can see we have these text boxes that you can use to search for any time of term or data that you're interested in. And it will give you back as an output the list of products that are within those requirements that you've entered. So already it has really accelerated the work of any colleague working on, any kind of initials or whatever. They need to know, even questions sometimes from other teams, human colleagues, they want to know how many products are using this substance in the vet domain, for example. Before that was really tedious as a work, and again, many people were not really investing time on doing that. But now it's way easier and it can just happen in a couple of seconds. So as I said, this is something we're working on. I think it really opens a lot of possibilities by just doing something as simple as transforming that information into a format that we can actually use. And I think it also highlights the importance of not just holding data stored somewhere and saying, yes, I have a lot of data, but actually making it accessible. That I think is the very important part of having this data. If you cannot actually use it, then, well, good. But you don't get benefit out of it, right? So yeah, that's basically everything from me. That was very in a nutshell, but thank you for your attention, and I give the floor back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Lara. And I think it's a great example of how, as we progress, new business cases and new business problems to be solved arise. And it doesn't take a huge project to react. I think in the timelines for delivery, you were talking about weeks and months rather than years to what you've seen that's already delivering business value. Moving on to our next speaker, it's Seamus Doyle, who's a data scientist at the Swedish Medical Products Agency, the MPA. Seamus is part of the AI engineering team that's developing innovative regulatory tools. He has an MSc in engineering physics, and he focuses on AI and data science. And he has hands-on experience in developing machine learning applications in the veterinary domain. And Seamus is going to present to us, as you can see on screen, on the AI at MPA Toolbox and the AI for medicines regulations. Over to you, Seamus.
Thank you for all of the wonderful presentations earlier on. I've found them very interesting. So I'm here today to talk about the AI at MPA Toolbox, which is a suite of AI-powered services provided by the Swedish Medical Products Agency. I'm Seamus Doyle, and I'm a data scientist at the AI unit at the Swedish MPA. Yeah, let's get started. I want to start off the whole talk with a disclaimer, actually, and that is that the Swedish MPA covers both human and veterinary domains, and so the toolbox was originally built for human use cases. But we have, over time, through expansions and adaptions, adapted three tools to be suitable for veterinary use, and those are really what I'm going to focus on here. So I'm primarily going to focus on a tool called Regulus, short for Regulatory Universal Support, which is basically our generative AI application. And then towards the end, I'm going to go into the tools Emricon and Schema, and all these tools are highlighted in teal here. Something that I think is worth covering early is that of IT and information security. It's so that the systems I'm going to present, they're intended to be used with data that can be confidential, and that's one of their main strengths, especially in comparison with other open AI tools that usually you go through a third-party provider, so you can't use confidential information. And we guarantee this through a few different steps. So one is that we host everything in our cloud environment, everything from models, the AI models, to the databases. And there's no third party besides the cloud provider. Also, when you use the tools here, you get your own separate container environment that is completely separate from any other users. So basically, you get an environment, you upload the data you want to work with it, and then any results you get, you extract, and then all of the signs everything from the environment is deleted. So there's nothing saved about you using this. And then through the use of several overlapping safety principles, we finally make sure that you're able to work with confidential data that could be intellectual property from applicants, assessment reports with non-public regulatory positions, and so on. If you find this interesting, there are 24 other agencies in the European network that already use this tool, and you find them listed here to the right. And to get access, all you really have to do is be an NCA in the European network and contact Gabriel Westman at the email address provided here. And once you've gotten access for the entire agency. And once you have that, you basically go into use the address displayed down to the left here to access the entire system. So that's all of the practical details out of the way. Now I want to get into the actual applications. But before I actually explain the tools we offer, I want to do some kind of a primer on some important concepts concepts that I believe are important to understand for the responsible use of AI, especially regarding large language models that are the foundation for generative AI for language. And I see often that there are a lot of misconceptions about what these are, and I want you to think of them as very large and complicated statistical models. So these are, how they work is that they take textual input, and then they convert this into a mathematical representation. These are called embeddings that maps the semantic contents of the input that you provided. And by semantic content, I mean the actual informational context of your input. So from this embedding, the model uses this representation to predict the next word in the sequence. So it takes the embedding, produces the next word, and then this goes into the input, and you do the whole thing again, and then you predict the next word, and you do so in cycles, and so you start to generate text. And I want to point out another thing, and that is that these models don't inherently understand language. This is something that is taught. These models are really what you call computers. They compute things, and you're teaching them to compute language, and so to understand natural language. And you do this through the process called machine learning, where it trains on text data. And once you've done this, you get some kind of a model that has the understanding, but this model is locked. In order to get any more information about the surrounding world, you have to input it or train it separately, but this is very seldom used or very seldom done. So just so you know, like all the knowledge about the world that the model has comes from the training data up until, well, the last training data was extracted. And that brings us to the capabilities and limitations of these type of models. So these models are primarily trained for plausible text generation. They're not trained to be useful. Truthful. And so they work best as conversational agents and text generators. Also, their reasoning skills vary. Reasoning is kind of an emergent property that comes from language. These models, they learn through language. They learn how language works. And since humans use language as a way of reasoning, as a medium of reasoning, the models learn to emulate reasoning. But this is just, what would you call it? This is an emergent property. It's not something they're actually trained for a lot of the cases. And then lastly, hallucinations are common with these models. Oh yeah, and on that, these models, they aren't databases. You should only use them to extract established information when interacting with a pure LLM. So when you're interacting with this type of pure LLM, don't ask niche questions, for example, about the contents in regulatory documents. There are other methods to do that, and we'll cover them now in just a bit. So that brings us to Regulus, the tool that we're offering here. It's an in-house deployed and secure service for generative AI. It's based on open-weight LLMs, and it's got 3 assistant services. Also, it can read text documents, text in images, and transcribe audio for you. And the first service in this tool looks like this, and this is what you're greeted with when you open Regulus. So this is the Open Assistant, and it's a pure LLM served through a chat interface with all of the limitations that I was explaining previously. So it has only access to information stored in the model and provided by the prompt. And when saying this, you might think that it's a bit limited, but there's so many good use cases for this type of model. And really, this is what most of these open LLMs use a lot of the time. So it's great for asking general knowledge questions, processing user-provided information, and providing simple drafts. I, for example, used Regulus just an hour ago when one of the speakers today was discussing a concept I wasn't familiar with. I just quickly asked, what does it mean, just to get a sense of it, and then I could adapt the level of detail to match my understanding of the field or the concept. And that is really my first use case here, to ask for help in understanding a scientific concept and asking follow-up questions to adjust the level of detail in the answers to match my learning needs. A second good use case for the Open Assistant is to paste a long incoming email and ask for action points. And thirdly, you might use it for linguistic review of a short text that you've written. So the second service in Regulus is called Document Assistant, and here you again get like a chat interface, but this time you don't chat with the model. Instead, you upload a document and then you ask one single question about the document. Well, you can upload one or multiple documents, and then you ask questions on these documents. And then You can either remove if you want to change your questions or you want to study something else, you can remove uploads and upload other files. And you can also see how much of the context you've used down to the left. And this service is intended for long context document processing, where the maximum context length is 100,000 tokens, which represents about 75,000 words. And for you who don't have a sense of how much that is, think about 100 to 200 page document would fit, depending on how dense it is, basically. So a few good use cases for this is to upload a document and ask for a summary. You can upload a document and ask for translation into a different language. This is a great use case since this is a language model. And thirdly, you can upload 2 or more documents to ask for comparison in a certain aspect. This is personally one of my favorite services in Regulus. This is a great way of, whenever you're reading a scientific article, to get a primer on what it's about, to get a good overview, or that covers all aspects of it. And also, if you're working regulatory setting, to familiarize yourself with a long text of some kind. And the third service that we're offering is based on a method called Retrieval Augmented Generation, RAG in short. And it's a technique for grounding LLM output in a predefined information source. And what happens here is that your input is used to perform a semantic search in a vector database. And I know those are a lot of hard words, but really what it means is that you convert your question into one of these embeddings, as I was describing earlier, and then you look at in the data that you're looking at sifting through, you basically find the most closely matching snippets, and then the output is generated from these semantic matches only. So this is called the regulatory assistant, and it looks like this. Basically, you choose here to the left which domains you want to study or you want to interact with. Oftentimes, you just want to ask one. You just want to work with one domain at a go, and then you ask your question, and then you get one reply with citations to this to the sources. So that you can qualify and make sure that the information is truthful. And here I also want to add a disclaimer that there are no veterinary domains as we're speaking right now, but we're about to put out the domain of EMA guidelines, veterinary guidelines, in the coming weeks. So this is great for searching for information contained in specific documents, but it's not good for something that we could call horizontal comparisons. What I mean by that is it's great for searching for something where you know the information is stored in certain places in certain documents. But if you want to have broad sweeps comparing huge amounts of documents with each other's, like say all the guidelines in your domain, you won't get that into the context of your model. So if you want a more sweeping kind of comparison, I'd suggest you use the document assistant where the model gets to see the entire documents it's working with. And with all this said, I want to just finish my my talk on Regulus, on our generative AI applications, with mentioning that when using large language models in the performance of duties, you really must review the output to mitigate the risks of incorrect or incomplete output. And a good way of thinking of working with an LLM is to see it as a junior colleague. It's a very ambitious and hard worker, but it might not always interpret everything correctly or be sensitized to the nuances of the domain you're working in. And also I want to just highlight the EMA's guiding principles on the use of large language models in regulatory science and for medicine's regulatory activities, which is a great read for for getting a sense of how to interact with these models. So this brings us to our next service or next tool in the toolbox. That's called Emricon. It's a semantic document level matching for medicines regulation. And the aim here is to identify relevant guidelines from a source document that you're reviewing. And our ambition here is to include EMA product information. And the search is best initiated from documents in the application dossier. And search results we'll see that they're most valuable for non-experienced assessors or those working horizontally across a lot of different therapeutic areas. So people who have a large amount of documentation to consider. And this tool, we published an academic paper on this tool that is available through in +1. So this is how the tool looks like. It's quite simple in how you use it. You basically upload a document, you choose which domain, and as of now, I'd recommend using the EMA veterinary guidance, and to see if it's veterinary or human, you can look at the V in parentheses there. And the search result you get will have both the document, the source page, and there'll be a score for how good the match is. And these matches are done on the embeddings of the contents of the document. If you remember embeddings that I was discussing earlier. And then we score these in quite an advanced way that I'll just show you a slide. I won't go into details on it. So we use a piecewise semantic document matching, as you see here, but I'll leave that to if you have any questions on it. So the final tool I want to present is a tool called Schema. It's short for Smiles Chemical Embedding Map, and it's a chemical substance semantic similarity search. So it's intended to be used as a complementary tool that may provide early input into safety profiles for a new chemical entity. So if you get a chemical entity and you want to know more about it, you want to get a sense of, might this be toxic? Might this be have any side effects that we're not aware of? Basically, what you can do is you can, if you have a molecule structure image, so-called SDF, or the smile string, you can enter those into the system. And then you can, through a search, find other matching or very similar chemical compounds. And also what you can do is you can get a two-dimensional representation and see, get a rough way of visualizing where the chemical entity is positioned compared to others in our database, and to see with what kind of categories you can see them in. So this is, in this way you can zoom in. So now we see like the whole map, but you can actually zoom into a specific area and see which chemical entities are very similar. But you have to think of this as a rough tool, since we're bringing something that is high dimensional into a very rough two-dimensional space. So that was all I had to present today. I hope you found it interesting, and I'll leave it over to the next person.
Thank you very much, Seamus. So we'll move on to the final speaker in session 4, Noel Kennedy. Noel is a senior research fellow in AI at the Royal Veterinary College, and he has more than 25 years' experience in developing veterinary informatics solutions. His work bridges the gap between data science and veterinary epidemiology at the Royal Veterinary College. Noel, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about kind of two topics here, so big data and LLMs and how they fit together. My name's Noel Kennedy. I'm Senior Research Fellow in AI at the Royal Veterinary College. I've got a background as a software engineer, so don't go asking me any kind of vet questions, I won't know the answer. And I've been listening along today. It's been very good. I've learnt 2 acronyms. It turns out that I've been working in these fields for a long time now. So I've mainly worked in RWD, so kind of data capture in clinical settings, and how to turn the RWD into RWE with research applications. I won't spend too much time on this because I assume that most people know a fair bit about this, but the VetCompass mainly works in the small animal area. And in the UK at least, this is, I'm going to make up a number on the spot, so don't shoot me, but I'd say around 95% of kind of all healthcare interactions are going to be happening in first opinion. Not everything, at least in terms of the data that VetCompass has. So there are other sectors, so charity, referral centres, emergency, but the vast majority of it is in first opinion. We, in the VetCompass, I've managed from Smithsville, UK, VetCompass UL, we basically gather data mainly from, again, primary practices across the UK. There's kind of a site map here. As you can see, we're kind of following, the major population centres in the UK. We've got around 100 peer-reviewed papers. If you're kind of familiar with the human world in the UK, this would be analogous to CPRD. It's around 30% of the vet clinics in the UK, which is around 1,800 practices. And just to give you another number, it's around 21 million animals. And again, it's kind of small animal companion care data. So we decided to spend a bit of time talking about how we ingest data. Thought this might be of interest to some people in the audience, at least. So I'm guessing the UK is very similar to most places in terms of small animal care, that there's multiple practice systems, and it's kind of hard to avoid using terms which might not mean the same thing in different countries, but this is the system where people are, where clinicians are interacting with, recording the notes about patients. That's when I say practice systems, fill in with EHR or EPR or whatever acronym that you're most familiar with, but that's what I'm referring to. So what's the data like? It's nearly all free text notes, mostly typed by clinicians, sometimes receptionist. There's some other structured data like metadata of the patients. There's a few fields on the screen. We also get treatment data, which is basically items that are billed. So, when a clinician prescribes a drug, they'll bill for it. So we get that kind of information as well. And in the UK, at least, there's almost no clinical coding. So in terms of the data feed, there's 2 sides to this. One is the kind of export. So we get data on a nightly basis. So effectively, we get everything that happened the day before in clinics uploaded into our system. Various different file formats. And in terms of the transmission, we use SFTP and HTTPS. And if neither of those mean anything to you, don't worry about it. You don't need to know. On the import side, we pseudonymize the data we're getting. We clean it, normalize it, and then index it with a system called Elasticsearch, which is like a free text search engine. We've been going, I think about 12 years now, 13 years, something like that. We've tried lots of different ways of getting the data out of the systems, out of the practice management systems and into our system. So I wanted to talk about all of the pain that we've had here. So the first thing we use is this file format called CSV, which is comma separated value, which I'm sure most people have some kind of familiarity with. It's deceptively simple, and it's an absolute nightmare. Like I just wouldn't recommend using it. We found that one of the wonderful world of big data is that things that you think are super unlikely happen all the time. So you think you've picked a character that's no one's ever going to have typed into a practice management system as your kind of row delimiter that tells the system that a record is ended. Well, is definitely going to have been typed into a system on multiple occasions. There are huge bunch of problems with CSV as a kind of data interchange format. So I really wouldn't recommend it. We're trying to move away from CSV as much as possible, though we do still use it. We've also tried XML. Has quite a lot of benefits over CSV, but again, we're trying to move away from XML. It adds huge kind of overhead to the size of the files, and it's kind of a we found that developers at practice management systems don't really like trying to export it in the first place, so they're kind of leery of sending us data in that format. Somewhat unsatisfactorily, the best thing we found for data exchange is actually what we call the .back format, and this is a SQL Server backup. So it's proprietary. Microsoft, all sorts of reasons why it's not ideal, but what we found is most groups that we deal with, at least, in fact, all of them use SQL Server. So it's very, very useful and helpful for both of us, both the exporter and the importer, to be using SQL Server backup files. You get a lot of things for free. What we're finding is if we can restore the backup, we're pretty much guaranteed that we can import it at our end. It's not at all the case with the other formats. So again, I put these two acronyms on the screen. That probably makes sense to techies, but they're just ways of securely transferring data over the internet. And I guess if you're a layperson, from the takeaway is that both of these protocols support encryption in transit. So the data is protected from people spying on it as it's going over the internet. And they also allow you to encrypt at rest. So that means that the file is safe from certain forms of attack on the server where it's being received, basically. So we, moving on to the data import side, we validate it and import it into a staging database. This is kind of very light touch, very kind of minimal. There's an enormous amount of variety in how practice management systems store and model data. For example, we found a system that doesn't have a concept of a visit, for example. So things, calculating whether certain things happened during the same consultation is actually surprisingly difficult across multiple systems. So one system will give you might get a very simple answer on one system and a very different answer on a different system. So we have a very lowest common denominator data model, basically. The kind of data is enriched, again, minimally. We don't do huge amounts here. So we will try and deal with some of the noise in the system by normalizing breeds and species, for example. We also do further anonymization on free text. So this is what the data looks like. So yeah, typed in, I'll put in some spelling errors. And there is definitely kind of an art to reading these things. So for example, we've got rest nad bar, and I used to know what that means. I can't remember, but maybe there's a veterinarian in the audience who knows exactly what that means. But there's a lot of shorthand in there that is kind of opaque to people who aren't familiar with the notes. And on the right, we've got line items. So this is build items. So this is a vaccination visit. So they've talked about vaccinations on the left and build to vaccination on the right. So what do we do with the data? So this is VetCompass. We do animal welfare research. Going to break it down into three main areas. So we study specific diseases. So we're trying to find animals that have had a certain disease and then characterize those diseases. We also do a lot of breed and species studies. So, what kind of diseases do boxer dogs get when compared with the control group of kind of normal dogs? So you can see the effects of kind of selective breeding pressures there. And we also do more kind of healthcare or treatment focuses, where we're just trying to find all the times that an antibiotic has been used, for example. Right, so this is where the RWD gets turned into RWE. So the data is, as I said, free text. To produce RWE, so evidence, you need kind of categorical or structured data. So what am I talking about here? So I think an example is, worth 1,000 words. So this is a quote from a paper we've written. So among the 464 out of 3,308 Yorkshire Terriers that died during the study period, the median age at death was 13.56 years. So yes, although we do get date of birth data, what we found is, like, for example, the date of death data is not terribly reliable because it can be used for all sorts of purposes other than indicating the patient is dead. For example, it can sometimes be used to indicate like the patient has left the practice, for example. So you need to read a lot of the patient data and extract structured information. So how do we do that? This is an example taken from the system. So on the left, you can see a note that was written in clinic, and this is from a study on behavior, on aggression in dogs. And on the right, you can see questions the researcher wants to ask about the data. So they would ask these 4 questions about all of the patients in the study. And at the end of it, they're going to have a nice structured data set to calculate some stats on. So that's how RWD gets turned into RWE. One of the big problems we've got is that if you've got a huge kind of data set, reading it is extremely time consuming, and I'm reliably informed it's extremely boring as well. It can take weeks, it can take months just to find, a bunch of patients that are relevant for your research. And again, just finding the patients is the first step, because most of the time you don't want to find them. You want to ask a load of follow-up questions about them. So you might apply a case definition to 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 patients. That'll take you 2 months, and then you need to characterize those patients using like follow-up questions. And there might be 100 follow-up questions on true cases. And I guess you can probably guess where this one's going. So can we use an LLM? So the idea here is that the LLM works as a research assistant, and the machine can read faster. And one of the things I'd say here is that ChatGPT is super useful for explaining what an LLM is, because most people kind of use ChatGPT and they kind of get the idea, but it's not so useful here because you're not having a chat conversation with the LLM. Effectively, what you're doing is giving the question to your research assistant, who's the LLM, and saying, go and answer this question on all the patients in my study. So you would get, say you had 10,000 patients in your study, you're going to get 10,000 answers for this question, 1 for each of your patients. So I've mocked out what this could look like in a kind of user interface. So you can see that the LLM here highlighted has answered these questions. So it's read this note on the left and answered this question on the right. So if you had, again, like 100 patients in your study, you're going to get 100 times 4, because you've got 4 questions. You're going to get 100 times 4, quick maths, 4,000 answers. So I've tried this out on a couple of studies now. The one where we're really excited about using it is this canine chronic kidney disease study. So this one is in flight. It's being run now. So we've got some indicative results, but the actual study hasn't finished. So I can't tell you exactly how well the model is going to do on it. I can only tell you how well it's doing on the ones that we've looked at so far. So this is the first VetCompass study that's got 2 sites. We're running exactly the same study in Australia on Australian data and on UK data as well. I've got exactly the same methods and the same case definition at both sites, so it's going to make a really interesting data set at the end of it. We're effectively trying to find chronic kidney disease dogs and then characterize them. So incidence, prevalence, how does this disease progress, how the case is managed, what the survival factors, that kind of thing. But we're only at the case finding stage, so we haven't characterized any patients yet. So how well does it work? This is the model that I'm using. This is an open source model. There are millions, literally about 2 million models on a popular website to get models from. I've tried a few models and I get extremely similar results amongst all of them. And I believe that's because none of those models were actually trained to do this task. So please bear that in mind when you see the results. So these models simply were not trained to answer this question. Despite that, they're actually doing quite well, I think. So effectively what I've done is I've taken the data from the human research assistants who've done this manually, and I've asked the model the same question that the humans asked and compared the answer from the model to the researchers. So remember, we've just done case finding. There are 242 patients that have been coded so far, 49 true CKD patients. Error means that the model output something that wasn't parsable. So remember, the model can write anything it wants. I'm very, very strict. If it doesn't say yes or no to this answer, then I throw the result away because I really just want yes or no. So even if it gets it right, if it doesn't use the exact word yes or no, error, you get 0. Basically, I'm being quite harsh. Hopefully you can see these results. I don't know if that bar is on the screen for you, but the metrics, if you don't know what these mean, I'm not going to explain them to you because I'm not going to be able to do that very, very quickly in the time I've got. Yeah, if you get the impressionistic idea, it's getting around between 60 and 70% accuracy. That's not too much of a crime against medical stats, I don't think. And bear in mind that these models weren't actually trained, let alone on CKD. They weren't trained on veterinary data at all. So I think that's quite impressive. I'm jumping now, somewhat confusingly, to periodontal disease. And the reason is that I don't have any CKD data on how well the model can categorize true CKD cases because the research is ongoing. So, but I do have access to this periodontal disease study. So these are indicative questions and results on how well the same model does on characterizing periodontal disease in dogs. And as you can see, there's a pretty broad range of results. One thing I would point out is that for some reason, which I do need to dig into, the model is almost perfect at telling you when a dog got diagnosed with periodontal disease, but it's not terribly good at telling you if the dog has periodontal disease, which I thought was quite curious and is something that I do need to follow up because I'd have thought that it'd be much harder to actually answer when than if. But you can see that here because the R squared is actually approaching perfection, which is 1. So feature directions, I've done very minimal prompt engineering. So prompt engineering, if you don't know what that is, it's kind of manipulating the instructions to the model to try and give it hints about what is and what isn't the case, for example. So you might say, you might notice that the model is including acute kidney injury, and you might say, do not include acute kidney injury. And hopefully now you've given it that specific instruction, it will do better. As I said, I'm waiting for annotations to complete to get a full training set. And once we've got that, the plan is that we were going to be able to label a lot more cases than the human researchers are able to do. So we are planning on annotations completing sometime in February, and we'll do maybe 1,000, and the AI will go on and label another 30,000, and it does it very, very quickly. I think it could probably do 30,000 in a day and a half versus kind of 3 months for 3 human annotators to only do 1,000 or so. And yeah, do many acknowledgements to a lot of people involved in the study.
Thank you very much for that, Noel. And I should have led with a round of applause. Sorry. That's once again another really invigorating and thought-provoking session. I'd like to ask if there's any questions in the room. Diana?
So this goes to Laura because basically we know that the legislation, the 2019-6, was bringing a new obligation in a very short notice and also with limited resources for you regarding UPD. So sometimes I think we can be a little bit it's constructive critics on the work that is being done. But today, I think we really need to acknowledge and congratulate here the work that you are doing, because it's truly impressive, all the effort that you're doing to make the UPD into a one-stop shop and to make it user-friendly, not only for the consumers of the veterinary medicines, but also for the industry. So thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. Any other questions?
Yes, I would like to ask a question to Laura. And first of all, general context, I think that adoption of digital technologies can expand if we can provide, together with this kind of example of high-level strategy where we can make big changes in the future, we can provide example of changes today already, a significant saving of time and resources. And this example, I think, is one of them, because the UPD is great, but the fact that the SPC are in PDF is a big blockage. If you like to play with AI assistants, you know that you cannot combine your assistant and UPD because of the PDF format. And actually, the last email I received on my Outlook is about that. So my first question is for you. You are speaking about make it accessible, and your colleague asking you questions. Accessible means also outside the EMEA?
Well, thank you for the question. I was kind of expecting that question. Actually, at the moment, it is just being developed for internal use. I'm really not sure if any other colleagues wants to add something more on top, but yeah, at the moment, this is the...
Yeah, just to echo what Laura was saying, at the moment, we're looking for SPC Reader to be a tool for internal use only. Reason for that, I think it was actually one of the other questions in Slido sort of gives some reasons why. We want to be certain it's accurate. That will take testing and a long time of testing. For the data extraction, we're pretty confident that's right. It's the translation from native language to English is the thing that we're really sort of focusing on now to ensure there's a high enough accuracy. And we're cognizant that we're not looking for 100% accuracy. No human's 100% accurate, but we need an acceptable level of accuracy. And some of the language translations we see are good enough, but require prior knowledge, and we wouldn't want to put that outside of the EMA until there was confidence around that.
Okay, maybe it's not the best answer I was looking for, because, but you know, when you use an AI tool, you always have this kind of warnings, like always double check that the information is perfect, is accurate. Don't rely only on AI. So maybe the invitation is like, don't try to be perfect, because otherwise the availability will be much farther down in the road. And the second question is, I understand is AI doing the job of transferring from PDF to another type of source, or it is AI powered?
Yes.
Yes. So if it is like that, maybe the idea is to expand this to the EPARs as well.
Yeah, maybe I can take that.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe there are other initiatives ongoing, right, on the human side as well, that look into comparing prior information from authorization processes and post documents as well, and extracting information from that and synthesizing that for use in regulatory procedures. But again, I believe that's a tool. I'm talking about Scientific Explorer.
Exactly.
That is internal/network used, so it's not for, let's say, the wider public or researchers even, I think, at this point in time. So in our case, the SPC Reader, we can certainly see a couple of future uses for it. That might be interesting, but I don't think the idea is to make it completely public, not for a long time, I think.
Alistair?
Thanks, Paul, and thanks for two really interesting presentations. A question for Noel regarding the VetCompass data. I was wondering, what are the incentives for those practices to share those data with you? For example, can they access their own data in order to be able to analyse, look at their own performance for either clinical or business purposes?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, they can. And they do to some greater or lesser extent. I guess what I would say is that kind of don't underestimate altruism. That we got into this field because people want to help animals, and I think the main motivation is literally just wanting to help animal welfare research. It does seem strange that corporate groups would, go out their way to do this kind of thing, but they do actually do it in our experience. So, yeah, I think the main motivation is literally just wanting to help animal welfare. There's not huge kind of incentives for the groups to do this. Otherwise, they don't tend to use the system very much, to be honest.
Are there any other questions in the room? Then, sorry, I thought I saw a hand move. No. Then I'll look to the Slido. So we don't need ChatGPT. We've got James. Thank you for translating that acronym for us, James. Then moving down to the next question. Noel, it looks like it's one for you.
Yeah. I did wonder whether this was one for me or whether someone from the EMA wanted to answer. So maybe I'll answer from my perspective, and then maybe someone else wants to jump in. But I would say, real world data is the only source of some data. So for example, it's absolutely crucial. Like if you want to understand how drugs are being used in the real world, you need to get access to large data sets. If you want to know, if you want to know how well how sickly boxers are or pugs, there isn't any alternative. You need to get access to this data because it's only in there. It can't be known in theory. In terms of monitoring, drug use in the real world, again, there's only so much that the kind of treatment data will get you. For example, there was another speaker that was talking on like reasons for prescribing. So you can count how many, vials of insulin are sold, for example, but insulin, terrible example, but you can look at count how many antibiotics are sold. But if you want to know why they're doing it, you're going to have to get your hands dirty and look at the real world data, and that means kind of free text at the moment. So I think, we're stuck with LLMs and real world data sets for answering those kind of questions.
And then maybe just to add to Noel's answer, in one of the AI working groups that EMA is participating in from the regulatory network, the concept of, say, repeatability in prompt, it may be even having a controlled vocabulary on prompts where you have a defined library of prompts to help ensure repeatability and output. That's one of the key discussions at that point as well. Very much speaks to the need to have if you have the same input on the same data, you get a repeatable output. And potentially if prompts are varied, even with a space or an additional word included in the prompt, you might get a different output. Then moving down to the next question on Slido. This one's for Lara.
Yes, well, and I think you already started mentioning it before, Paul, about how we actually validate and how comfortable we are with the data we're extracting. And I think as Paul mentioned, we're actually quite happy from what we expected that this extraction would be as an outcome. But of course, we are playing with two dimensions here, not just the extraction, but also the translations into English. And again, we want to make sure that this is up to standards. And at the moment, we are, of course, running our internal monitoring for data accuracy and having set of products that we validate also manually to actually make sure that this is happening. But still, this is something that is ongoing and we are currently working on.
Thank you, Laura. And the next question is for Seamus.
Yes, thank you. This is about the last tool that was showing called Schema, where you can upload an image of a chemical entity and get it processed in the system. And yes, Bastian, you're correct that that is converted into a SMILES representation, and that means also that you can adjust it if the interpretation was not entirely correct. Thank you.
And your popular, Seamus, another one for you.
Okay, all three of those sources are accessible. Okay, I'm the three sources are accessible. I'm not really sure what is being referred to there, but I can ask or respond to the second question. And that one of the main advantages using Regulus is that you can use it with confidential documents. You can be sure that everything is processed within our environment and that none of your data is being leaked out. And then also we've one of the other uses is, especially when it comes to the regulatory assistant, is that we have extracted domains that are of interest to the regulatory network. Now, maybe not in the so it's been most human so far, but we're adding the EMA guidance, veterinary guidance, and we're planning to add a lot more domains.
Thank you very much. And the last question on the Slido is for Noel.
Yeah, so thanks for that. So we absolutely do collaborate with SABSnet on a whole bunch of things. Actually collaborating on a paper right now with them. In terms of exchange of data, no, because the legal framework doesn't allow us to exchange data. The data is kind of point to point. It's not not an onward sharing agreement, if you see what I mean. So we don't pass data outside of VetCompass once it's come in, if you see what I mean. So the second question, does it import data from other sources, e.g. veterinary laboratories? Yeah, we do. We've even done some work on trying to link lab data with the original electronic healthcare record. It's quite tricky, but it is possible. We also sometimes work on other kind of associated data sources like insurance claims, for example. But in the main, we limit ourselves to kind of EHR, EPR, because that's where the bulk of the data that we're interested in is sitting. So that's where our focus is.
Great, thank you. I think we have one last question from Diana. Your mic here.
Sorry. No, but for Noah on the VetCompass, now I'm intrigued on this medicine based on evidence question regarding the SPCs, because the veterinarians have an obligation to follow the SPCs. And what I was wondering is that you said that you were using the VetCompass on case management. And I was first thinking if it does include prescription of vet meds, and then if it does, if you find any interesting data on the prescribing patterns and any kind of deviations from the SPC specifications.
Yeah, great question, but I'm absolutely the wrong person to answer it. So I hope you don't think I'm avoiding it. But yeah, in terms of because I'm a computer software developer, remember, I'm not an epidemiologist, unfortunately. We are doing a bit of work on antimicrobials. So I can, if you contact me, I can link you up with one of my colleagues who'd be great at answering that question.
Thank you, Noel. So I think we can close session 4. Hi, everyone. If you could take your seats, please. We're going to start our final session, session number 5. So this session is on data-supported use cases, and very pleased that we've got 2 speakers. The first speaker will be Marie Erwood from IVC Evidensia, and she specialises in data science for clinical care improvement. She holds an MSc from Birkbeck, the University of London, and her expertise covers big data in both human and animal sectors. Marie, over to you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for having me here today. It's been great to hear lots of really interesting discussions so far. So, as Paul said, I'm a data scientist in the group Clinical Research and Quality Improvement team at IVC Evidensia. And just to say, I don't have a vet background, so please bear that in mind when asking questions. But I'm going to talk today about our care frameworks, which we've developed and introduced over the past couple of years. So some background on IVC, first of all. So we're one of the biggest vet companies in the world. We've got a presence in 20 countries in Europe and North America. And we primarily have first opinion practices, but as part of our group, we've also got referral hospitals, farm and equine practices, and crematoria and online pharmaceutical providers. And the clinical research and quality improvement team that I'm part of has been built out over the past year or so to support research across IVC at all levels. So we start with kind of a big question, which is how can we improve the quality of vet care? And there are a few things that we know we want to improve. So first of all, we're always looking for ways to improve care, not just here and there, but holistically, so looking at all aspects of the experience. Next, and as part of this, there's an ongoing need to monitor and reduce unnecessary antimicrobial usage. And as we've already heard today, there's work going on for this, and it's been a focus for IVC over the past couple of years. We know that it's not always easy to find relevant studies, evaluate them, and effectively implement any recommendations. And we'd really like to be able to reduce the time it takes to translate research into practice. And finally, we know we need to be able to measure any changes that we make to try and evaluate if we're actually making a difference. And IVC is in a really good position here. We have real potential to be able to drive forward evidence-based vet medicine using our data as a basis for large-scale projects. So that's some background as to why the care frameworks have been developed. And they started a couple of years ago with the quality improvement team in IVC, and they've really taken off over the past year. We've had great business buy-in, and we've been able to create them for many common conditions which are seen in first opinion clinics. And we started with them in the UK, and that's where the project is furthest along. But over the past few months, we've also been releasing care frameworks in many of our other markets. So care frameworks are, at the top level, 10 or so points which highlight the optimal care approach for a condition based on current research, evidence, and clinical consensus. And what's really important about them is that they're created by a team of peers. We have vets and vet nurses of all levels who contribute to creating these, and there's a real diversity of background from first opinion, referrals, specialists, and vets from across Europe. So it's not something that just we as researchers have created and rolled out. And also really important is that these are sort of tools, not rules. So they're an aid to clinicians, they're not prescriptive, and of course they still have clinical freedom to treat as best fits the situation. The care frameworks have an aim to support closer engagement with care and as such improve care in the longer term, so emphasising follow-up visits where appropriate, for example. And finally, care frameworks are mostly linked to things we can measure so that we can quantify any changes in impact. So this on the right here is a care framework. This one's for canine A2P. And there are different levels. So this top level is just a one sheet of 10 points, which highlights the main things to consider when seeing a case. And all care frameworks look the same. So they all have a case definition and then points under the 4 headings of welfare, diagnostics, treatment, and client care. So this really goes back to thinking about holistic care, so including welfare and the owner's needs. And this sheet is really easy to use as just like an aid at the point of care. And then next, on our intranet, we have more detail. So under each of the points, we have a list of resources which might be of use. So for example, flowcharts, diagnostic tools, questionnaires, whatever's appropriate for the condition. And some things might appear across different care frameworks as well. So for example, the client care sections might be quite similar between care frameworks. And then finally, we have a full list of references on the intranet for anyone who's interested or needs to do further research into a case, so they can see where we've sourced all of our information and recommendations from. So as I said, we're furthest along in the UK at the moment, and we've got 21 launched, which you can see here, covering conditions in dogs, cats, and across both species as well. And these cover our first opinion, but also out-of-hours emergency care. And then we have another 7 which are in development at the moment, including equine and farm, and also one for rabbits. So we're not just focused on cats and dogs. And 2/3 of these have a benchmarking report, which I'll talk about in a minute. And we've launched in 7 other countries at the moment as well. So I've talked about the development of the care frameworks a bit, and they're fantastic tools to have, but if we just had them with no measurement, then we wouldn't really have an idea if they were being used at all, and then if we were making a difference in care. So now I'll talk a bit about the measurement and data side and how we're using data. So when we think about measurement, there are sort of 4 main questions. So first of all, what can we measure? So in A to P, the treatment suggestions are things like use fast-acting drugs or to use topical therapy, and the antibiotics are rarely indicated. And these are all measurable through transaction data. But one of the diagnostic suggestions is to take a full exam, and we might expect that to be done anyway, but it won't show up as a specific chargeable item, so it's not something we would really be able to measure. And then there are some things which are more useful than others to measure, particularly things we know we might want to change, such as antibiotic use. So the next question is, how do we measure? So like I said, we use transaction data primarily and the product codes which are associated with that. And we have centralized data, so we can look at transactions and clinical data across our UK clinics. And then we also look at timeframes, so appointments over the past week or month, and product sales over that same period. And then once we've agreed on what to measure and how to measure it, we have a fantastic team of business intelligence analysts who've done a huge amount of work on creating benchmarking reports, which I'll talk about in the next slides. But once we have these sort of initial reports, the next question we think about is, what does good look like? So if we can see that 20% of ATP cases have antibiotics, what does that actually mean? So we think about if there are existing benchmarks or estimates from the literature. So if literature says that only 10% of ATP cases are likely to need antibiotics, then maybe that's what good looks like. But we also need to think about what's realistic. So if literature says that like 20%, 25% of osteoarthritis cases should be on a weight loss diet, diet's really hard to measure because people tend to buy it elsewhere, not directly from the vet. So it might be more realistic for us to say that 5% is what good looks like in our data. And we have these general numbers in mind, not as specific targets, because the care frameworks aren't about reaching targets at all, but it's more sort of an idea of whether we're close to what evidence might suggest is optimal and how much room for improvement there might be. And then the final thing we think about is how we can involve everyone. Now, as I said, the care frameworks are peer created, and we also want everyone to have visibility of what's being measured. So we make the benchmarking reports available to everyone. And I think this democratization of data is really important in getting people interested and involved. And then we also tailor these reports to different business teams so that they have the most useful information for them. So this is what the reports look like, and this is just for illustration. I'm not going to go into the detail of any of the numbers here, but all the reports, like the care frameworks, look very similar. So you can filter by clinical region and by time period to see the measurements over that time. And where it's useful, we've also got species and age bracket breakdowns. We also have a page which has time trends, so you can see for each metric how it's changing. And there's also a definitions page so that clinicians can see exactly which products are included in the definition for each metric. So as I said, we also have the higher level reporting. So the benchmarking reports themselves are very detailed. There's an awful lot of information for clinics in there. So we also created what we call an adoption score, which just gives us sort of a single number view for each care framework as sort of an overview for the different business teams. And generally speaking, this is an aggregate of the individual metrics for that care framework. And it's sort of telling us roughly how close we are to what could be possible in the very long term. So those sort of what does good look like numbers that I was talking about. And for this, we've seen a median increase of 6 percentage points over the past 18 months, so just before our first care framework was launched. And then sometimes even that's too detailed. So at a very, very high level, we tried to estimate an overall number of animals which have been impacted by the care frameworks. And this is very much an estimate, but we're looking at kind of the general trend here. And we've seen a median 8% percentage point increase in animals who've received 3 or more of the measurable recommendations. And we're now at around 65,000 animals that have been impacted up until September. So the care frameworks have been really in use for a year or so now, and we're seeing some really encouraging results. So first of all, we could have the best care frameworks in the world, but if they don't land well with clinicians and they don't like them or don't use them, then we won't get very far. But we've had really good feedback from colleagues, so I've put some quotes here. So a couple at the top, which are from people who are involved in creating them, who've had really positive experiences. And then a few at the bottom here from clinics where they're using them, so how they're putting them into practice, improving care, and involving everyone, which is really nice to see. We also did a survey earlier this year where we asked a few questions about care frameworks as part of that. And although we didn't get lots and lots of responses, the ones we did get were very positive. So the majority of people have heard of and used care frameworks and thought that they're useful. And really importantly, 64% agreed or strongly agreed that they had changed the way they treated cases and helped to reduce antibiotic usage. And we can see this reflected in the data as well. So antibiotic usage has decreased in all of the care frameworks we measure it for. And in particular, otitis externa in the top left there, since January, when we had a sort of quite a big push in the clinics, we've seen a really big drop. And otitis externa actually has been a particular success for us. So if we look at some of the things we measure, we can see that there's been a really clear reduction in antibiotics at the same time as an increase in ear cytology and topical steroid usage. You can see in the graph on the left here, they really kind of go together. We also looked at correlations between the different metrics. So here you can see in the correlation plot, there's clear positive correlation between ear cleaner and no antibiotics, and moderate correlations between topical steroids, ear cytology and no antibiotics, as well as weak correlation between steroids and no antibiotics. So we're quite pleasantly surprised to see this. As you know, obviously correlation is not causation, but it does seem to indicate a real sort of behaviour change here. I don't have time to show you results for all of the care frameworks, but for most of them, we're generally seeing positive trends among at least some of the metrics we're measuring. But there are some that aren't moving too much, and osteoarthritis is a particular example of this. So most of their metrics are kind of stubbornly flat, and we're doing a piece of work at the moment to dig into this a bit more, specifically around radiography. And the initial research has kind of indicated barriers, particularly around the cost of procedure, which is kind of understandable, as well as potential risks of general anaesthetic, lower confidence in taking x-rays, those kind of things. But for osteoarthritis, as well as the potential clinical reasons for not much movement in any of the metrics, we're also thinking about another reason. And it's something I definitely glossed over before when I was talking about measurement, but I'd like to finish by discussing it, and that's case identification. So in the UK, and I think in a lot of other countries, there's no consistent clinical coding. So as well as using products to measure metrics, we also need to use them to identify cases. Now, for some conditions, this is straightforward. So for diabetes, if you look for all of the animals which have been given insulin, then you more or less have your caseload. However, for other conditions, and osteoarthritis is a particular example of this, there are more generic products used in treatment, so general painkillers, for example. And here we might have to use sort of a combination of products within a particular time frame to try and approximate a case. And this can definitely lead to misclassification, and so our reporting might not be quite as accurate a reflection of reality. And then there's also a third situation, which is the most difficult, and it's where I've been spending a good amount of my time over the past year. And this is where there aren't any products that can really accurately distinguish a case. Major trauma is a good example of this, and it's what I've been working on. And here we need to use an alternative approach, so involving machine learning and AI. So major trauma is something that is very obvious if you were to see it in a clinic. So if an animal's been hit by a car or sustained another serious injury, but if you're just looking at the product data, it's quite difficult to distinguish. It can easily look like other things. So we've been working on using clinical notes to try and identify cases. Now, as I said before, we've got access to data from all of our clinics, which is great because we have a lot of data to work with, but at the same time it's kind of a problem because major trauma is quite rare in the grand scheme of things, so with so much data it makes it even more difficult to identify. So first of all, we text mine the clinical notes, looking for particular keywords which might be associated with major trauma. And this narrows down our pool quite a lot. So in the sample data we were working with, we started with over 1.5 million rows of data and brought it down to about 20,000 rows, but that still contains lots of cases which aren't major trauma. So the next step is to label the data. And to be able to properly evaluate any model, we need that source of truth. So a portion of the cases are manually labelled by clinical experts to give us that truth. And we had two raters rated separately. And although the overall agreement percentage was 97%, we also tested inter-rater reliability, which was 0.48. And this was quite a bit lower than we were expecting. And that kind of highlights that these aren't easy cases to identify necessarily. And variability in the clinical notes was definitely a factor in this. And I think one of the speakers mentioned earlier, some clinicians write a lot, some write very little. So it can be kind of challenging to identify exactly what's happened. So for those cases where the raters initially disagreed, we met and discussed to come to a consensus, and then those final data went into training the model. Now we've gone through a very iterative process in modelling. So we've tested lots and lots of different methods of transforming the text and different types of models, different features to try and get a good outcome. The very first model I tried was about 30% accuracy for a support vector machine. But currently we're at around 70% using a neural network. And we're reasonably happy with this at the moment. We'd like to try and get it a little bit higher, but it is kind of in the ballpark of acceptable. And this is definitely a real win because we really weren't sure that we'd be able to get anywhere close to this when we first started. And of course, the real test will be when we deploy it on more data and start using it in practice. And obviously, we're always thinking about how we can improve it further. So I've hopefully given you an idea of the Care Framework project, how it started, how they've been developed, and how we're leveraging our data to help us quantify impact. So a couple of thoughts on where we go next. So LLMs, large language models, are an obvious consideration. We do definitely need to think about cost and accuracy there. We'd like to extend the case identification approach to other care frameworks where it would help. So osteoarthritis is top of the list. We're working on that already. And then we'd like to do further research based on findings from our benchmarking reporting. And as I mentioned, we're already working on this for OA. We're already rolling out care frameworks to other countries, but we'll also help with benchmark reporting and applying the adoption score to their data. And then we're also looking at improving our data quality more generally. So thinking about maybe integrating ontologies and that kind of thing to help with case identification, as well as many other things. So I think that's about it for me. And I'd just like to say thanks to the team who've been working on care frameworks, as well as all of our clinical colleagues who are involved in their development and who've been using them in their practice. So yeah, that's me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Marie. Our next presentation has two presenters. Dr. Carla Maia is Principal Researcher from the Novo University of Lisbon, and she's a European specialist in veterinary parasitology and leads One Health research on climate-driven disease risks. The second presenter is Dr. Susana Blesi, Associate Professor of the University of Belgrade. And Susana is a theoretical statistical physicist and data scientist. She's extensive project leadership and over 30 peer-reviewed publications, and she also investigates climate and environmental factors affecting One Health. Carla and Susana, I hand over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity and for the invitation to present the challenges that we are facing in Planet for Health. Sandflies are tiny and hairy insects present in the warm parts of the world, and they are terrestrial in all stages of development. Only females bite and require blood meals to produce eggs. Oviposition takes place in humid, dark habitats rich in organic content such as animal excreta and soil. Adults are mainly active in the evening, at night, and during early morning, and they are considered weak flyers, with a flight pattern consisting in short hops, as you can see here. Their importance in public and animal health is because they are the vectors of Leishmania parasites, the causative agents of Leishmaniasis. The clinical manifestations of human Leishmaniasis are diverse, but two main forms are prevalent worldwide. Visual Leishmaniasis, which results from the dissemination of parasites in macrophage-rich tissues such as spleen, liver, and bone marrow, and which is fatal in most of the cases if left untreated. And cutaneous Leishmaniasis, the most common form of the disease, causing skin lesions in the exposed parts of the body. This form is benign, but usually leaves lifelong disfiguring scars. Other less common clinical forms include mucosal leishmaniasis, mucocutaneous leishmaniasis, and post-Calazar dermal leishmaniasis. Visual, cutaneous, and mucosal leishmaniasis caused by Leishmania infantum are endemic in southern Europe. Domestic dogs are the main hosts and reservoirs of human infection, and parasites are transmitted to vertebrate hosts by several phlebotomous species. The presence of Leishmania infantum parasites in dogs can range from a chronic infection without clinical signs, lasting several years, to a severe illness that rapidly progresses to death. In the treatment of canine leishmaniasis, it use leishmanicidal drugs in monotherapy or combined with leishmaniostatic drugs. It is important to note that no drug results in clinical parasitological clearance, and that the incorrect use may lead to the development of resistance. The presence of parasites in dogs, either if they are sick, infected without clinical signs, if they were treated, and even if they were vaccinated but still infected, pose a public and animal health threat, because all of these animals are infectious to the vectors and play a role in the maintenance of the transmission cycle. In the Iberian Peninsula, the seroprevalence of canine leishmania infection is estimated to range from 0 up to 35%. In Portugal, 12.5% seroprevalence was obtained in the last national serosurveys, representing nearly a twofold increase compared to a previous survey conducted 12 years before. In Spain, the seroprevalence ranged from less than 1% in the north up to 30% in the southern and Mediterranean areas. As other vector-borne diseases, leishmaniasis are climate-sensitive diseases, and the increase in the average annual temperature, prolonged the period of activity of sandflies, increase the seasonal density of vectors, reduce the time needed for the parasite to develop within the vector, and can expand the geographic distribution of sandflies to northern latitudes and higher altitudes. The presence of sandflies in new areas has modified Leishmania infection distribution, leading to the emergence of new disease foci in endemic countries such as Italy and Spain. The expansion of leishmaniasis driven by environmental and climate change represents a threat to both public and animal health, and this calls for a coordinated One Health surveillance to identify the high-risk transmission zones and enable proactive rather than reactive public health response. Planet for Health is a 14-month Horizon Europe project involving 70 partners across 12 countries. And the main aim is to deepen our understanding on how environmental degradation impacts human, animal, and ecosystem health through 4 case studies. In this presentation, we are going to discuss the challenging data findability and usability in case study 1, which aims to evaluate how environmental degradation together with climate change has modified the distribution and favored the expansion of sandflies into new territories. So our aim is to co-create together with the veterinary community an early warning system to identify when and where the risk of canine leishmaniasis is highest across the Iberian Peninsula. And for that, we need climate, environmental, and One Health data. While climate and environmental data sets are generally abundant and accessible, sandfly surveillance data sets and veterinary canine health records with robust spatial and temporal coverage are more difficult to find. For this study, we have secured historical and also recent sandfly surveillance data. But regarding canine leishmaniasis data is where things became more challenging. When we wrote the proposal, we plan to have access to pharmaceutical data on the number of dogs treated for leishmaniasis across 200 veterinary clinics in Portugal and 500 in Spain. When the project was granted, we started several contacts with the pharmaceutical company to secure these data sets. However, this summer, we learned that the company that performed the work for the pharmaceutical company holds the data which needs to be purchased. The pharmaceutical company kindly agreed to cover part of the cost, but Planet for Health partners need to fund the rest. As this extra expense was not planned in the original budget, we are struggling to know how or to find a way to cover this unforeseen cost. And this was our plan B. But since since it was not delivering the expected results, we move forward with plan B. And for that, in the summer of 2024, we contact the pharmaceutical companies selling leishmanicidal drugs and request data regarding the number of medication packages sold in Portugal and in Spain. And we aim to use the number of package as a proxy to estimate the number of medium-sized dogs treated. Only one pharmaceutical agreed to share the sales data, but at country level. And this kind of granularity, it's not enough to feed our models. Then during our last annual meeting, one of our external advisory scientific board members was kind enough to put us in contact with Dr. Paul Lin from EMA, and we grateful had a meeting with Dr. Paul and also with Dr. Laura to seek and also to have help about the sales on canine drugs, the data. But after our meeting, well, it was clear that this data was not available. As a plan B2, the Portuguese Association of Veterinary Specialists in Companion Animals, which is also a Planet for Health partner, contact its associates as well as private clinics, hospitals, and veterinary corporations to check their willingness to share data regarding the number of dogs treated for leishmaniasis. 2 corporations and several veterinarians agreed to share the data. However, this data is limited to Portugal and remains incomplete for all or almost all NUTS3 regions. So at the beginning of this year, we started Plan C, and we contacted a private veterinary diagnostic laboratory in Portugal to request data on the dogs tested for leishmania antibodies. And our aim was to use the results of serological tests as a proxies for suspected leishmaniasis cases. Finally, in October, we got the data share agreement signed between the laboratory and all the Planet for Health partners involved in case study 1, and we got the first veterinary records with good spatial and temporal coverage. In last summer, we contacted another private veterinary diagnostic laboratory that is working in the Iberian Peninsula to request equivalent data. And this lab also agreed to share the data from Spain between 2020 and 2025, and from Portugal the results from 2022 to 2025. And now we are in the process of getting the DSA signed. We also aim to have the same data, the same length of temporal data from Spain, and for that we contact another private veterinary diagnostic lab working in Spain. And after the initial discussions, it seems that they are willing to share the data with us, but we are still in the process to explain how the data is going to be used. But I think we are in the good track. Now I will give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Susanna Blezic.
Thank you, Carla. Okay, so I'm going to tell you just a bit more about the other data sets that we have on the project for this case study, in order for you to have the whole picture how we as data scientists, so people who are doing data analysis and modeling, what are we having in our hands now after almost 2 years of starting this case study. And I have to say that originally, also in the proposal, we were expecting to have this data in 6 months. So now it's 2 years, but this was just to show how the process looks like. So next slide, please. As Carla said, the data sets that we have, like everyone else, are open climate, and then you will see hydrological data. I'm here showing ERA5 land, which we are using mostly, but we are using some other open climate data sets. So in all of them, including the data sets with the data from meteorological stations, what you have is like very high quality, harmonized, standardized quality check data. So in ERA5 land, we can have hourly records starting from 1950 with a spatial resolution of about 9 kilometers by 9 kilometers. But then we have a partner, Predictia, who is dealing with climate services and climate data in Planet for Health, who is downscaling those data to 1 kilometer. So we are having that. We can use that in the project. That resolution, and all these data are open. And then here, just as an example, is a list of all the different climate-related data that you can, or environmental-related data that one can take from this data set. What we are mostly going for are temperatures, and because this is the variable that we are mostly interested in for climate and environmental and health modeling. And also at the left side here, you see the how our internal data sharing directory looks like. And also now we are having the feature that we can put this little square as little as we can, so 1 to 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, and extract the data directly. So the project partners were so great to also to prepare that for the data analysts. So that's the first one. Next slide, please. The second data set that we are having is hydrological data set that is coming from the mesoscale hydrological model from our partner UFZ. And they have a global hydrological model that is now actually been open for several months with the daily records starting from, starting from 1978, not 1958, with a spatial resolution already 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. And they are giving the soil moisture data in several layers of depth, which is important for us because this is where the sandflies are laying their eggs and having the development cycle. So the simulations are, so what the model is doing, they simulates these different things. So canopy interception, snow accumulation, soil moisture dynamics, infiltration, surface runoff, evapotranspiration, subsurface storage, deep percolation, base flow, and discharge attenuation and flow routing. And they're taking all these variables together, and then they're having data on several levels. So again, it's an open data set, again, harmonized, standardized, quality controlled, already, available to us. And then next slide, please. What Carla was already telling you about, we have a sandfly monitoring data, historical data, and this is a picture from the UNL monitoring. So this is a picture that Carla made from her work. And what we have, so this is, actually, I'm giving an example of how it looked like when I first see this data, and it was in the CLIMOS project, and we are now using the same data in the Planet for Health project. So we asked our data providers to give us several information about this data. So what kinds of data are collected, in what periods, with what temporal resolution, and what trapping methods. And you can see I'm showing you just 3 examples here. That what we got was different partners are giving us different records collected. So some are giving mostly sandfly numbers, but some we were not sure because it was presence or absence, whether this is like 0, 1, or these are sandfly numbers. And then these data were given in different time periods, were collected in different time periods, and then with different temporal resolutions. And what was the most troubling thing, with different recording devices, so with different trapping methods. So these data were highly heterogeneous and very sparse, and needed quite a lot of work for the preprocessing and preparation. So in contrast to climate and hydrological data, which are actually for the people working in data analysis and modeling in climate and health. They're mostly the data that people are used to, because you will have modelers mostly coming from the Earth System Sciences. Now it was first time for us, to encounter the human and animal health data, which look completely different. And next slide, please. So I asked actually our partner Libra, who is a partner that is devoted to developing ML approaches to data analysis and modeling, to write me what are the major concerns and challenges encountered by the data analysts and modelers. And I put everything what they wrote without referring to ML, because it refers to all kinds of data analysts and modelers, so it's not just people using ML models. And this is that the data sets are highly heterogeneous and often lack the temporal and spatial consistency. They originate from diverse sources, and each collected with different objectives, methodologies, and levels of precision. This diversity leads to irregular sampling frequencies, uneven spatial coverage, and incomplete records, making it difficult to construct continuous and harmonized time series suitable for robust terrain modeling. Then a major challenge is the historical depth, because many time series span only a few months or years, restricting the detection of long-term trends, seasonal cycles, or rare events. And this scarcity of historical information undermines the generalization capacity of the models. Then differences in data collection introduce strong spatial and temporal biases, as well as additional noise and inconsistencies arising from the measurement errors or varying collecting protocols. And this applies also to the clinical and veterinary health records that we have seen so far, because they recorded cases often fail to represent the broader animal population, since participation and reporting are influenced by factors such as clinical size, geographic location, and access to veterinary services. Next slide, please. So for us, it means that these are data that are really difficult to use. So first, they're difficult to find. So as you heard from Carla's case, and all these plans ABC were actually her work. So it really, I mean, she needed to do a deep digging actually in order to find these data sets. When we find them, the preprocessing and cleaning is always required, and then harmonization across sources is needed for continuity. And then we need to use always auxiliary data sets, such as environmental, demographic, or other data, to include them to improve feature space and model reliability. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carla and Susanna. So for session 5, I'd like to ask if there's any questions in the room. Well, I definitely could start. Marie, I had one question. So I saw like IVC Evidencia is a very large company with a presence in many countries. I was wondering, did you see any significant differences across countries? For example, in like clinician response or any other, say, geographical or national differences in your findings?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So we haven't done a great deal of investigation into sort of cross-country differences at the moment. We're sort of just starting off with releasing the care frameworks into other countries and sort of getting the benchmarking up and running there. But I think it's definitely something that we'll be looking at sort of probably into next year. And yeah, trying to get some insight there. Sure.
Thank you very much. And I have a question for also for Carla and Susanna. I definitely recognize a lot of the issues, and we had the conversation before about like the barriers to accessing data. So I think you came up with some ingenious methods to like work around and navigate that lack of data. In a perfect world, what would you like to see when it comes to this sort of data availability?
Susanna, go ahead. You are our data scientist.
For me, I mean, the Noel was when he started talking about the case that they're having in UK, I was like, oh, okay, that's wonderful. So The problem, I was thinking when we started, because I never worked with animal data, and I saw how human health data look like, and they're also very high to find. I was thinking that it's going to be easier with the veterinary data, because what I didn't know is that veterinarians, especially private veterinarians, are actually not keeping their records, because they don't have to. So for me, it would be what Noel is doing would be an ideal case, that you have one register of the veterinary cases across the country, and that the register is being developed with the people who are going to use this data, so with data scientists and veterinarians, and then that this is something that is, of course, it has to be funded and it has to be kept regularly. And I think that from if now we start from that, then it's probably it would be like better in quality over time. So I would say, yeah, one day you have you have open data, open animal data, in the same way as the climate data are open and available and of the very good quality.
Thank you. And we have a question on the Slido. It's on screen.
Yeah, I can answer. Our data doesn't include the autonomous regions because they are not endemic for leishmaniasis. That is the reason why, we are struggling so much to have access from the endemic regions that we didn't include the islands, because the truth is that if we don't have the right connection, it's even worse to get the data. And since they are islands, it's more difficult to have this kind of relationship, let's say. But we don't have data from the Portuguese islands.
Thank you. I think, Alistair, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. It's a question for Marie, and it might be a little bit unfair, because it's more about my personal thinking about some of the implications of these care frameworks rather than perhaps the generation of them. But as you will know, but others may not, in the UK at the moment, the Commissions and Mergers Authority is looking at the provision of veterinary care, particularly to companion animals. And a couple of the things that they're looking at there are things like transparency and pricing. And I'm wondering to what extent the availability of these care frameworks might inform a profession's response to some of those CMA, I won't call them criticisms, just areas of interest. Thinking, for example, that it's a potential use to demonstrate due diligence in veterinary care by practices for their clients.
Yes, that's an interesting question. I probably don't want to speak too much to the CMA just because I don't have like a huge amount of visibility over exactly what's happened with it. But we're sort of open to being as transparent with our data as possible. Obviously, sort of cooperating with the CMA. But yeah, I probably don't want to say too much more about it from that perspective, I don't think.
That's fair enough. It's more, as I say, maybe other people as well might be interested just in the implications. So thank you for that.
Great. Thank you all. So that was the end of session 5. And once again, another engaging session. We're going to move on to our last discussion. And this is a panel discussion. As you can tell, we've set up like a chat show. So I'd like to ask Alistair and Roxanne to join me in the middle. And our third panelist, Thomas, will be online. So we're going to kick off our final panel discussion. Rather than me doing it, I'd like to ask the panelists just to give a quick introduction to themselves. So over to Alistair.
Hi, and thank you to everybody that's managed to sustain the day to here. We've had a lot of interesting things and a lot of thoughts to digest. So very briefly, my background has been through veterinary practice, through periods of time overseas working in One Health areas and epidemiology, before more latterly getting really interested into the digital innovation space with respect to animal health. And I've enjoyed doing that both in an academic environment, but also working closely with colleagues in the commercial arena.
Yes, thank you for this. I have a legal background. My name is Roxanne Feller. I'm already apologizing for not being a vet. I don't know if you noticed. I'm heading the association representing the manufacturers, developer, innovators of veterinary medicines in Brussels. Been doing that for 11 happy years. And before that, I was always in the Brussels bubble, working for the food and drink industry or the agricultural sector. So you will tell that by my presentation that it's a more political slanted type of presentation, but I look forward to sharing my thoughts with you.
And Thomas?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, I'm working for BBL. So we are responsible for the authorization and registration of veterinary medicines and products. And so we are the German agency for this issue, so regulatory base, and I'm head of department responsible for this task. And yeah, additionally, I'm also professor at university on toxicology.
Thank you. So as Will said, we've had quite an intensive day, but a very productive and informative day. So I'd just like to each panelist in turn the same question. So from what you've heard today across our sessions on antimicrobial use, AI or data, is there a particular big data or AI use case you'd like to highlight that could, in your opinion, advance public or animal health?
Should I start with this microphone and then I promise I'll pass it on to you? Well, if I have a short answer to give is yes, but I'll try to be a little more elaborate. There are a couple of examples I'd like to share with you of what AI can bring to public health, human health, animal health. I'm not going to talk about the veterinary life cycle because Ruth this morning already talked about it. But after an event we organized internally, a workshop. You took part of this one with us, Paul Damien. So thank you again. We had an internal workshop. It's one of many where we wanted to address what is the transformative role of AI in animal health in general. And exactly like Ivo and Paul mentioned this morning, this is not necessarily linked only to animal health products. So the three examples I'm going to give you address all three: surveillance and or rapid response to a disease. One is for pets, the other one for livestock, and the last one for humans. So the project is an ongoing project in the UK that can serve maybe as a good practice for other countries, and it's called PetBert, and it's developed by a small animal veterinary surveillance network. And in fact, it analyzes large data sets from veterinary practices to monitor disease trends. So, for example, if many pets across the country the vets start to note similar symptoms in dogs, then they can pick up on the trend very quickly. And then every wording is recorded by the vets, and that can help researchers, authority to have an early warning for outbreak. One problem with this there is that they don't have the same vocabulary, so they don't always report the same way for the same thing. The second example, very quickly, is VetAid. It's an AI-powered epidemiological tool that allows to improve field surveillance. And again, it helps livestock veterinarians to determine the correct diagnostics. And it's especially useful for rare and non-endemic diseases when you're not used to a disease, and it really helps. So that tool has been also useful for students. It's like a pocket assistant, and it can also help students with early diagnosis. And finally, the third example, again, is Athena. It's generated by and monitored by DG HERA, which is in the European Commission. It's an intelligent platform, but it collects intelligence, assesses threats, maps the corresponding supply chains of the medical countermeasures, and finally, it analyzes response options. And it does focus on human health, but the architecture of this program also concerns zoonotic diseases. So this is a very integrated approach that I think is worth noting.
Definitely, thank you for that. And they're very relevant use cases as well. Thomas, if I could ask your thoughts on that question, the big data AI use case you'd like to highlight?
Yes, thank you so much, Will. Of course, first of all, thank you so much for this great meeting, and thank you so much to all the presenters. It was very, very exciting to see so many use cases, and I learned quite a lot today again. So as I always try to learn from such meetings, and it was excellent. Thank you so much first. And well, of course, those guys knowing me and know that I'm also engaged within the EMANS. So I'm the co-chair of the EMANS for the EMA HMA strategy, and as part of the strategy, we also have the AMR issue, where I'm the head of leading this session. And of course, AMR is one of the primary goals that we encounter within the new legislation. This is something that we really have to tackle. It's absolutely essential both for animal and public health. So this is the issue, of course, I'm very much interested in, and where we are seeking for solutions, AI-based solutions, AI tools, etc. And we've heard some talks today, one session only on AI with AMR, and I think this is the issue. This is probably most important to me because it's publicly most important, because we have to deliver in this direction. The other issue is on pharmacovigilance, often forgotten. I guess we need to use AI in pharmacovigilance right now. We have changed our systems to signal detection, so we desperately need something which delivers in this direction. But of course, we have so many other issues that we have to deal with, and especially in the regulatory field. And at BBL, we're also developing several tools right now on AI-based tools, and it's really promising. And as we have learned today, it's also a challenge, but also a danger somehow. And probably we'll be talking about the dangers a little bit later on. But yeah, I'm really looking forward, especially in the areas of AMR and pharmacovigilance.
Thank you very much. Alistair.
Yeah, thank you. And I very much echo the examples already given, and I'll try to add something further. Thinking about this, I thought when I speak to my data science colleagues, to some extent, they're agnostic about what the data are. They're looking for patterns and change within them. And on that basis, I thought of two examples, which I think have, if you like, a similarity, both concerning really what happens with animals across a period of time. And the two things I was thinking about in the companion animal domain are chronic diseases, and these were mentioned earlier on today. But the technologies we have now, provided we have sufficient uptake and adoption by them, do give that opportunity to give repeatable and quantifiable measures of changes in things like behaviors that can both give owners and vets early indication of when something's going wrong, but also enable us to monitor the response to medical or other treatments that are given in order to improve that quality of care and the quality of life that animals get from that intervention. And then in parallel with that, in the livestock side, again, on that basis, we have to start about thinking about how technologies deliver value to the primary user. The ability for these systems to look at areas such as body condition score and lameness in dairy cattle, or change in behavior in pigs, that are two examples I've worked with personally, again, give that opportunity for early warning, and it gives the opportunity to concatenate those data and to involve greater numbers of stakeholders in achieving value. So I think the two challenges here to me are, firstly, introduction of AI and big data tools, I think, offers a different approach to using data to those we've been more familiar with in the past, where we've done a lot of really rigorous epidemiological and statistically valid data, to trying to understand how do we use these data that are quite messy in real time, but are nevertheless telling us something, to deliver those actionable insights. And as I say, the second part is how we encourage that data sharing across these different domains in a way that perhaps has not been seen so much in the past.
Thank you. And I think all of you touched on some key points. Definitely from today, I was getting quite excited about the possibilities, but having to hold myself back by thinking we have to be cautious. We can't get carried away by the latest shiny thing. There's always risks. Petra's talk, among many, mentioned the importance of risk management. And I'd like to ask your thoughts on that. So we've all seen some, and you've mentioned some great use cases in your introductory speech. Are there concerns and over-reliance in AI tools? And how could we balance the use of AI with professional judgment and to do the jobs that we need to do in the veterinary domain? Alistair, if you could lead us.
I mean, these are suitably challenging questions for the end of a long day, aren't they? Huge dangers, of course there are, and those dangers also emanate not just from how we use these tools as experts, but how those around us use the tools as well. That kind of cultural norm, if you like. So at one level, I think a huge challenge here is the, if you like, uninformed use of AI by people who are not experts to come up with opinions which can then be disseminated very rapidly through social media and can cause other people to then have to run around in circles trying to contradict, shall we say, some of the more alarmist viewpoints that can arise that way. So to some extent, that's founded in creating for ourselves at a society level an intelligent insight into how we don't just create things that look like answers, but how we actually test for the truth within them. So I would say that is our biggest immediate challenge. But clearly beyond that, there is that question about what information is sufficient for a decision in a particular place, and making that judgment about sufficiency across the different kind of levels of risk domain, I think, is another area of importance for us to investigate.
And Roxanne, if I could ask for your thoughts.
Yes, thank you. Again, short answer, yes and yes, but I'll go deep dive. I think we heard very often today and regularly that AI should support and not replace human expertise. So I totally concur with what has just been said. And Ruth's presentation was also very clear on human in the loop. I thought that was very important. And today, again, it was like, today, I was speaking for today. I don't know what's going to happen in a few months, days. Nothing is fully automated yet. We know that. And so professional judgment and oversight remains essential, especially for clinical and regulatory decisions. But we know that we have training programs that will help employees understand better AI capabilities, ethical guidelines and red lines, the policies that are being adopted to define where AI should not be used without human oversight. And I would say critically is the quality of the data. This is where I want to put the accent today. The models are only as good as the data they're trained on. I don't know who I'm quoting here, but I think it sounds like a quote. So several speakers did today, Paul, Raphael, Alistair, you all mentioned the quality of the data. And that's why we as Animal Health Europe, we emphasize the Q-FAIR data. You all know this, but I'll repeat it for the record: quantitative, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. I think those are the best. And finally, another word that is essential in anything that we do is trust. Trust in the data, trust in the system, trust in the governance, but trust in each other and trust in yourself. I think if we feel empowered and you trust that you are comfortable in using a tool or another, I think the word trust and quality are the two that I'd like to bring out today on answering your question. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Roxanne. And Thomas, what would your thoughts be?
Yeah, thank you so much. Lots of things have already been said. I absolutely agree. Data quality is a key, and expert knowledge is still needed, and probably needed even more in the future than today, because you have to check what is the outcome from AI tools. And over-reliance is an issue, of course. It's a danger, yes, but I always see the advantages, and it's just a challenge that we have to face because we have no alternative anyway. So I'm using AI quite a lot privately, and my children already laugh at me because I'm using it too much sometimes. And what I've learned from using Gemini quite frequently is it's a question: how do you ask your questions to Gemini? So that's the result you're getting. And if you improve your questions, you improve your also the results that you're getting, and they might be quite different finally when you're asking any questions. And it's up to your prompting, of course, as we have learned today again, and it's up to you and the experts to check the results from AI. But nevertheless, that's not an issue that we should probably be afraid of, because it's something that we have to challenge and we have to face in the future. And I guess we will find solutions also for this problem. And yes, just one thing. It's about, as you said, data quality. But I'm looking at a YouTube channel on medieval ages documentaries, and what I've learned that many of these documentaries produced by AI are terrible, and this is due to the original material, which is terrible. And it's not only material that is probably introduced by non-commercial or organization or commercial organization. So it's an issue. As you said, data quality is a key, finally.
Thank you. And I think there's even a term for that, AI slop, where AI is training AI, and it's rather than a virtuous circle, a vicious circle to very poor data. All three speakers mentioned pharmacovigilance as a key factor and a key delivery. And one thing I'm interested in is, how would you think AI could be an improvement or help identify disease patterns or outbreaks more effectively than the traditional methods? Like, what could AI offer over and above what we have today? Thomas, if I could ask you to lead on that question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Of course, absolutely agree. I think it will be really helpful, enormous potential for the future, but not only on probably emergency disease patterns, but also on shortages probably, or if we think about availability problems within veterinary medicine, this is something that we can probably also tackle. I know that in human medicine, we are already using AI to address this issue, but also, as we said, in pharmacovigilance, not only for emergency disease patterns, but also for side effects that are undesired. This is something that we can gain a lot of information from the internet, which is publicly available. Today, we are just relying on the golden standard reports that we are receiving for a potential adverse effect. But I think we have to change our minds in this direction, that we can also rely on big data that is publicly available, and it's got to be generated by AI and, of course, judged again by expert knowledge.
And Roxanne, if I could ask for your thoughts.
Yes, of course. This for us is a key topic, obviously, disease prevalence, disease patterns. And we believe really that the AI systems, especially those that use machine learning and deep learning, are really designed to detect patterns, correlations, anomalies, and to work on a huge complex set of data, and that we're sure that will be missed by a human alone. And, the traditional methods often rely on isolated indicators, manual reporting, which limits the scope. So we really need to model outbreak scenarios based on historical and real-time data. I think we believe that AI will really be an incredible tool to again, surveillance, but to anticipate any actions that need to be taken. And there is again a model that is being developed with EU funds that on the challenges of high pathogenic avian influenza, but they're not using AI but experts. So imagine all the data that is going in there if it were generated and would be then that the AI would learn from all this data. I can't imagine how better we would be in better situation. So, if I were a CVO, which I'm not, because I told you I'm not a vet, but I imagine I would appreciate to have a predictive, forecast, and that would in turn then help the animal health industry to prepare for vaccination and respond to demand more accurately. We've had recently some asks as a result of the BTV outbreak, even HPAI, and it was like a firefighting situation. And for the good news is that I know that at WOA level, at global level, they're discussing with the industry to find a solution to be even more, to have a dialogue, to anticipate any outbreaks and work together on this. So that's what I'd like to add at this stage.
So much. Alistair, what would your reflection be?
Yeah, thank you. I'm always reminded about the onset of Schmallenberg virus some dozen or so years ago. And the very first sign of that, from my recollection, was aberration inside the production data that was detected in fact, here in the Netherlands, where, if I remember rightly, there was a drop in milk production and unexplained fevers that then disappeared before we started seeing dramatic things like deformed calves and lambs and so on. So really what we're talking about there is the opportunity to use these tools to detect aberrations at the earliest moment. And as a result of that, we can then apply interrogation to understand why did those aberrations come about. Now, one of the things we have to think about is we now have access to this huge abundance of data, lots of places to go and find aberrant signals. And therefore, one of the consequences of that is the trade-off. We're going to find many more signals, but many more of them are going to be explicable by other factors and aren't going to be an alert of danger. So we have to think about what sensitivity do we want in terms of detecting those kind of signs in order to minimize the use of scarce resource on things that sometimes aren't going to be major issues. So I think there's a real challenge for us there. I mean, with respect to pharmacovigilance per se, I think we'll be looking for most of the time what we will be thinking of as rare and unusual events. And therefore, we're going to have to understand how we dissect those out from those different sources that are available. But it does seem to me that one of those is thinking about how, not necessarily by sharing data across a particular platform, but simply looking for corroborative or refutational statements from different sources. So, for example, if we saw a lot of people out on social media saying, something or other is now happening, my cat, dog, pig, cow, whatever else it might be, that's strange. And at the same time of that, we're getting responses from clinics saying, my treatment for this doesn't seem to be right. And at the same time of that, we've got some other, laboratory-based symptom coming along. Then we've got a series of aberrations coming together at once that add strength to the fact that maybe an event here that we need to explore. So I think we're very much sitting at this beginning. We're asking lots of questions. We're not going to have the answers. But I think the opportunity to discern these patterns in different places and then to use those to triangulate is the way that we can improve it for, as you say, pharmacovigilance as a particular case.
I'm being reminded that we're overrunning on time. So I'd like to ask if there's any questions in the room for the panel.
Just maybe a question to you, Alistair, because you mentioned aberration and triangulation, and it brought me back to academia and statistics. I was wondering how much of the field of statistics could help us kind of make sense of those data.
Thank you. That's a great question, and one I find personally challenging because I spent a large part of my career, doing lots of wonderful epidemiological analysis, building lots of models, etc. And the difficulty I kind of find myself looking at now is you have so much data that sometimes it's very easy to find relationships or associations that are statistically significant. But now you find ourselves asking the question, yes, but are they important? And that kind of switch of paradigm from, oh my goodness, I've finally got enough data to be able to stand some chance of finding something, has switched into, I've got so much, how do I make any sense of it? So I think that one approach to that is to say, well, we've got a mass or even a morass of messy data here. Can I now, perhaps by looking at clustering, discern patterns within it that are now amenable to a much more rigorous statistical analysis? So almost like a hierarchical approach. Broad look first. When I've got enough information to create a hypothesis, now can I test that hypothesis with statistical testing using some very, very critical inclusion criteria for the data set that I'm then going to interrogate?
And Thomas and Rosanne, would you like to add anything to that point? Okay. I think there's another question at the back.
Yes, thank you. So we talk today a lot about generative AI, and we talk about real-world data, but we didn't talk about generative AI using real-world data or historical data to generate artificial patients or virtual patients. And I think this is a growing topic. I see more and more companies proposing to generate these virtual patients. So I was wondering on EMA side, is it also for you a growing topic? And are you working on a, I don't know, reflection paper or Well, that's my question.
Oh no, I can certainly start. So it is definitely a topic of interest. On the Network Data Steering Group work plan, there's one item, and the vet, myself and the vet data team, we're involved in that sort of synthetic data generation. It's a start. We're reviewing and researching. I've had a look at it myself, and there's sort of fundamental questions that have been answered, but I need to understand the answer. If you're using a small data set or a synthetic data set, how can you avoid the risk you're not amplifying biases in the data, for example? And I've seen papers that are proving that that is possible, but I haven't done it to my own satisfaction yet. So it is certainly a topic for review, and it will be ongoing, but no conclusion's been reached yet. We're just not there yet.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if anyone else had anything related to that topic.
Well, just very quickly, Roxanne, I don't know if it's necessarily a direct answer to your question, but just as a very short example, I was working with some colleagues and we were looking at digital pathology, and in particular the ability of using AI to detect early signs of change in tissue sections that might be indicative of cancer. So looking at things like mitotic figures and evidence of atrophy, etc. And the challenge we had there was we couldn't find enough samples to really train the AI model in the first place. So what we did, and it's very much my data science colleagues, not me, was to create through AI a set of imagined samples to test in terms of developing the training stuff. And they then took those and asked pathologists if they could tell the difference between the AI generated and the original samples, to which the answer was no. So in that specific example, there was a case of certainly generating synthetic data that were then being used to train that model and progress it.
I don't have an answer to that question, but I just want to make sure I still have the floor to commend the EMA on being, you know, you always say you need to catch the train. I think this time you built the train station and the train, and now we're all going on it. You started, this is our 5th meeting, and I'm really, you know, reassured as to where we're going. And I just wanted to acknowledge that because it's such a far reach topic that, you know, I never thought I'd be sitting here today talking about AI once in my life, but I am. But that's thanks to you, and really thank you, EMA. But if you have other questions, I'll answer them. But I just wanted to put this down in writing or in words. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And Thomas, do you have any input on that question around?
Well, actually, it's interesting. It's a very interesting issue anyways. But of course, we're currently working in another direction. As a regulatory body, we're looking for AI models for the evaluation of studies, clinical trials, for instance. And of course, we're also lacking data sometimes, and we need some instruments just to evaluate clinical trials, which we are right now. Of course, we have to do it until the new legislation came into force. So this is something that we're working on. It's another direction, but of course, I think finally, I would be pretty happy if EMA is going in this direction, and of course, always happy to learn something in this direction.
Thank you. So in the interest of time, I think we can wrap up the panel with one final question. So I'd like each of our panelists just to give a 1-line or 2-line answer on what they took away from today, or what you think our focus should be going forward.
Wow, there we are. So much is hard to encapsulate it in a single line. But I suppose it would be, AI is with us. We need to use it, and by using it, we will strengthen and improve ourselves as a profession and servicing the animals and the people that depend on us.
I think we're going in the right direction, and let's continue with dialogue and learning together, and learning from our mistakes, because there will be, and we will. I've just finished reading a book, The Value of Failure, and I think we should not be afraid to fail, and let's continue and working together.
And Thomas?
Yeah, and just to follow this line, it's just about collaboration between all the different bodies, which is not easy because we have different situations, we have different landscapes that we're working in, but of course it's got to be built on mutual trust and shared goals. So this is what we need to get into, probably head into the same direction all together. And to, I think this today was for me something that was just very important, to gain this trust and to gain or finally find shared goals to go into the right direction and without any anxiety, no anxiety concerning AI. It's a challenge, but it's no matter for anxiety.
Thank you very much. So thank you so much to our expert panelists and for their insights. I really appreciate it. That's the end of our panel discussion. Our next and final item is Eva will kindly close the session for us. 5 minutes after Eva is finished, we will meet in the foyer for a photograph, and we'll also have drinks in the hotel that's very close by, if anyone's interested. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Paul. And I'm sitting here now as a backbencher because everything is filled up at front. Happy to close the meeting for today, but of course, before I formally close it, I'd like to say a few words. I think we're looking back at a very interesting and rich day today. Different format as previous years because we've given the floor to a lot of people that could present. We've tried to cluster them as best as we could in the different sessions. I think looking back, they really matched well together. And normally I would go through all these sessions and reflect a bit on what we've heard, but I think that's an almost impossible task, and I don't want to do that right now. But as we come to the close of today's forum, it is good to reflect a bit on what we've heard and what we've been achieved and where we've gotten until now. Start by saying that the forum doesn't exist in isolation, and all the presentations today are driven by solving existing problems or realizing new technical capabilities to deliver new functionality benefiting the veterinary domain. Now, the focus today has been a lot on artificial intelligence, certainly in the afternoon. And I think that led to some very interesting discussions on not only how to harness them, but also on the ethics and the governance and what they can bring to us. So I wrote down Elsder's last remark: AI is with us, and we need to use it, and then learn by using it. And something similar also Ruth said when just before she left the room. I think we have to learn and understand what it can bring to us. I'm an AI skeptic myself, I would say, in that I do believe that it can bring a lot of benefits and it can make life easier. I don't think it's the panacea for everything. I would be very, very concerned if we would see AI taking regulatory decisions. I learned a few new things today as well. Agentic workflow is totally new to me as a concept. But the HITL, the human in the loop, so to say, to me, that is a reassurance that indeed, if we use those tools, that they can actually be controlled in one way or the other. So looking back at today, and we've heard from a remarkable group of speakers, scientists, regulators, technologists, veterinarians, the industry, who are advancing the veterinary domain's use of data and technologies to provide answers to a wide range of challenges. We've looked at AI-powered tools, real-world data applications. And if I compare that with the first big data stakeholder meeting 4 years ago, I think we've come a long way. It shows that innovation is not a distant goal or that it takes years to deliver. The tools are here, and I think we will see it accelerating quite a bit. So really curious to see what next year's event will bring. Of course, I would like to thank especially the speakers we've heard from today. We had speakers in the room. We had a lot of speakers online. People were asked to speak to us at unholy hours in their own regions, and they did so with great enthusiasm and bringing the topic. So I really think we owe them. But also their insights and reflections have been interesting, forward-thinking and inspiring. As I said, the AI governance in veterinary big data Why Pursue and How to Achieve It by Petra Harms. I think that should be mandatory training for everybody that wants to go into AI, use AI or develop AI for that matter, to at least start thinking about all these things, because we've seen them all in isolation, but that wrap up was really, really good, I think. Having said that, inspiration leads to action. EU Veterinary Big Data Strategy and Workplan to 2025 have laid the foundation, and we will continue to build on this foundation. So we will continue the work to implement the Veterinary Big Data Strategy. We will continue with the EU Veterinary Big Data Hub as the central platform for collaboration, training, and research for veterinary regulators. We will continue to improve data quality and discoverability so that our decisions are based on robust and representative evidence. We will continue involving and expanding stakeholder engagement through this forum and through other channels. We hope we can continue in accelerating the adoption of sustainable digital solutions that support public and animal health. And in doing that, we would have to focus on those areas where we really think we can add value. I think that's important. So think before we do, and not just do it because it's there. So thinking about those use cases and how we can bring that value, I think that is pivotal to the success of this big data strategy. It's also been mentioned that we have to do this jointly, and I think that's indeed a fact. So my plea is to all commit to making today's insight into tomorrow's standards. So there's still a regulation between us and full deployment of AI and digital data, but I think we can demonstrate its value. Brings to mind the question about is there a need for European veterinary health data space, so to say, and how can we convince people that needs to be deployed? It is only possible by showing value. So what are we going to achieve on top of what we already have? So, and I think that's what people look at, and if it makes for a more secure food chain, for safer food, for healthier animals, better welfare in animals, better, healthier and welfare animal owners, I think let's not forget about them, then you could argue that it is needed. But these are the objectives that we're all working towards anyway. So whether you are a user of new tools or developing new tools or contributing data or shaping policy or training the next generation, your role as we are all together here is vital. The future of veterinary medicine regulation will be deeply influenced by how we use and act on data, and whether we like it or not, it will happen anyway. So with that, I would like to thank you all for your time, your expertise, your commitment, the good discussions that we had. I think it was really a lively interaction, and let's keep this momentum going. And I trust that next year's forum will see the progress that we will have made. It will also see, hopefully, some of the newer technologies more prominently being presented. And I trust you will all make a beautiful day of that day next year. I'll have to excuse myself because I won't be around. And for those attending in person and online, thank you all for your questions and input. And I hope you all sign up for the next forum. And with that, I would like to close this meeting.